doesn't help to jab if you want someone not to talk, though. So
I got you.
If we're going to move on, let's not say, oh, B-Ball's a dick, right? Let's just move on, right? Because you're inviting him to interrupt if you do that, right? So, Waxy, do you want to say something to Travis, then we can carry on?
Well, hang on. I'd like to recap what just happened. I won't mention any names, but for 2 hours, we've had a really good conversation back and forth. We've had presentations given, no mod necessary. And then one person comes in, and here we are.
Ugh.
One person.
Yep, one person came in and derailed it. Because they're butthurt about one other person they just got to take a piss
No,
off.
I actually got called a name first, so I don't
We
call
don't name
anybody
names?
Yeah.
No. You lied.
Yeah, that's
first.
a lie. Yeah, you called him a liar, and then you lied about him.
Never called him a liar.
Yes, you did. In so many words, you did.
Words never
you
came out of
did.
my mouth.
Yeah, just because you don't
Just go
say the
back
word
on
liar,
mute.
you're ridiculous.
Just go back on mute.
Those words never came out of my mouth, so now who's lying?
I'd like Gachi to have the floor again. They were having a great talk.
I don't even remember talking too much about refraction. I was more talking about the moon phases and the styrofoam ball. But
That's fine. We don't have to talk about Mirage. Somebody said, what's the best evidence or what's the evidence that the Earth is flat? And I threw out Mirage. And then you and I started talking.
yeah, I mean, I agree with that because how are they going to say, like, we could see something that's 26 miles away, but then the next day, oh, look, Earth curve. Like, either everything's refracted always or it's not.
But when have we ever seen 26 miles away?
Go back on mute, please. So what I've learned that needs to be said is this: the thing that we need to say is the thing that we need to say as flat earthers is not sometimes we see too far. That's not the issue, actually. The issue is, why is it that sometimes we don't see far enough?
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Yeah, that is an issue. Been saying that for a long time.
You know, just like, you know, the whole refraction thing, man, because it ends up just getting into a big circle jerk argument, just like Coriolis. Like, everything's refracted always. Wave your hand in front of your face, it's refracted. That one doofus was saying how his lawnmower is refracted while he's looking at it, but at the same time, then they want to claim Earth curve simultaneously.
Well, there's other ways to show that the Earth is not flat, not just looking over a long distance. Plenty of other ways.
Oh, really? Like?
I don't know. Moon phases.
Sunsets.
Oh,
Jesus, dude, where were you? Like 20 minutes?
That's long distance. That's long distance to a medium, unknown medium. Try again.
Moon phases.
Yeah, that's looking for a medium, unknown medium, long distance.
Moons during the day.
But that checks out though, Waxy.
Distances.
No, it doesn't, dude. I was
but it does. I literally showed it
a second ago. I was physically doing it. You have some gay Microsoft Paint program.
Well, you weren't doing it right. You weren't doing it right.
I was not. Now you're gonna tell me I'm not doing it right.
Yeah, you weren't.
Really?
Probably not. Because I mean, if angles don't lie, I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. That's the thing. The angle doesn't lie. I cannot.
Yeah, so you probably did it wrong then. You need the right scale.
Okay, explain. Oh, okay. So now it's scale. So now it's impossible to recreate moon phase with the ball and the light.
You got to look at this, man. You got to look at, okay, which model does it match more? Does it match the flat Earth model or does it match the globe model?
It doesn't match the globe model. You can see a crescent moon after midnight and a gibbous moon during the day.
But it does work, though.
But how would you even?
I literally did it. And it worked.
Okay, dial back.
How would you explain that? But how would you explain that on a flat Earth, though?
You don't need to. He didn't claim it. What's wrong with you?
I'm not making the claim about the moon phases. You guys make the claim on why the moon
you claimed it. You claimed a rock in space, but you can't explain it.
Okay, the Earth is flat, right? It's not a globe, right?
Earth is flat.
Absolutely.
Okay. If you go off Earth, if you go off Earth, are you talking about Earth or talking about another?
We're talking about the Earth and the moon.
No, talk about the Earth.
How would you make that work?
I'm talking about Earth. What are you talking about?
We're talking about moon phases, right? Were we
Okay,
not
that's
talking about
not
moon phases?
Earth. That's not Earth,
Okay,
right?
viewing
Is it
viewing
Earth or is
moon
it not
phases.
Earth?
Yeah.
Okay,
Listen,
okay, Pop. Play
viewing.
Pop and pull your head out your ass.
my
I'm
goodness.
talking about
Wait,
Earth. You're talking
yeah,
about not Earth. You
yes,
made the claim.
viewing the
You,
moon from the Earth, right?
yeah, which is not Earth.
Okay, okay,
And you want us
viewing
to put
moon
ourselves in the
from the
God
Earth.
and tell you what the moon
Not
is.
How do
Earth.
you
What you want.
explain?
I
Can
view
can
the
you?
Earth. You're viewing not the Earth. You made the claim of
Oh
not
my
the
God,
Earth as your proof of the Earth. You
Crit,
can't
stay with me.
explain it.
If
Crit,
the
stay
Earth
with
was a
me.
globe, I think I told Vaxi this last time. If the Earth was a globe, then the moon phases would flip every 6 months, and they do not.
Mm-hmm. How? What do you
How
mean?
would they
Would
flip?
flip?
The
How would you demonstrate that?
the shadow would come in
Who,
from the other side as the Earth is
who told
approaching
you
the
that?
sun from the opposite side. The model
Who,
would dictate
who
that it
told you that?
flips.
No.
Where did you hear
Yeah,
that
it's
from?
right
Did
there
you
with
see
the
a demonstration of
constellations as
that?
well.
You want to
Did
see
you
a
see a
demonstration?
demonstration of that? I would love to
Yes.
see a demonstration of that.
Yeah,
Good.
please show us because I don't know what the heck you're talking about. I
This is
tried
the
to
thing. You
censor
guys need to
myself.
actually look at the model and the things that you claim. See if they come up in
You
the thing that
claim.
you're explaining.
You claim.
If you
Not
claim
me.
that it doesn't work, this doesn't work. Well, let's look at the model and see if it doesn't work.
Yeah, crescent moons
So
after
the
moons do
same
not
the
work.
same the same exact way that summer and winter flip every 6 months because of where you are around the sun and on the ball. The same thing would happen with the moon. The moon phases would also flip,
What
just
do
like
you
the
mean the
seasons
moon
flip.
phases would flip? What does that
No.
even mean?
The shadow would come in from the opposite side every 6 months. It would change because you're now going
Does
going around the
that
sun on
mean
the other side.
no? But then you're saying the moon would go in the opposite direction. What are
No,
you
it means
talking
the
about?
waxing and waning would take place on opposite sides of the moon.
Right.
How? Have you thought about this,
Yes.
or have you seen a model where
Have
this
you
happens? And
thought about it? Have you ever thought about it?
yes, I have because I have a model that actually shows what the moon does.
Great. So
Except
show
for
on
when
your
it
model.
shows crescent moons
So
after
what you
midnight
should
and gibbous
do,
moons during the day.
any of these
And full moons during
questions
the
you have,
day.
what you should do is, if you have a computer, download Space
Why
Engine,
would I
which
use
is
a
a
computer?
pretty
Just
ac-
take a ball,
pretty
take two
pretty
balls.
accurate model, which is a pretty accurate model of our solar system, right? And then
Or
You don't
what?
have
see
a model of
Wait,
the
what?
whatever you're
There
saying.
is no model of your solar system.
No, you said two words.
So
You
I
said
can't
solar.
right. So I
Wait,
can't
hold
do
on.
this with two balls, like an Earth ball and a moon ball and the sun and the source light, but I can do it on the computer. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. Pump the
You could do it on
brakes.
both.
He said two words are key here. Solar system.
Okay.
What is that? What are you talking about?
Oh, of course. Here we go.
And how do you know of its accuracy?
Yeah, present
Because
that.
That's so irrelevant. We're literally we're questioning whether or not the moon phases would do a thing in our model. You guys hear
The
yourself.
problem is that you're
Yeah,
do you know how I know it's accurate?
solar
you're
system.
using an
Do you know
assumption to prove
I
what
know
you
it's
think
accurate?
is happening.
Because any solar or lunar eclipse that has ever happened in history, I can go to that
Stellillion?
date and that location and see
Stellillion?
it happen. Yeah, that
No,
too.
you can't. Stellillion 1666.
That wouldn't even work. That wouldn't even work on flat Earth. So I don't even know why you guys use that as an argument.
What do you mean that
Because
wouldn't work?
it's not the shadow of Earth.
But anyway, like I
There's no
said, you can
shadow.
throw this
Listen, on flat Earth, there's no shadow on the
see,
moon. You believe
hold
there's
on.
a shadow on the moon. The moon has
Oh,
its
God.
own light. The moon is its own light. There's no need for a shadow.
Really?
Hold on, real quick. To see
But
it,
for some reason, it's always. But for some reason, it's always facing the sun, right? The lit side.
Hey, B-Ball, are you an atheist?
Why does that even matter?
Because it matters. Because at some point you're going to have to explain your epistemology here. Because you can't.
Why does that?
Where are
why
you
does that
coming
matter?
from? Where are you coming from here?
Why does that matter, Crit?
Because
why do you always derail shit with this random
Because he's
nonsense?
talking about solar systems and space and magic.
It is. This is the problem. This is what he just said. He literally said he's trying to use proof of the moon by explaining what's going on in the solar system and its accuracy by using a computer program. The whole point of what we're trying to say is that how do you know that? That's other people have claimed the correct solar system in your name, in your words, and you don't know of its actual accuracy.
Because oh my god,
So therefore you can't. And you asked why are we using that? Well, you did. You used that
listen.
as an example as your proof.
A few months ago, SC Montreal. I'm going to use him because this was perfect. He filmed a solar eclipse in Canada, right? So I went to that exact day when he filmed it on Space Engine and saw the exact same eclipse that he filmed, and saw the path of totality. So tell me that's not accurate.
But
any solar
or a model or a program that's programmed to accurately represent what happens in reality is not that hard to make.
Yeah, because it matches reality based on the Earth being a globe.
Perpetual of the same pattern every year after year after year.
Yeah, if it wasn't what it was, then it wouldn't match.
Yeah, but by recognizing a pattern and saying, and then claiming, hey, by the way, I recognize, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red. And if I say I'm going to make a prediction and it's going to be red, oh, look, and I'm going to make a claim that says that the unicorn gods called it to red, and therefore I made a correct prediction and it's red, and therefore unicorn gods exist, right? Because my prediction's accurate.
I think it's a little more intuitive than that.
But it's
I think it's a little more intuitive than that. But okay,
you're making it more complicated. All you're doing is taking a statement that you can't prove and making a model around it and saying, look at the thing that I just created to accurate. That's not.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not predictions.
Yeah, but
the bottom line is they've happened before and they'll happen again, and they're post-dictions, not predictions.
using a round Earth and a sun that's far away, and a moon that's at the distance.
So then it's not making predictions. It's making post-dictions on either model. Is that what you're claiming?
Exactly. No, it's using those measurements, right, and saying, hey, on these specific days, this is going to happen, and lo and behold, it happens in reality. Like, why is it? But the thing is, why is it that you guys can't make a small scale model and make these predictions?
Excuse me, hold on. Are you saying that you have to have a globe to make predictions of like eclipses and shit?
Sure.
Because no one told that to the fucking Mayans, bro.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, right. When was the first person?
So how accurate were they? Could they give you the time?
They still use the Soros cycles predictions on the flat with the flat Earth.
Can that give you the location and the time? What's going to happen?
The anti-Kythera mechanism can.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, yes. I mean, the bottom line is yes, man. I mean, really, the bottom line is yes. But then we realize it's a globe, right? Yes.
Can it tell you exactly what time and what location it's going to happen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody show me that, please.
Okay, so the anti-Kythera was the anti-Kythera was used for navigation, right? And based on where you were with the input of your navigation, you would be able to predict all kinds of things. And in fact, they still don't even fully understand it. There's like 10 different aspects of it that they don't understand to this day. And it was incredibly accurate. And it was, of course, utilizing a geocentric Earth. Have you ever looked into the anti-Kythera mechanism?
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, it's not going to tell you exactly what day and what time.
Yes, it does.
And have they actually recreated it to make predictions? And if so, I would like to see that evidence, please.
It's pretty easy evidence to find. You can just Google it.
Okay.
If you can Google it,
all right, I'm gonna go Google it right now.
Good.
Like the whole
there's also
need a globe to make predictions. It's so stupid.
What's the Prague clock or something?
Yeah, the astronomical clock in Prague.
Yeah, there's that one. Check that one out. That's
610 years old.
Yep.
Anti-Kythera was, I mean, it's thousands, It's like
that's way older. But
yeah,
I feel like the clock in Prague's kind of based off that, isn't it? With all the gears and shit in it.
It's similar, but the anti-Kythera is like mind-blowingly intricate. Like they still don't even fully understand it. Yeah, like it's insane.
I should find the company, but there's a company. They're not a flat Earth company. They're a globe Earth company, but they sell they're like $10. It's like a pocket disc. You can turn the disc, and according to your location, set your location on the back of it, and then you turn the discs for these predictions. It's a pocket carry around.
Yeah.
But the funny part is that they brag about like how the globe is like so advanced and all this. They still don't even understand the Antikythera all the way. Like they were better at mapping the sky back then. That's the irony of it.
Mm-hmm. They have to invent dark matter now to explain all their crap.
Why are we?
Dark matter.
So just because
by the way, also I have an explanation to explain all your observations about the sun and the moon. It's really just
good.
called
But
dark
I also
refraction.
want to point out real quick, just
dark
because it's
refraction.
possible. Oh, good. Just because it's possible to be done on a globe model or the flat model, that doesn't mean either one. But that you can't wrap your head around the idea that it was done from a flat baseline is unbelievable. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what I'm reading here, it did predict eclipses, but it doesn't say anywhere where it would tell you the exact time or location on Earth.
Dude, they used to chop off people's heads and roll them down the pyramids exactly until the eclipse happened. And then they knew exactly when to stop. They had it all lined up and they timed everything.
Yeah, it was used for navigation. How would it not know the location, bro?
Well, it doesn't say anything about that here. So.
He meant in the 3 minutes that he read one. He means in the 3 minutes that he went and Googled one article, he hasn't found anything, is what he's telling you.
If you have something somewhere else I can look at.
Yeah, it is named greatest navigation tool on Earth. Doesn't say anything about location. Yeah.
Just like they say celestial navigation is only possible on a globe, yet the fucking Vikings were flat earthers and they did celestial navigation just fucking fine.
Vikings were flat earthers? Okay.
Yes, you moron. Sorry, I gotta stop with this. But yeah.
Yeah, just because it's possible doesn't prove either one, but it's great that you can realize that it's
I love it. I love that. I love that.
B-ball, hold on. Who just called the name? I'm keeping track.
That was me. I apologized.
Yeah,
what's your name? What's your name?
It was B-ball calling Travis a liar earlier. That was
you
B-ball.
You get your name put on the board.
Yeah, right. B-ball on the board. Yeah, B-ball on the board for calling Travis a liar.
You write 10
you're
sentences.
Board, B-ball.
Okay. How do I get?
What was that guy's name though? We just called him a moron.
B-ball.
Oh, you tattletales.
No, not B-ball. The other guy.
Well, just put B-ball into that one too.
He's on the board. B-ball's on the board, bro. Who else?
Yeah,
is
but
going
he should
on
be on the board twice. You know what I'm saying? We probably missed one or two.
All right.
Yeah, go back and listen how many times I actually called him a name, though, and listen how many times he called me a name.
Let's just not name call, please. Let's continue on with the thing and just don't name
B-ball has a website where he calls all flat earthers all the
biggest bigot. Yeah, I'll call him a name. Put me on the board, Jeremy, for calling B-ball.
No.
Bigot.
Listen,
I want to be on the board.
Leaves the whole world.
Nobody's going on the board. Let's just not call names, guys, please.
No, I want to be on the board. B-ball is a
bigot. You're not on the board. Nope, you're not on the board.
I can't even get on the board.
out.
We just move on, man. Let's just move on. I don't think the idea is bad though, because it does kind of devolve. Once one person says a name, it just turns into a shit show. So I have to work on it as well. Blah, blah, blah. We can move on, I think.
Yeah, to be fair, that guy did apologize right after he said it. He was like, man, I gotta quit doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, even though B-ball is a moron, he needs to work on it, and not do it. And he did apologize for calling B-ball a moron.
Wait, put him on the board. Hold on. He
was repeating what the guy said.
Yeah, he did apologize for calling B-ball a moron. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. Can we move on?
I'm drowning in pettiness. I'm drowning in pettiness. Can I get a
No, it was name calling because he said even though B-ball's a moron. So that was name calling right there.
No, he was quoting
what
the other guy said.
Well, where were
we?
Moving on, baby.
Moving on. Back on track with it.
All right,
is B-ball a moron? I mean, we need to figure this out first.
Moving on from town to town.
Here's a good question. If I was a flat earther, would I still be a moron?
The answer
you probably would. Yes, I'll say yes.
Dude,
I'll go with yes for 500.
Yeah, you can be stupid.
No matter what you are.
Let's just clarify, okay? So you can be stupid and think the Earth's a globe, and you can be stupid and think the Earth's a globe, and you can be stupid and know the Earth is flat because, you know, the simplicity of falsification of radius is, it doesn't require like 150 IQ or anything. So I don't think that either side is exclusive to intellect. So it's just kind of ridiculous to do it. Yeah.
I agree with
Let's
that. But
get
he
back
did
on
ask
track,
the
though. The
question.
Antikythera mechanism. The Antikythera mechanism. Where were we?
Well, yeah, it's used
We
for
were on.
navigation, and it predicts the eclipses and the exact angle and everything to like a mind-blowing degree.
Yeah.
And there's still like 10 different things that they don't even understand about it. They try to dismiss it the entire time because they thought there's no way they could have intricately predicted all the stuff that it ended up predicting. They thought there was no way that it could possibly be as advanced as it was thousands of years ago. And it was a geocentric model.
Yeah, and
So they don't know
B-Ball's
everything about it, even.
Well, no, B-Ball does. We're going to let B-Ball describe it to us now that he's done a 3-minute Google search on probably one topic.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, let me read like two more articles.
Never said I knew everything about it. Never said that, so that's a lie.
Yeah, it just means there's more to discover. That what we know is not as much as what they know.
Yeah, what happens in the sky in the cyclical nature is also not exclusive to either way. It doesn't prove either way. So it's just really ignorant thing for Glovers to bring up.
It's muggy out here.
Hey, Austin, did you hear what somebody said? I'm not sure if it was No Tanks or Vaxy Waxy. I've never seen those guys in here before. Welcome. Did you hear what one of those guys were saying about the 6 months out of the year would be different moon phases because of the same the changes of the sun's position?
Yeah, that was the original topic, but then it got out of hand. I don't know fucking how.
Well, don't worry about the personal shit. Let's go back to that. Who was it that was saying that?
It was personal, right?
That was No Tanks.
Will they get out of that by
No
using
tanks.
the 4-minute difference in sidereal day? Because when you do that and you add it up, it always keeps the Earth the same side facing the sun with that sidereal day and not a solar day.
That's why they had to add it and change the calendars also to fit their model.
But I never understood that anyway. If the Earth is what's rotating, everything should move at the exact same rate.
Oh, what do you mean? Everything.
Well, why would you have a difference between a
Why would the
sidereal and a
time
solar?
change? Yeah.
What?
The Earth is rotating at a constant rate.
Okay.
Why would anything change?
What do you mean? Well, what's changing?
Tilt. Oh, my.
Axial tilt.
Axial
tilt.
Yeah, you're referring to like the summer days being longer and shit. Because that would be the tilt.
Great.
No.
So hold on. So here we go. Here's the question: was the tilt first observed, or was it a concept to solve a problem?
I'll go with the second one for about $1 million.
No, it is.
Anybody? Any baller? Was
It
the
is what
tilt
it is.
observed?
That's Howard's way of saying it was a concept.
Right.
Just a sly way.
Every
That's why I
single
said
one.
Howard.
Yeah. Every single one of.
I think there's 2 individuals that actually discovered it.
Great. So
they saw the tilt?
Please provide the evidence that they saw the tilt. Yeah.
No, they didn't see it, but they.
Okay.
That's kind of like asking who discovered the Earth curve. Like, who's the first person to measure the Earth curve of the Earth?
Why is this suddenly the argument now? Why can't we just stay on
Arma?
one?
No, Arma. You need to
jumping around like for
Arma.
a bunch of like
Arma.
Something I don't know.
You
It's
asked
not,
a question. Yeah, you asked a question. I have the answer for you. Because the concept preceded the observation. The Earth wasn't curved as an observation. Okay? The Earth wasn't measured to be curved as an observation. The Earth wasn't seen to rotate as an observation. It's a concept. All of your primary claims are conceptual. Nothing was observed first. So everything that you have now built to support those primary claims are conceptual as well. So it doesn't matter. You guys want to argue these points that you have now today, but these points and arguments that you have now today are built on false premises that began 500 plus years ago, man.
I mean,
That's another terrible argument. Another terrible argument is the prediction thing. You guys conflate prediction to just looking at stuff and then coming up with why you think it works. Like, it's just intellectual honesty. It's just exhausting.
But then you see if that prediction it matches. If it doesn't match, then
it's not a prediction if you have to see it first.
No, they predicted. Hey, this happens.
Yeah,
right?
they saw it first, B-Ball.
Hold on.
This why is this happening?
Because you're
maybe
not
it's
being
because
specific.
Because you're
Give us
not
a
listening. You're not
You're not
listening.
being honest.
You're not paying
It's like-
attention. You're not
I'm gonna
listening.
try again.
You're not
I'm gonna
being
try again to
honest.
get out what I was
You're not
saying.
learning.
I'm
So
Let's not
before you
interrupt him, B-Ball. We're not going to interrupt you. Can you give us some specificity, please?
I'm gonna try and say what I was saying. They
no, it
observed
wasn't
something.
specific enough.
They
It
said,
wasn't.
"Hey,
No.
this might
What?
be."
Observed
Oh my God.
what? Observed what? Can't
Yeah,
just say something
we don't
in
just want to
general.
hear like sophistry. Yeah, we don't want to hear like you talk about like specifically what was predicted because it used the heliocentric model. It was predicted and then proven to be accurate. Don't tell us like, oh look, this happens all the time. Then we worked in the model and look, it keeps happening. Therefore, model's correct. That's ridiculously ignorant and remedial.
David Wardlaw Scott wrote.
But to be fair, everyone did interrupt him. So if you have something specific, you can give us some specificity. That'd be great.
But the light of the moon is altogether different from the light of
No
the
tinks
sun.
or hot, Mike.
Therefore, the light of the moon is not
I
reflected.
hear Eric Dubay.
Light red.
No tinks or hot. Thank you. B-Ball, I backed him off of you, man, if you want to try to give us something specific.
That's
Sorry about that.
classic.
Okay, Left Lane, not trying to spar with you, but I want you to see how you realize I do clearly moderate both ways. I think maybe we can all take notes here. So B-Ball, if you have something specifically that you'd like to invoke, that'd be cool. We don't want to hear like a long, drawn out, broad, vague claim of victory. Though we need some like substantive specificity. The only ones I've ever heard is like the supposedly relativity predicted seeing a star around something during an eclipse. I've never even heard another one. So do you have any? Okay, we'll move on. The overall point I'm making is Glover's. It's kind of a dishonest tactic to pretend that when you see reoccurring events in the sky, we document them. Then you create a model to try to integrate these observations into your model with explanations, and then you're like, "Look, it predicts it perfectly. It works. Therefore, globe model confirmed." It's dishonest tactic. That's a pretty remedial argument. It makes no sense.
That doesn't happen. When somebody says something's a prediction, it's not because they saw something happen. It's because they predicted something was going to happen and then it happened.
Okay, do you
Two
have
different
any
things.
examples except for supposedly seeing the star around the eclipse?
No, there's any eclipse from any location. So I know that there's been models before that can predict when an eclipse is going to occur. However, now we have predictions for where, when, and exactly down to the minute when an eclipse is going to occur. And when time and date tells you, and then you see it, that's a prediction being made, and then it being confirmed.
And to clarify, you're saying that you're claiming exclusivity. You're saying that a geocentric model cannot tell you where you'll see the eclipses.
No, I'm just saying our model can. I haven't seen another model that can predict exactly when and where an eclipse is going to occur. I know ones that come close, but they don't really hit the mark because, like I said, ours tells you exactly where and when the shadow is going to be observed from. And I've never seen another model that does.
So do you have
the Mayans done it?
Do you have
they did
evidence
not.
that those? Do you have evidence that those eclipses had never happened before?
That those eclipses never happened before? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
eclipses happen all the time. But our model predicts is when and where the shadow will be observed from.
Right. Hold on. So simply because we have
Heliocentric
more
model predict when and where. Is that your claim?
We have simply because we have more information now in terms of locations and ways to be more specific with our times. If we have a recurring eclipse and we have one that's coming up and it doesn't happen but every 135 years, which means it happened 135 years ago, and we know where it was observed 135 years ago, pretty sure we can get close to predicting where it's going to happen again, right?
Our model doesn't say that they happen every 135 years. Our model shows what do you call it? Yeah, the model
I'm
that
confused.
we
Why can't a geocentric Earth?
What's the steer cycle?
Yeah, I was just.
That's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But the Saros cycle.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the Saros cycle. If you look at it, the way that we predict how it actually evolves over time, it doesn't do the same thing every time. It does. It shifts as it goes. Our predictions match that. So that's not based on recorded history, because we have that model. You know, we have that model all the way into thousands of years.
Specifically, what is exclusive to the heliocentric model claims that explain the difference in the eclipses? Specifically,
the predictions, which is what I brought up. The predictions will tell you when on the Earth. I mean, when down to the minute, and where on Earth these shadows will be observed from, and what parts of the Earth they'll cover up.
Based on
the position, of these objects in the sky, where they actually are.
What you said, it changes over time. Okay, so what claim of the model is providing exclusivity specifically?
Which variable? Which variable?
Movements, the bodies, where they are in the sky, and how they move.
Show that.
Okay, how is that exclusive to a spinning ball?
Well, what makes it exclusive is the fact that you don't have a flat model that does the same thing.
Okay, like
so the moon is so, if the moon is so big, it's like a planet up in the sky, and the whole world can see the sky, right?
Yeah.
Why is it exclusive to this globe? That
they can't answer. They can't answer. So like all they have is that for hundreds of years, tons of people have worked together on this model for them. Okay, and so billions and billions of dollars, the world's governments, hundreds and hundreds of years, have all worked together, and they've had to consistently update it and change it, and it's still being updated to this day. And they have all these people doing it for them. And they say, you guys don't even have a model, as if the 12 of us here on Discord should compete with the hundreds of years and billions of dollars of the world's governments coming up with one model, as if they came up with one. And they can't offer any substantive specificity of exclusivity. It's a very simple request.
I'm hearing it too, for sure. So if the whole world is seeing the moon, because it's so big, it's as big as a planet, why does it matter where you are on Earth?
I don't understand your question.
Because sometimes
why would the location matter? The whole world is seeing the whole big moon.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't see it because it's on the other side of the Earth.
I just want to conclude the last argument.
So that's your claim. That's what I'm trying to help you with your own claim. That's what you're claiming then.
Let's conclude the last argument first to make sure that we're clear that predictions aren't just when people see something happen before and then claim that they understand how it works. Predictions are based on us predicting what's going to happen and then observing it happen.
Kosher, you said that there were changes that happen, and only the globe Earth model can predict them. And I've asked you now 5 times to offer substantive specificity as to the changes and the variable that is explaining the changes that are exclusive to a spinning globe model.
Yeah, you guys claim that the Saros cycle, which repeats every 18 years, is perfectly going to tell you where it's going to be every 18-year cycle, but it doesn't. It doesn't tell you where it's going to be on the Earth at all. So the time and the position that you're going to see the shadows from, which is what our model predicts, is exclusive to our model.
Dude, the Antikythera predicted up to hundreds and hundreds of year cycles and tells you every little characteristic about the eclipse, and that's from 2,000 years ago, and it's geocentric. We just covered that.
Yeah, it did not do that. It did not tell you where it was going to occur.
Yes, it did. It was a navigation tool.
It simply used the Saros cycle,
which is flat.
So this is why I'm saying it's a dishonest tactic, because if what you're claiming, what you guys claim, which is that the globe Earth has some exclusivity, you'd be able to effortlessly say, well, based on the actual tilt and the change that happens every this many years and based on this amount of vector change, that's why we're able to explain it, and that's why there's a gradual change, and only the globe Earth can explain it. But you guys can never do anything like that. You just keep on saying vague claims over and over.
And also the reason why we don't have eclipses every month is because of that 5-degree tilt of the moon's orbit.
Right. So you imagine that the sun is so big, right? I mean, this is not about the moon, right? So you can go back to the moon and equate it, right? You imagine that the sun is so big that the Earth has to spin to give you nighttime. And then flat Earth says, no, the sun could be a lot smaller and just move around the Earth, right? So there's no, one doesn't prove the other.
Yeah, but there's
right?
so many problems with that. You should be able to think about that and understand why that doesn't work.
All right, I thought about it.
Here's the problem.
So now, what is exclusive to your moon prediction?
The problem is they really think the heliocentric model, the grass is greener when they live on a flat Earth.
Well, first of all, whenever you guys explain what you think is going on, and then we show you a representation of what you explain, you call it a straw man.
Yeah, the issue with the moon is that the moon. There's a few issues with the moon. Is that the phases should flip every 6 months, right? That's one of the issues, right? With the other one is the Solenoidal eclipse, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? There's people viewing the stars through the moon. That's another impossibility.
Wait, real fast. Just with the eclipses, before we change it, dude, Bebo, you need to understand this, okay? Even relativity, right? Relativity itself is explaining that there is no difference in a geocentric and heliocentric perspective other than a coordinate system preference. The motion in the sky is based on a coordinate system preference. That is what Einstein said.
Yeah, but a geocentric model doesn't explain retro movement of the moon.
No claim was made to it.
Yeah, wait. We're not talking about causal claims, because just because you've come up with a theory doesn't mean anything, right? Because we haven't made a claim. We don't have to. That's not the point.
Very simple.
You're claiming exclusivity of prediction.
Yeah.
Flat Earth, right? I should expect to see certain things, and we don't see those certain things.
So can you offer your concession that when it comes to the quote unquote predictability that you're touting exclusivity of, that is not accurate, because even relativity itself says it's nothing more than a coordinate system preference. That's what Einstein himself said.
What am I conceding? What am I conceding to?
You're claiming, dude, you're touting exclusivity of predictability. Yet, even Einstein himself said that there is no difference between a geocentric and heliocentric perspective other than a philosophical coordinate system preference.
Oh, okay. So what?
Okay.
That's exactly what relativity is described as.
He's telling,
however,
you can't prove either. Is what he's saying. You can't prove either.
Well, there's no exclusivity.
Regardless,
exclusivity according to Einstein himself.
Regardless, you ask for exclusivity, right? And the asterocycle, I think, is like 18 years, and I forget exactly how many days, but it's like a certain amount of hours. So it's 8 hours, right? So that means that an event that happened on the asterocycle today, you jump ahead one asterocycle to the same point in the future, like one asterocycle ahead, the eclipse will occur at the same moment, right? Because it'll be exactly the point in the asterocycle that's one cycle ahead. However, the actual day is going to be rotated slightly on our model. The model says that if it's not a complete day, then that point during the day is going to be at a different point in the day, which means it's going to be a different position on Earth, which means that the idea that the Earth is rotating, as it does in our model, allows us to predict where it's going to occur on Earth, where it doesn't do that on any other model if the Earth's not rotating. The cycle is repeating, but the Earth is at a different point in its rotation during that same moment in the next cycle.
Wait, I was actually reading. Well, can you summarize concisely your exclusivity, please?
Yes, the asterocycle is not divided equally by days. There's some hour length, I think 8 hours. So if the eclipse occurs today, the same eclipse will occur 18 years, some months, some days, and 8 hours the next time. And the problem with that is even though the objects will be in the same position in the sky, the sun and the moon, the Earth will be at a different rotation. So in order to perfectly predict where that eclipse is going to be seen from and where the shadow is going to run over, you're going to have to understand that the Earth is rotating. Otherwise, there's no way to make that prediction.
But I just told you the Antikythera, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's an astronomical.
Yeah, but you were wrong about
calculating
that. I'm
just gonna read it. So yes, it was a navigation tool, and using your location, it would tell you what eclipse you would observe. Okay, so the ancient Greek astronaut, and it's assumed to be Greek, by the way.
And they found real quick. They
calculating
found it
machine.
at the bottom of the ocean because they were navigating with it. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. It was on ships. Known as the anti-Kythera mechanism, predicted eclipses based on a 223 lunar month sail cycle. Eclipses are indicated on a four-turn spiral sail dial by glyphs, which describe type and time of eclipse and include alphabetical index letters referring to solar eclipse inscription. It would even tell you things like the color, the amount of shadow, the angles viewed relative to your location based on your navigational input. So why is it that if you just don't know something, it's cool, but don't make claims of exclusivity? It's just dishonest. That's my point.
You just said it did a 223 serocycle. That's what it's based on. That's what I told you it was based on. So that means that it cannot tell you where the eclipse is going to occur. For the reason I just said. It's not exactly 223 months. There's a certain amount of hours.
That's only one of the dials. That's only one of the dials. It has 30 of them, okay? And they continue to reverse engineer it with a very intricate computing algorithm, and they found out that it can predict extremely accurate up to 500 years. So
360 dot here. It literally says the GPS of the Romans, the anti-Kythera mechanism. I mean,
exactly.
This is a Google search.
Yeah, what were
and
the other
even,
dials?
They still understand. What? They don't understand all the dials. Just look it up. I'm not claiming to know everything about it. I know for a fact that it was used for navigational input, and it would tell you what eclipse that you viewed based on your navigational input. And you guys are saying
that the anti-Kythera mechanism was based on a flat Earth?
It was based on a geocentric Earth.
Okay, so that's not flat.
It had nothing to do with that. It was just the central Earth position looking at the sky.
Yeah, unless they included the Earth rotating, that's impossible.
Well, they didn't though. It was a geocentric Earth position, and they actually only reluctantly admitted this. And they tried to handwave dismiss the efficacy of this because they thought there's no way they could have known without knowing all the stuff we know about the globe now. And then they kept on getting proven wrong. And they still don't fully understand it. There are still numerous dials that they don't even understand. And every single time they get another one completed, it gives them more details, including the angle of view and everything. So
right here's another Google search on the same page, the 2D anti-Kythera mechanism. I mean, it's just right on page 1.
And it's admittedly geocentric.
Okay,
2D.
That's great. Well, that makes the Earth round then.
No, it doesn't
2D.
mean the Earth is round. So, and for one, first you were claiming heliocentric exclusivity. And what you guys need to learn is if the Earth isn't rotating, then that means it's not revolving. Those are not mutually exclusive. They're dependent upon each other. In your paradigm, if the Earth's revolving, it has to be rotating. Right?
Okay,
I mean, you guys must have forgot the original argument of is the Earth spinning or is the sky spinning?
Does it predict the retrograde motion of planets?
Yes, that's in a cycle as well, B-Ball.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, man.
And you can explain all of these, even within
you're saying all these things, but I don't see.
This is so bad. It's like, at least,
you're kind of disproving yourself. So the Earth can't be flat because of this mechanism, right?
Sure, just prove there's no exclusive. It's not exclusive to the globe. That's all, man.
Yeah. Wait. Why can't? So you're saying the Earth can't be geocentric if it's flat?
No, because okay, which one is it? Is it flat or is it a globe?
Flat.
It's flat, right?
It's
okay.
flat.
How do you know that this mechanism is exclusive to a flat Earth?
We didn't know.
Geocentric.
We said geocentric.
Okay, geocentric means it's a globe then.
It doesn't mean it's a globe.
Holy dude, are you okay right now? Did you suffer a head trauma?
He's going through Cognis. Just let him get past it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Because
come on, man, stop it.
He probably
his
just got back
website.
from Walgreens.
What's that?
We don't have to like insult him or whatever, but it's like, dude, this is clearly cognitive dissonance. Dude, okay, geocentric is not exclusive to globe or flat. Flat can be geocentric as well. This mechanism was geocentric. Nothing to do with axial rotation or revolution around the sun. It was geocentric.
But you still can't make an actual model that matches flat Earth, though. That's the problem.
Okay, I just now explained how incredibly
you can look to
dishonest
this mechanism and make claims. You can look to this mechanism and make claims about it, but it still doesn't you still can't actually model a flat Earth to make these things match observations.
You can measure angles from a horizontal plane to take these measurements.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Let's use that horizontal plane, right? So let's say I'm in a specific location and someone else is in a specific location looking at the sun. So that means that if the sun is directly above me, it should be at a specific angle above the horizon for the other person, right?
It's all based on personal
Because
viewing
we have a flat
atmospheric dome.
baseline. Because we have a flat
You can also Google this answer, and NASA will tell you that nobody will view the sun at the same position. It's an apparent position.
Yeah, but
your model claims we never see the actual position of the sun.
B-ball.
If we have
B-ball, listen.
Hold on.
I imagine. Okay, think Earth if Earth. You keep looking up and telling people you're looking down. Try
you're not adding
down.
anything to this conversation.
Yes, I am.
Let's take it one step at a time, okay? Can you acknowledge that the difference in a geocentric and a heliocentric perspective is nothing more than a philosophical coordinate system preference? Yes or no?
Okay.
Do you agree?
But that still doesn't explain the retrograde motion of planets.
Wait. Do you agree?
Of what?
I don't even know what you're saying, man. I really don't understand.
Do you agree?
Let me tap in.
Okay,
I'm not going to agree.
Einstein said there's no terrestrial experiment that can
can't
prove
use
the
Einstein
motion
because
of Earth.
Einstein didn't believe the Earth was flat.
That's a straw man. That's called a straw man. I didn't say that he believed the Earth was flat. That's a straw man. Okay, so the point is Einstein himself. I can do whatever I want. It's called a hostile witness. Because I'm pointing out the dishonesty in your guys' tactics, that the hero that gave you the glue for your model was on life support, and then relativity came in to save the day. Einstein said there is no terrestrial experiment that can prove the Earth's motion in space. Not optical. That's a different quote. He said terrestrial experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth in space, and that prior to relativity it was hard to reconcile these negative results. That is what he said. He also said that the difference in a geocentric and heliocentric model is nothing more than a coordinate system preference.
Does that mean we can't detect them now?
So did many others, by the way. It wasn't just Einstein.
Can you give me a terrestrial experiment that proves the motion of the Earth in space?
Retrograde motion of planets?
So Einstein didn't know about retrograde motion of planets.
I don't know. Did he? I don't know.
It's been known for thousands of years, dude.
Maybe he did.
I would hope he did. I would really hope he did.
Yeah, he didn't believe the Earth was flat either. So
no one said he believed the Earth was flat.
Okay, well then why are you using him as in some sort of
because
argument?
it's called a hostile witness. I'm pointing out that you're wrong about your own belief system.
Hostile witness again. Okay.
You're wrong about your own belief system.
Earth is Life. Do you know what a hostile witness is?
Yes, I know what a hostile witness is.
So repeat it back.
Uses it all the time.
Okay, repeat it back so everyone knows.
No, I'm not gonna repeat anything to you, man. It's not an interrogation. What is this, an interrogation?
You dismissed it as you don't understand it. That's why I'm just curious.
It's just, can you articulate? All this is see, can you articulate your idea to an audience? Yes or no? No, you can't.
Listen, I'm not gonna.
Wait, a hostile witness is one chosen for your own side, but says things detrimental to your case, in which you have to treat them as a hostile witness in order to drag it out of them. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the legal definition.
You're wrong.
Okay, here's what it is. Okay, here's what
I think you might be right on that.
When you guys make claims about your model and your belief system, your paradigm, but you're inaccurate, what I'm doing is invoking people that gave you your very belief system that you're wrong about to show you that you're wrong about your own claim. Okay? That's what's going on here.
Just because someone
so a hostile witness is the correct term. Yeah, that was actually
Einstein is
just because someone doesn't know everything about the model, does that make the model invalid? Because I might not know everything about the model.
Because
why do you always
level status?
You always make straw men, though. No. See, when you make claims that are wrong about your belief, I now go to I call them priests, okay? Your quote unquote scientific leaders that gave you the very belief system you're touting to correct you because you're wrong about it. Prior to us being able to have a substantive exchange about it, You need to actually know what you're defending.
That doesn't disprove the model though.
No one claimed that it did.
Because you might find something that someone doesn't know, and you go and Google something. Oh, look, you were wrong about that. That doesn't mean the model is wrong. That just means that person didn't probably know that. That's great.
Right. That isn't the point, though. I didn't bring it up to say that it proves anything. What I did was point out that within your paradigm, okay, there is no exclusivity from the Earth to geocentric or heliocentric. You're just wrong about it when you claim that it has to be heliocentric, and we have proof with experiments on the Earth that prove that. You're wrong.
But I think humanity knows that it's not geocentric. I think we know that.
Oh, how do we know that?
I think we've figured that out yet. Don't
How
ask
so?
me how, but I think we figured it out.
Well, we don't care what you say.
What I would say to you is, from what I'm hearing in your voice,
Discord is not the place to ask you.
Is there anything you'd like me to send you? Certain topics? I would like to welcome you to Flat Earth. From what I'm hearing in your voice,
Discord is not the place to ask questions like this.
I know. I can send you other topics.
Why not?
From other
Eight Ball, why not?
No, we didn't. No, we just come here to
all the
conversate and try
scientists,
and make arguments. I think.
all the scientists, all the engineers brought to market a service for you to use to share your ideas, and you suddenly think it's not the place for you to share your ideas. This means you're in denial of science. You're in denial of the engineers. Not Flat Earth. Flat Earth can share its ideas, no problem. You can't.
Okay.
You can't.
Because you wanted your day off.
What?
Don't you see a problem with that? All these people.
Sorry, I missed
work.
the last minute of what you were talking about. I switched from my phone to my PC.
Okay, all the people, all the engineers, all the scientists worked endless hours to bring to market a product for you to share your ideas, but you can't. But Flat Earth can. So who is denial of science at that point?
What are you talking about?
You?
You're gonna be taking an important step from this point on. It sounds like, and at this point on, you're either gonna delude yourself purposely, or you can get willingly with your free will.
I got one for you right now. I can use a Flat Earth model.
Sideways.
I'll use the Flat Earth model right now to make a prediction.
Go ahead.
Chaz is 100% Mr. Giggles. 100%.
Yeah, that's
I go all
great.
in.
Okay.
So you've got a user right now. Okay, you've got a user right now so obsessed with Flat Earth who claims he's a NASA engineer, a rocket scientist who was on the short list for the next lunar mission. And all he does with his time is make sock account after sock account to troll Flat Earthers.
What does that mean?
It means
what does that got to do with anything?
This environmental conditioning. This guy is guy's a bigger Flat Earther than Flat Earthers are.
Can I see
the first step, which it understands, the first step is to falsify the globe. That it doesn't require the replacement, but you can look for replacement after that. Yeah.
You don't even need to do that.
Yeah,
why
exactly.
do you have to debunk something? Why debunk something that's never been proven?
Well, that's the point, right? I mean, if anyone's being honest about this, if you would just be trying to decide whether or not the positive claim is accurate, and then once it's falsified, that's just, okay, you set it aside. It's falsified now. It's in the trash. And then you can start trying to explain things. But the fact you falsified the positive claim stands on its own. You know, falsification is independent of replacement. And I've never, dude, I say that phrase. I actually intentionally came up with it to where it couldn't be debated. And yet I get the most kickback from Globers. It's insane.
The claim that you falsified, that's a claim also, which hasn't really been substantiated.
We falsified the radius value. Or do you agree that if the radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong?
No, you've asked this question before. It'd just be a bigger ball.
Okay, do you understand why it couldn't just be a bigger ball though? Because we use it for your model. You use it for distances. You use it for gravity. You use it for day and night cycle. You use it for orbital trajectories. So that means every single claim that ever was made about going to space would have to be a lie. That means that the day-night cycle
Not
doesn't
true.
work. Yes, because you have to get what's called a
Yeah, but you
radius
haven't
of orbit.
The
falsified the
time of
radius,
day,
though.
the time, the hours of the day would be different.
You haven't falsified the radius, though. That's the
Oh, so okay, but wait. That's not what I asked you. See, you see how what you just can't be honest. See, I broke
He's
it
addressing
down.
It
something you
starts with
said.
you saying that you falsified the radius,
No,
but you haven't. That's where it starts.
left lane. How is he addressing what I said? When I said, do you agree that
Do I-
if we
do I-
falsified the radius, that would mean that the entire model was wrong? And he said no. And I said, yes, it would. So we're talking about
His
that.
answer is
And then
correct. It would be no.
Once I cornered him, he
Nobody's
then said,
cornered.
"Oh, you haven't
You
falsified the
haven't
radius."
falsified it. You got to falsify it
left
first.
lane,
But do you
agree with
understand
him?
that it would?
Do you agree with him that if we falsify the radius, that the
If you
Earth?
had, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with him then? So now he wants to walk back and skate past it, but that's not how intellectual honesty works, bruh.
But
Listen,
still, we got to
we
address
know
that
how-
fact. We disagree with the fact that you say if we falsified it, yes, that would falsify the globe, but you haven't falsified it.
Exactly.
Okay, that's the next.
Falsified it
I
by
also
what?
want to point out.
10%?
I want
10%?
to point out
100%?
to Earth life why globe clings so hard to refraction is this reason. So hard.
Because what? Do you not think refraction happens? I think even flat earthers agree with refraction.
Okay, wait, real fast, people. Can you first admit that if the radius is falsified, then the entire model is also falsified? Do you agree?
You're
To what
okay, so
degree
you're
with
saying
it?
if
To what
hold on.
degree?
He's okay. Hold on one second.
The
I'll
whole
let you
model
go
is
in.
wrong.
If the Earth was bigger, you're saying,
Yeah, or smaller.
or smaller than the entire model? No, I mean, how much do you think would change?
Everything would change. Let me explain it.
Gravity would be different. Okay,
Gravity
I
would
give you
change.
that.
The distance
Gravity
to
would
the
change.
sun, the size of the sun, the distance of the
I
moon,
don't
the
think the
size of the moon.
I don't think the size of the sun would be a factor.
Yeah, you would have to alter the actual relationship between the Earth, sun, and moon.
Okay, that's great, but have you guys falsified it?
Okay,
That
so
would mean
now,
Venus
so
is a
now we've
different
gotten
size,
to the
right?
fact that we
Why do you-
understand. Now we've gotten past the facts, even though it was a struggle, that objectively the accuracy of the model depends on the accuracy of the radius value. Everything does depend on that size and that mass and everything. Okay.
Okay, so
What
now
degree with
how
it?
did you
1% off? 10% off?
No, like less
What's
than
the
1%.
error?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1% is it going to move the needle?
Less than 1% will falsify the entire model.
No.
Okay, so how much could it be off then?
I don't know. I haven't done the math. Have you?
Yeah, actually, it could be less than like 2 miles in either direction.
Have you done the math?
I got this
I'd like
from
to
an
see that
actual.
math.
I got this from an actual globe Earth source.
So you haven't done the math. You haven't done the experiments. You haven't done anything for yourself, but you got it from somebody.
No, like
That's
an
not important
educational
to us.
source. Yeah, like a educational
what?
source on your side. Like it was like
Cite the source.
Stanford or something.
Cite the source.
Okay, so to clarify, you don't actually know. You're just saying you don't think so.
No, this is your claim. You cite your source.
Okay, well, here's the deal. If the size gets bigger, the mass changes, and once the mass changes, then gravity has to change.
You said 2 miles is going to make a difference. I want to see your source.
Okay, I'll have to find it. I'm not doing it right now. So
okay, well then the argument's for you till you find it. Here we go.
Well, okay, cool story. So we can go even up to 1%. Do you think that if it was more than 1% off, it'd still be accurate? Can you give us what you think it is?
I haven't done the math. This isn't my argument.
So do you have any idea? Do you have any estimate or anything? Or are you just trying to be a contrarian?
I haven't done the math. I'm not going to guess. I don't know what the answer is. But I disagree
you know he's wrong.
It being off.
Well, wait. How would you do the math? Do you know what
claim.
You didn't do the
wait,
math.
I bet
so
you.
how do you know
I
he's
bet you
wrong?
$100. You don't know the answer to this question. How would you do the math?
It's your claim. What's
you
it?
wouldn't know it either.
$100.
I don't need to know it.
But how would you do the math? But how would
It's
you
your
do the math?
claim.
What's the process? What would be the math?
It's your claim.
You don't
to
know.
prove.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
I don't have to have an
Now
idea.
his
It's
answer
your
is gonna be
claim.
because you don't know it, and he might be looking at it right now. Now he's gonna try and spout off the math.
I'm not looking at anything. I'm not
Okay.
looking at anything. I'm on a phone, just chilling because I don't have to lie. So anyway, here's
You
the deal.
kinda do, though.
We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 264,000 miles. Okay, so it's not even
Wait,
remotely
say
close.
that again. Say that
We
again.
have observations where the radius of the sphere would have to be 264,000 miles.
Without refraction?
We mean without,
With or without refraction?
So refraction isn't a sufficient rebuttal to explain the observation. You want to know why?
Why not?
Okay, I'll teach you guys why. So you guys invoke something called standard refraction. Okay, and then your mathematical representation of that is 7/6R. Now, fundamentally on its face, we have two problems with that. For one, it's a category error. You're actually fluctuating the R value itself. And secondly, it's a begging the question fallacy where you reify the R value. But the biggest problem, even beyond that, is that 7/6R is what you call standard refraction. The way that you got that number is you went out and made observations and then got an average, quote unquote, of it being 16% bigger than it looking 16% bigger than it actually is supposed to be. But it's even worse than that because it wasn't actually an average. It's what's called a weighted mean. So we actually get observations that are significantly bigger than that. The radius value would be way off. But if it's not within your predetermined window, you just throw it out.
Yeah,
That's
because
how
if I measure something,
Pretty much what standard
10
means.
feet, if I measure something 10 feet, and one of those times I measure 30 feet, I'm gonna throw the 30 feet out, aren't I?
well, this is when you're making the claim of a physical geometric obstruction, right? And the other position is that it's just an apparent location, and we see that it's clearly just an apparent location. It constantly fluctuates. For you to just throw out everything that would falsify your presupposed physicality is intellectually dishonest. That's
you'd have to
cherry
make
picking.
those observations.
The standard is not exact. That's the whole idea behind standard. A standard is not exact.
And you'd have to make
No,
those
the whole idea
observations
behind
not just in
standard
one
is that
place.
it's an average.
You have to make
Yeah.
those observations not just
Okay,
in
but
one
this isn't
place.
an
mean or
average.
something
This
like
is
that. Yes.
this isn't an average. This is a
It doesn't have
weighted
to be a
mean.
strict average. Yeah, that is what's wrong with that?
Well, this is what's wrong with it. Okay, so in order to even get your standard refraction, you have to beg the question of the R value. You have to assume it's accurate. Then you have to predetermine a window that you're going to accept. So anything outside that window, you're just going to completely disregard in entirety because you're not even entertaining the possibility that you're wrong about the R value. You are assuming it to 100% be true, no questions asked. Then you go make observations. You get observations that are way off, and you just throw them out. I talked to a geodetic surveyor about this. He admitted that he gets R value observations that would make R value.
The main surveyor. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, he admitted that he gets them frequently. It's not like it's just some anomaly. It happens frequently, but you just disregard them.
I don't think
okay?
he said that frequently.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and listen to
he
that.
did. Yeah, I actually even talked to him more in depth off air after the debate with James there witnessing it, and I have it recorded. So, and he was decently cordial, so that's why I haven't just completely exposed him. But anyway, the point is that it's called a reification fallacy. It's called a reification fallacy. You're presupposing the validity of your concept, right? That's it. So when you guys invoke standard refraction, dude, it's just a mathematical concept dependent upon the very thing in contention, and you guys literally think it's somehow real. And
So
it's still, how is it real if you're throwing? How is it real if you have to
Refraction is not
disregard
real now.
How is it real if you have to disregard a ton of observations?
Because if I make 10 measurements of something that's 10 feet, and one of those times I get 12 feet, I'm going to throw that out because I know the object is not 12 feet.
But that's not a good analogy because you're not making physical measurements.
Exact analogy.
No, it's not an exact analogy, buddy, because you're not making physical measurements. No, you're not making physical measurements.
You're not getting it. That's the problem.
God.
You're so far behind modern science.
It's a perfect analogy.
And do you see what's hilarious though? You guys bring up refraction a lot, but I know way more about your claim than you do. That's my whole
No,
point.
you don't. No, you don't. Otherwise, you would.
Okay,
accept
you
it.
deny way
Okay,
more.
then you tell me how you get the standard refraction
deny
number. You
way
tell me
more.
how you get. You tell me how you get it then.
Standard refraction.
Where is the
They
physical
observed things that were
measurement
they
from
observed
that?
things that are beyond the geometric horizon and said, hey, there must be something, this atmosphere must do something. What is it? Oh, well, why don't we add like 7/6R? And that makes it pretty much right most of the time. Yeah, we'll call that standard because it happens most of the time. That's what the word standard means.
Okay, so that's always got. That's always got. Dude, no, he
that's
offered
called
no specificity
That's
at all.
called observational science.
Okay, this is what they actually do. So in geodetic surveying, they use plain survey data. Okay, they use plain survey data, and then that's how they have the actual distance to whatever they're observing in the distance. They have to use the plain survey data. They have to use the physical flat Earth measurement.
Geodetics not planar surveying.
No. Listen, buddy. To do geodetic surveying, you have to have plain survey. You have to compile plain survey data first. This is what the geodetic surveyors that actually do it say.
And
so
then
just
they have
because you
to,
say
and then what do they have to account for after that?
Okay, so we get plain survey data,
more.
right? That's how we even have the distances in the first place.
What
Okay?
do they have to account for after a long distance?
Who muted paid Nassau Shield?
That's
Okay,
why I
so
asked who muted me and why.
Okay,
Because
so
you keep crying. You just tears roll out your eyes.
No, I don't cry. I'm just listening to Witsit tell
Okay, in
bullshit.
the past,
wait, here's the
with a-
deal. I'm just gonna wrap it up.
Hold
Okay,
on,
so standard refraction. I know you guys don't understand it. Don't worry. I'll keep teaching you while you pretend you know more about it than I do. So a
just go
7 over
on,
6
stop
R, that's standard
grandstanding.
refraction. 7 over 6 R standard refraction. That's an average of 16% off, meaning there's an apparent radius 16% bigger than what the globe Earth claims the actual geometric horizon is. Okay, so that is a weighted mean within a predetermined window, begging the question of the R value. You throw out tons of observations that would make it way, way, way too big. Okay, and then we have observations that would actually require it not be 7 over 6 R standard refraction, which is a begging the question fallacy anyway. We have an observation that would have to be 400 over 6 R. So, so here's the claim. Here's the question: do you guys think? Are you guys claiming that refraction can result in a 400 over 6 R refractive index rate? Yes or no?
If you have really high
it can
refraction,
happen.
yes.
When you're 1
Okay,
foot above
what
the, when you're 1 foot
specific-
above the ocean, when you're 1 foot above the ocean on a very refractive day, taking a picture. Yes, we have pictures of that. It's called the dead swan.
What specific conditions would be required to attain a 400 over 6 R refractive index rate?
A very big temperature difference, warm air over a cold
Hey,
ocean.
believe it or
probably.
not, specific conditions is not very big.
Cold air,
What's the specific temper differential?
cold layer of air below a warm layer of air.
What's the specific conditions?
We just
told you.
No, specific. What would the
He's
temperature
asking because he
differential
wants
be
like an
specifically?
actual temperature,
That's right, because
no, they didn't take the actual. That's a good question.
He's asking.
That's a good question. What is the actual temperature on the day that the dead duck was taken? Nobody
No,
knows.
no. Here's what you don't understand. Here's what you guys understand. You guys are claiming that
you think a duck is a swan.
This is
You
your
are-
claim, Witsit.
The dead duck.
Listen, you guys are claiming that
you think a duck
You
is a
gotta come
Oh
with
my
data.
God, you guys are imploding because I'm destroying you. You guys
No,
are
you're
claiming
not.
that you
You're just you're making a bunch of
You're making a claim.
you're
You
making
gotta
a
bring
bunch
the
of
data.
noises with your mouth.
I bet if you fundy mute me 5v1, the Earth will start spinning.
Oh, it is spinning.
So-
You can demonstrate that too. That's easy.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Okay, so
Take a
hey,
deep breath. You will survive alternative points of view. You actually will. You will be okay.
Alternative points of bullshit. I understand.
So when you claim you know it's because of refraction, okay, it is very funny to me that you claim to know that, but you guys don't even know like the actual relationship between the rate of refraction and the conditions required.
This is your argument. You have to bring the data.
Well, how is it my argument when you guys are claiming it's
You're making it. You're talking.
You guys,
You claimed it's refraction.
no, you guys said, don't they said earlier you guys have an actual measurement, that you had
Yeah.
actual measurements, and we asked for measurements and then it got sidetracked. Who's
You
got the
claimed a
actual measurement?
geometric horizon to the physical curvature of the Earth. Present when ready.
Could you not have a
block shit bottom
Can you have a could you have a geometric horizon without an apparent horizon?
Yeah. Do you have a
Wait,
place
so you
without?
guys want to ask
Do you have a
every
section?
question in the
Do you
world
have the
except for
section of?
answering my question?
Do you have a section? Do you have a section of the Earth without atmosphere so we can see if the geometric
you
horizon
guys
actually
want to
works?
ask every question in the world except for answering the actual question. But
Yeah,
if
you
you were
never had a
intellectually
question
honest,
either.
you
Do you have
guys
a
keep
place
interrupting me, I'm
without
going to mute you.
atmosphere?
If you keep interrupting me, I'm going to mute you. So you guys want to ask other questions, but you don't want to substantiate your claim of refraction. I need a specific rate, a relationship, a temperature differential. Now, what you guys
7 over
need to
6 R.
understand is you're claiming a coefficient of 2 or more, which is effectively infinite refraction. So you guys don't even realize
What
it,
are
but
you
what you're claiming,
for? You're asking for a difference in temperature.
what you're claiming is that refraction can cause refraction could make us see something literally all the way around the entire Earth.
When have everyone has said that?
That's what a coefficient of 2 or more is.
Yeah, no, also I'm still waiting to see about the actual
7
physical
over
measurement.
6 is greater than 2.
It's working? Is my microphone working?
No, is 400
Hey.
over 6 greater than 2?
Hello?
Yeah,
Is 7
thank you.
over 6 is greater than 2?
But you're claiming 400 over 6.
I'm not claiming 400 over 6.
Well,
You
in the
are.
black swan, you need a rate of
Dead
refraction.
duck. Yeah, I understand.
Listen,
Well,
264,000 divided by
well, I don't remember
3,959 is
anybody claiming.
6.68.
I don't
Okay.
and remember anyone claiming you could see all the way around the world on the dead duck. But okay.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Listen carefully, buddy.
Swans aren't ducks.
Yeah,
No,
so
dead duck. Dead
listen,
swan.
dude.
A swan is not a duck.
Well, you call it
You
the
can go
cock
to
swan, and I'm
Walter
calling it the dead
Bislin's.
duck. It's the same thing.
You can go to Walter Bislin's calculator, the one that you guys use for atmosphere. It'll give you in the bottom. It'll show you the apparent radius. Okay, on the black swan, the apparent radius is 264,000 miles. Okay,
Wow.
that's a rate of refraction of not 7 over 6R, but 400 over 6R. So you need to absorb.
Yeah.
You need to absorb your
Very,
claim. You're
very-
claiming.
It's a very,
You're
very
claiming
refractive
that you
day.
could see all the way around the entire Earth. That's the rate of curvature that
lying.
refraction is imposing is a coefficient of 2 or more. That's infinite refraction.
He was lying on his stomach, 1 foot above a very refractive day. Yeah, we know about this.
Okay, but just be intellectually honest. Absorb your claim that you are claiming that refraction can make you see around the entire Earth.
Did somebody claim that they saw around the world?
Far away, yes.
But you're claiming that rate is possible.
Well, it's obviously possible. The picture was taken.
So the
You
rate
know
is
it's not a
possible. There's
picture.
zero
Wait, here,
angle.
listen, if
Picture's
the globe,
possible.
if the globe is actually, if the globe, yes, if the globe
Your
is actually,
globe is flat. Just
if
say
the
your
globe
globe
is
is
actually,
flat.
if the globe is actually as far as you say, how come we don't see that dead duck picture every day we go out to that site? We normally
because I
see
never
it
see it here.
Okay, well here's the deal, right? So what you guys don't
yours changes. Radius yours changes every once in a while.
I never see it here.
No.
in
What you
Hawaii.
guys don't understand is that the horizon is just an apparent location of convergence based on limited perspective and
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
atmospheric conditions. So
Yes,
it
atmospheric
constantly moves-
conditions. Thank you.
It constantly moves and
Yeah,
fluctuates,
atmosphere.
right?
All right,
So
here's
whenever
a
it's
question.
clearer outside,
What's it-
whenever it's clear, wait. When it's clearer outside, you
What
can see
atmospheric conditions are going on here?
further.
What
Actually,
atmospheric
clear,
conditions are going on in this picture?
clear and lots of refraction are not mutually exclusive.
Well, see, I actually make observations. So when you go out into the
You
world
do.
and
Yeah,
it's
so do I.
clearer,
You also
when it's
make up
clearer,
terms.
well, if you actually make observations, you would know that when it's clearer outside, you can see much further.
I make observations all the time. But I've never seen you post any that you've made.
Okay, I have tons of them. I have
Okay.
literally 3 SD cards full of them.
Okay,
Point of clarity.
just not in your
Okay.
phone, right? Just not in your
No,
phone.
no, not on my phone. It's on an SD card, and
Okay.
it's not. You act like
Do you
I'm
know what SD
lying.
means? Do you even know what SD means? Say what does SD mean?
What does that even crit? Come on, get out of here. So,
Well, seriously, what
kind
does
of
SD mean?
what kind of atmospheric conditions are going on in my picture?
Okay, as the only proof of the globe, what does SD mean?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Look,
Okay, wait,
even that you don't know. Dude.
Nobody cares.
You don't
Nobody
even
I don't know.
cares.
I don't think I've ever
Who
heard it
cares?
spelled out. I
It
don't
means
know.
I have to
secure
get out of here
digital.
anyway.
Who cares, Crit?
I have to get out of here
But
anyway.
this,
Let me just
this
ask
is
you,
the
are you
problem.
saying,
He
Bebo,
tells
are
you a
you
word, and you don't even know what the words
Crit.
mean.
Oh my God.
You don't know what
Well,
SD
what's that?
stands for,
It
so
means
Earth
secure
thing.
digital.
Yeah,
Not
we
irrelevant.
don't know what SD stands for. The Earth is
Irrelevant.
flat. Gotcha.
Irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay. This is what I mean by that, because he's speaking to you in plain English, and you're just hand waving
He
it
gets
because
words
you've got
wrong. Like his
claims on the
hostile
board.
witness was completely wrong. His definition of hostile witness is just absurd.
Oh
Yep.
man. Okay,
He
so
gets
hey,
words
Bebo,
wrong. Okay, they're just wrong.
Bebo, is this picture gonna always look like this? Are there gonna be days
It
where
looks
we
like
can see
this
more?
every single day.
Really? So, so
Yes.
the exact same location, or the exact same amount of the buildings are hidden every day.
Yes.
That's how I know you're lying, because I actually make observations, and it changes hour to hour within
Well,
the day.
that's you
You
know
can
why?
take time
Doesn't
lapse.
it know why?
You can
It
take
doesn't know
time
why.
lapse.
Why is that?
You can
Why
take
is that?
time lapse. You guys interrupt every time I talk. Like, and the reason is because that's the only way you can debate me, is to literally funny mute
Okay,
me.
go ahead and tell us why that
You
happens.
can take time lapse of the horizon, and it will constantly fluctuate.
That
Okay,
doesn't happen
hour
here.
to hour.
Sorry.
It doesn't happen here. So where is this located?
This is in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Oh, so you guys pick a place that almost none of us are actually going to go to, and then claim that the horizon stays the same
You know
forever
what?
there.
You know what's funny? You know who can actually verify my images? What's that guy's name? Is it Numpty Noah? He lives here too. Funnier for him, he'll never go out and try and verify them.
So wait, why is Hawaii? What's so special about Hawaii?
He happens
Because
to live there.
I don't get those weird refractive effects here.
Why? Why? Why?
Because the atmosphere is always, pretty calm.
It's
There's no wild refractive effects here.
Oh my god, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Specifically, why?
Like you basically
It's consistent.
Because the air
Temperatures are
temperature and
consistent.
the water
temperature
are
are close.
consistent.
why
Yeah.
why is it so hard for you to admit something?
You don't get the cold water currents off the south of
No,
the
you
western
don't.
coast of the United States.
Okay.
That's why
Okay,
you get
so
the
we're going.
refractive effects because the water is cold and the air is hot.
We're actually going to end up going to Hawaii, right? And so when I go to Hawaii, B-ball, and I know that
I'll
this
tell you
won't matter.
exactly where to go.
Yeah, okay. And when I make an observation in the morning time and throughout the day, and I do it every day for a week, you're claiming that it'll look exactly the same the entire time.
Always, yep. Things will always be obstructed. Yes.
Okay.
Now,
are you
I'll give
claiming
you.
that
hold
nothing
on.
would be obstructed on a flat Earth? Is that your claim?
Yes, I on a flat.
Okay.
If it was flat, I would be able to see the runway and the island in front of those buildings.
Okay, so
Because it's only 15 miles.
objectively, flat Earth, you wouldn't be able to see. There would still be things obstructed. This goes
Why?
right back full circle to the macro part
Why?
of the conversation, which is that you guys are intellectually dishonest. For
Why
one,
would
things.
they be
Why would it be obstructed?
Okay,
If I'm
because
above
We're
the water,
intellectually dishonest because you're making shit up, and we should agree with you.
no. Well, here's the deal. So if I look down a
Or-
good long street and I see the light poles, and does the
you're
bottom of the light?
now?
Hey, does the bottom of the light poles look like they're coming up? Yes or no?
You can talk about the hallway like Lemon now.
Is anyone going to
Yeah,
answer the question?
gotta go
Does
to
the
the
bottom,
hallway.
yes or no? Do the bottom of the light poles look like they're coming
fuck.
up? Yes or no?
Yes.
yeah, but the floor is
say
never going to
yes.
obstruct the lights on the
Say
ceiling.
yes. Holy shit. Say yes.
The floor
All right, hold
is
on,
never
hold on.
going to
Yes, the answer is
obstruct. Yeah.
Right.
The answer
Okay.
is
So
yes.
that's one of the
it's
factors.
yes.
That's one of
It's
the
yes.
factors.
It's yes.
crap.
Hold on.
You still can
Is
see
it
the
yes?
bottom of
No,
the.
Coach, you want to
Jesus,
jump in
all
right
right.
now? Because no,
You
guys,
can
that
still-
isn't
I'm
my
just
full
saying,
answer.
just say yes. It's a very simple. It's
You
yes
can't
before the
even say
horizon.
yes.
You
Before
can still see the bottom of the light
somebody
poles,
bench
though.
crit.
Why
Hold
bench
on, the bottom of the light post crit. The bottom of the light post will appear higher and higher until they get to the horizon.
Yes.
Once they stop doing it.
Okay.
And
Okay,
they-
so that's one part of it. Now the other part is if you're looking over water swells up, right?
Say
Right?
yes.
Is
Say
it-
yes.
Yes, it
Yes.
swells up.
Okay, yes.
Is it curved
Okay.
though?
Say
no,
yes.
no, but would the water swell up on a flat Earth?
Yes, it does.
Would it curve?
I thought water was flat and
Yes.
level.
Water's supposed to be flat and level.
Oh,
Yeah,
so it
really?
doesn't
What
swell
happened
up,
here?
yes or no? So you guys don't know how water
You
works.
guys are telling me
They're
it's flat and
triggering.
level for all
Oh.
these years.
That's funny.
You're
You guys
spiraling
are
right
imploding.
now.
See, I
Now
make
there has
actual
to be-
observations.
How about
there
this?
has
By
to
the
be
way,
a
I
hump
went
in
out
the
of the
water on
world
flat
to
Earth
prove
now.
the
Opportunity
Earth's
to be
a globe,
globalist.
dude. I didn't go to prove it's flat. I went to prove it's a globe. The difference is I didn't cherry pick things out that I thought proved it was a globe. I kept
How about
So
going
the
and
water
realizing that
isn't
it
flat and level.
changes.
I
Even
just
if
want
the
a clear
water
answer
swells up,
here.
it's still
Hey,
supposed to be
with the,
flat.
I'll pretend to be the globalist, and you ask me the questions. I'll answer honestly.
Even if
I
you're going
want
to
to
claim
know
that
the
it's a
water's flat
swell,
and level. All of a sudden
the
it's
water's
not.
supposed to still
I
be
just heard
flat.
something new.
Let's go
Yeah,
step
so
by step. Go ahead with it. Ask me a question. I'll be the
Oh,
globalist. I'll be the honest globalist.
okay, do
We don't
things
need you,
optically rise in the distance with perspective?
No, they drop.
Okay,
Is
they
water
drop.
flat and level? I want to know that
Jesus
answer.
Christ.
Water should
Yeah,
be
Quit
flat
it.
and
Yes.
level.
The answer is yes. Things below
No,
your eye level appear
they
to raise
drop.
up until they get to your horizon. That's true.
Because it's converging in both directions.
Yes, they do.
Right. Up.
Right.
This happens up until you get to the horizon. Though.
Bench
After the
culture.
horizon,
I'm the culture right now.
This rule doesn't apply.
Just pretend I'm on a soccer account. I'm on a Kosho soccer account.
Right, like, okay, you can't see infinitely far, right? So on a flat
That's correct,
surface,
sir.
you still have an optical convergence limit.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And that's what we call horizon on the Earth.
Okay, so you're saying, so you're saying that the horizon's optical?
Yes, that's why it constantly moves around. It's just an apparent location.
Okay, I agree. Even though I'm a globalist, I agree with you. The horizon is optical, not physical.
So now the
Witsit.
water's not
Now,
physical.
water,
Hold on a second. So wait a
Hey,
minute.
hang on a second. Hey, Witsit, mute me, please. I'm in my trailer and I forgot to mute my mic.
okay.
So what's it? Are you going to be able to observe the setting sun and have it zoom back in after it sets too?
As a globalist, I say I make the sun is 93 million miles away, but I can't prove that. I just believe it.
That's not true.
Right, so Kotsura, I don't know how you say her name, but he just posted right there. You can clearly see what we're talking about. There's an optical convergence, and then you reach an optical limit. Now, also, when you're looking over water, water swells. In addition, the ocean water isn't static. See, fluid statics necessitates water as level.
Okay,
Fluid
so the
dynamics is the
picture.
process of water finding its level. So ocean waters are constantly moving. So you have the optical swelling, and you have the motion of waves in the water. Right,
200-foot waves.
Right. So
now,
let me
based on
ask
the
you a question
Atmos,
about my
if you're
picture.
looking at the lowest part of the Atmos, that is the most dense layer. So you're going to have the most effects of the Atmos relative to what's optically perceived, right? And then that can cause water to go up and down optically based on those conditions, right?
What? You're just making shit up
so
now.
I'm making shit up.
my
So we can
picture,
see
hold on,
time lapse
hold on.
of it, but I'm making it
In-
up. We can
in
watch
my
time lapse of
picture-
the horizon going up and down
Looks like you
optically
made
throughout
a
the day.
possible witness, yeah.
Does that water
Wow.
travel all
How
the way
come-
to those buildings? Shouldn't it be?
How come we can't see the bottoms now? Because of ushing and squishing and mushing and what?
Okay,
Does
it's
it? And when you say
perspective
it
combined with
swells up, does it
atmospheric
swell up?
conditions.
Does it
What?
swell up like a bubble, or does it swell up like just a higher level? What do you?
It
when you
just
say
it
swells
lifts.
up?
It optically lifts.
It
It optically lifts.
And
Are you saying it doesn't?
the bottoms of the building, and it disappears from the bottom up because why?
Again, okay. So when things go in the distance, due to perspective, you have convergence where it goes down from the top and up from the bottom.
Yeah, but that water, that horizon right there is closer to me than the buildings.
Okay.
So how come? Yeah, how come the bottom? We shouldn't be able to see the tops of the buildings too if we
should
can't
at
see the
least be able to
bottoms
see
of the buildings due to
Yeah.
magic hallway magic.
Wow. Are you guys serious?
I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm very serious.
How come the
Matter
sun
of fact,
goes
let me-
down from the bottom to the top? Are you gonna be able to zoom that back in Hawaii too, or not?
Oh, so now we're going to talk about the sun.
Here's on multiple days what it looks like.
I mean, it's a similar effect, right? So it has to do with the hallway or the street or whatever you want to call it.
Still waiting on those physical measurements, by the way.
Yeah, physical.
Wait, you can literally see
curve
more of
of
the
the earth.
building in one of the pictures, though.
Sure. Okay, but guess what? You'll never be able to see the bottom.
But no
Ever.
one claims you would on a flat Earth, though.
You
Yes,
should.
you would.
Because
You
it's
should.
flat.
No. If you increased your
There should be
elevation,
no
could you
reason
see the
why I
bottom?
shouldn't see the
If you
bottom.
increase your elevation, could you see the bottom?
That's thank you for another globe proof. If you increase your elevation,
See,
you
now
can see further.
I'm glad that NASA took the bait because he argues very intellectually dishonest. Because on both a globe and a flat surface,
shouldn't
when
work
you
on a flat
increase
surface.
elevation, you can. So wait, for
shouldn't
all
work
the
on a
globers in
flat
here,
surface.
on a flat surface, can you see
Nope.
further when you increase elevation?
Nope, you shouldn't be able to because if it's so flat, it's optically flat. Sorry.
So wait. So do all the globers agree that on a flat surface you can't see further when you get higher?
Yeah, but there'd be nothing obstructing what I'm looking at.
But okay, but one question at a time. If on a flat surface, if I get higher, can I see further?
Nope.
No. It's not going to obstruct things. The
Wow.
flat surface is not going to obstruct things.
The reason you see further, from heights is you see further over the curve. It's very
And if you
simple.
do
With
see a flat,
if you're such a genius, if you're such a genius, you should be able to see this. The fact now, when you take pictures of the setting sun on the beach, why don't you take a drone and take the drone up 100 feet and notice it reappears
Why would you
again?
do that? Why would you do that?
Because you're proving that you can see further.
But it happens on a flat surface as well.
No, it won't happen on a flat surface, sir.
Why?
No,
So,
because the flat surface is
That
flat.
means that whatever surface you're looking over isn't perfectly. That means that whatever surface you're looking over isn't perfectly flat.
It is flat.
not
I can see
perfectly
it's
flat
flat.
now.
Heard NASA. Kosho's a little more honest. Kosho, do you agree that on a flat surface you can see further as you go higher?
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat surface, have you had a cruise ship, for instance, and you can see it, you can't see it any longer on the surface, on a flat surface, and you went higher. If you went higher from your same position, that cruise ship would be further away from you. There's no reason for you to not see something.
Okay,
There's no reason for you to raise elevation. and
Okay,
for something to be
Kosho brain
clear.
farted. Pretend I'm a Kosho sock. I'm a Kosho sock.
I mean, why don't you address what I just said?
Yeah,
You
ask,
do, Chris. Address what I just said.
yeah. Ask me.
No, I'm telling you.
No, you're just making
If
shit up.
I'm
something's
a
vertical,
Kosho sock account.
if something's
Ask me the
vertical,
same thing.
if something is vertical
No,
and
we're not
your
gonna ask you because you're
distance,
dishonest.
No,
Shit.
I'll be an honest
something's
glober.
No, you're
vertical.
not. You don't know how to be honest.
Oh, really?
Hey, I
About
gotta get out of
squawk?
here, but let me say one more thing. I'm sorry.
You
I
think
just want to say over the.
you think the
I
Earth
just
is
want to say one
flat?
more thing.
You're
I want to say
inherently
one more thing.
dishonest.
One more thing for everybody, because I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take over. I just have to get out of here. But here, you can actually test this by looking at like a little remote control boat over a lake, right? So based on the curvature of the
Lakes
Earth, you
aren't
see
flat.
no curvature.
Oh,
Look,
sky
if
free.
if
Okay.
if you go higher up with your camera, you can see more of the boats. Okay,
Lakes
and
aren't flat.
if you take the boat over in the distance, you can also see that the boat looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up. Now, it's not because of curvature, because there would
It's
not be
because of
curvature of
curvature.
that.
It's because
Curvature on
it's
lakes.
because the water is obstructing it.
Thank you
Come
for
on,
pointing.
man.
It's in the ocean.
Did you guys allow me to finish what I was saying?
Go ahead,
Hold on,
Madam
guys. Hold on,
Kosho.
everyone. Hold on.
Would you
I was
allow me to finish answering the question I was asked, so I could go back on mute?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, I
I
mean,
was
Matrix, I was interrupted by the half the
Kosho,
room.
I'm you right now. I'm
Hold
your
on.
soccer
I
count.
think,
Yeah,
I think
guys,
somebody is trying to get in.
I'm your
Would
Kosho.
you let me
I'm your
finish what I
soccer
was
count.
saying? Will that be okay?
Kosho, I'll be your soccer count.
All right, it's fantastic, Chris. It's fantastic.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's do not
Winston
go
had
over the
asked me.
curvature of the Earth.
I was trying to be clear, but just don't interrupt me. That I can go back on mute. Okay.
But let me be your soccer count.
If you're viewing something that's vertical, like a cruise ship, it's got height to it, and you're viewing it in the distance, and if you're on a flat plane and you raise your elevation from the same position that you were when you saw it from the surface, what's happening is it's getting further away from you as you're raising altitude. That distance between you and the cruise ship is now longer than it was before. So if for some reason you couldn't see it from the surface, raising altitude would only make that distance increase. So I'm not sure why you would be able to see something that you couldn't see before.
So if I'm on a basketball court and I put my eyeball down to the bottom
What would be
on the
exactly
floor,
the difference?
is my microphone working?
Yes, Fuzzy, your microphone's working. The globalists are just triggered. They're just triggered.
Yeah, because you're lying your asses off to make a point here.
You're not triggered at all.
Okay, who cares? If I'm lying, that's your answer.
Good.
Why squawk? Why
Not-
interrupt?
Definitely not
Look at
triggered at
this.
all.
Look at this diagram. Look at this diagram. Tell me what's wrong with it.
What is the difference from raising that elevation from a flat surface to a curved surface? What is the difference?
So is my
Because the flat
No,
surface
Fuzzy,
is not
let Fuzzy finish what he was saying, then I'll answer your
Go
question,
ahead.
Matrix.
Are you guys saying that if I lie down on the floor of a basketball court, I will be able to see the painted lines on the opposite end?
Wait, say that again. You're really low.
So
No, he's asking about lines on the basketball court floor.
God, the lines on the floor again.
Fuzzy.
Oh, God,
it's
No, but
Yeah,
Fuzzy,
the famous
Fuzzy.
lines on the floor. The perfectly flat basketball court.
My question was real
Fuzzy.
simple, right?
But if I
My
lie down,
question
am I
was
able
real
to see those
simple. You
lines?
can draw it in the diagram. In the diagram, you can make the difference
able
between
to
a
see that?
curved surface and a planar
I
surface.
know, Fuzzy, I heard. Hold on, Matrix. Fuzzy just asked a question, and then people just repeated it back to him. Okay? But Fuzzy, what you're asking about are things that are on the ground horizontally. I specifically said something that's vertical in the distance. If you're talking about something horizontally on the ground, then yeah, raising altitude will allow you to see that more on a flat
Raising
surface.
the altitude will be able to increase clarity in the distance.
Surface. It doesn't really matter the surface.
Yeah,
It would.
So when I get
Matrix, your mic is real bad, man.
So when I get lower, I am able to not see those same things, and there's nothing inherently in front of it to be obstructing those things, correct? It's just the angle in which I'm viewing something. The only thing that is disrupting my vision.
Yeah, of course.
Correct? So
Absolutely.
the lower you go, the more obstruction. The higher you go, the less obstruction.
Go. The higher you go, the more of the surface you're able to see, regardless of if it's flat or round. So I don't
So
know
do
why
you-
NASA puts that point up.
So do you think this is what happens over basketball courts right here? This picture?
So no. So So when they said that it doesn't, so when somebody was being dishonest when they say that when increasing your altitude doesn't increase distance.
No. But somebody wasn't listening, Fuzzy. What was said was something that's vertical in the distance. Fuzzy, something that's vertical in the distance is what I specifically said. Something that's horizontally on the ground, flat with the surface. This is not these aren't any of the observations that any of us are talking about. We're talking about things that are vertical in the distance, like a building, a tower, an oil rig,
If I put a marble, if I put a marble on the other end of the basketball court, a marble, that's vertical distance, right? That's up, that's height above this, right?
So
am I able to see the marble from the other side of the basketball court with my naked eye on the ground?
Yeah, it might be difficult because it's an extremely small object.
Why is it so difficult? I should be able to see
Small
it.
object.
So for one,
Yeah,
basketball courts are not perfectly flat.
Okay, but it's
based on
is a difference than a marble, or let's say a softball, a golf ball? Am I able to see that golf ball?
It's easier if we want to prove if you want to prove your point, then the best thing to use is an object that the size isn't going to be an issue. So just make it a bigger object, like a ship,
Well, whatever.
an oil rig.
But the obstruction of that object is going to occur based on your limited angle, not because there's something in front of it. The way you guys are claiming there always has to be something.
Yeah, but if something's taller than you, then the limit to your visual angle is not going to be an issue. That's why you probably want to use a bigger object.
Well, it depends on how far away it is.
So the picture I posted, is this what happens over in a basketball court? The floor is gonna obstruct half the ball on the other side.
You do understand that that's a wave that you're looking at, right?
No, I'm talking about the picture in the basketball court. 31 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, what is that?
It's I'm in a gym, and there's a basketball on the other side. Is it the floor that's obstructing the ball?
It's the floor. It's the angle in which your optic is looking at the floor.
No, that's not what happens. This is just a made up picture.
No, I knew that, but that's what it would look like if it was a big enough ball at that distance, at that height from the observer. Yeah, that would happen. I know it's a made up picture, but that's why I was wondering. I don't know who took it. I can't verify that.
I took it.
What would happen? I know, but obviously, yeah, the ball is not is way too big for the perspective in this shot. So if it was far enough away and you could achieve this look.
The only way that would happen is if the floor is not perfectly flat.
No, you don't understand. So
because I made an observation in my house where I put like a little like a Lego man or something on the other side of my floor, and I assumed the floor was perfectly flat, but it was cut off by the floor. So I'm like, is it really true? But if when I pan to the right, I could see on my wall that there's an actual there's like a slight curve in my floor.
Okay.
You're talking about the disappearing from the bottom of something.
Matrix, your mic is real bad, man.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm in the hallway, bro. So just deal with it, guys. Are you talking about the disappearing from the bottom up thing?
Hello? Hold on one second.
Yeah, Matrix, your mic is so bad. I can't understand what you're saying. I really can't.
Matrix, you're fine. You're actually fine. I understood everything you said, and why don't we just move on?
You're talking about the things disappearing from the bottom up.
They were talking about that, yeah, Matrix. That's what they're talking about.
People has been talking about this same thing for nearly 4 years, bro. Just to understand that things disappear from the bottom up when you look at it from the middle of your eye. It's just how it happens. We can't explain it. It's just how it works. That's exactly what happens to boats when they disappear from the bottom up. It isn't that they're going over the curve. It has to do with it's all optical.
Let me see if I can post this.
That was a good point.
That wasn't really a point. Although I respect your opinion, Matrix, but your point was that it just happens. We don't know why it happens. On our model, though, we have an explanation for why that happens. So,
well, the thing is, we can those not
from Australia,
where the boat not in the horizon, but then you zoom in on it, and then the boat comes back in the you can see it again because you're zooming in. Thing is, we could pause
Yeah.
it like right as the boat's coming in. It's going to be cut off. We could pause it further. You're only going to be able to see like a very tippy top of it, and you guys would always say that that's Earth curve.
Well, no,
But
we
the
just
thing
won't
is,
use an
you
object
can
that's
zoom in
small.
fully.
I
Huh?
just use a ship. Use an object that's bigger than that, and that way you don't have that problem. Because things that are that small,
I
you're
did
right. Like
say
the angular resolution can become.
I did say ship.
Yeah.
Well, no, you said boats. Boats are small or small enough that
Whatever.
they can disappear. I know, but I'm just saying a boat's small enough that it can disappear to angular resolution before it gets to the horizon. In some cases, but a ship's
Yeah,
different.
but the thing
It's
is,
large enough.
What, who
like
did
as we
the
zoom
point on
in
the
and we
table?
pause it right when it comes into view, it's going to be coming in from the top down as you zoom in, and then as you zoom out, it disappears from the bottom up.
No, I think that has to do with your resolution of your camera.
Well, yeah,
No,
true, but the thing
if you
is, like, if we were to take
angle
a
of the
just a screen, like if you were just like pause the video at one point and send it as a photo, it could be like, oh look, it's being blocked by Earth curve. You know, that's all I'm getting at.
This is Mitchell from Australia, right? He did the thing with the coin on the table, remember? And you could zoom into the coin. You could get half of the coin as he zoomed it back, as he pulled it back. And the only
Yeah,
thing
but
was
I think his
you could zoom
camera
in.
was slightly below the table.
Yeah, but if he zoomed in, you could see the coin on the table, so therefore it wasn't.
Yeah, but when we make observations, we don't put our eyes down to the ground.
The point, no,
We're
but
usually above the surface.
If it was below the table, how would you see the top of the table?
It's ever so slightly
How would
below.
how would you see the coin on the top of the table if it was below? Exactly. Especially when you zoomed in and showed it lying down.
Ever so slightly below.
Angle of resolution is what
How
blocks.
is it?
So here, I'm gonna do this real quick.
Is there some sort of preference to what side of the eyeball we're seeing the object at?
So this picture here is I took in my house. The bottom of my phone is covered, right? And I was like, oh shit, flat surface hide things. But then I panned over to the right, and you can tell that my floor has got a little hump in it.
Where's the more you pan over?
Right. So what you got to do, what you got to do is you got to take an optical zoom and actually zoom in so that you can actually increase your optics and increase your resolution up to the object and see if you can see where the floor meets the phone. I bet you can if you.
Yeah, but the reason
Or
why
you
it's
could just
obstructed is
level.
because the floor wasn't perfectly flat.
No, but
You could just level the points where you see the curvature. Just take a level measurement from the point that you start seeing the curvature until the end of it. Right?
I mean, I'm
If
pretty
it's at
zoomed
the
in
same
here.
levels, that means that there is no curvature. The only thing that you're
Do you know
seeing
the
is
difference?
optical.
Yeah. Do you know the difference between optical and digital zoom?
Here,
Do you know the
pretty
difference?
zoomed in.
Do you know the difference between optical and digital zoom?
Yeah, I didn't crop it. I zoomed in with the camera.
Does your camera have, what kind of lens was it on?
It's a P900. It was a P900.
Okay, and you zoomed in, so you took a shot from far away, and then you zoomed in and took a shot as far as you could go in. You couldn't go closer to where.
I don't think that would have made a difference, man. Wouldn't have made a difference.
That's the whole point of this. You have to zoom
Clearly
past.
seeing things disappearing from the bottom up. Right? Is that what you're conceding to?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Are you conceding to things disappearing from the bottom up? This is what
Yeah, things disappear from the bottom up when there's a slight curve or something obstructing it, which is in these pictures. My floor is obstructing it because there's a slight
Your
curve.
floor is flat.
Hold on.
Look at the second picture. Look at the second picture. Oh my god, Crit! Look at the second picture I posted.
It's still flat.
But listen, even though that straight floor might have a slight hump, even though, don't you think that it might be within the margin of error for you to be throwing it out as curvature just for something that might be a margin of error? You understand what I'm saying?
No, it's not, man. My phone is obstructed because there's a slight curve in the floor. It's that simple.
Problem is, they're always, and like, even if we've seen this observation going on the table, and you guys seems to have the same exact excuse, right? There seems to be like this seems like an impossible task to be able to get like a level surface that you guys won't say, oh, there's some sort of bump, therefore it disqualifies it, right? Flat doesn't have to seem to have any margins of error, but curvature could be literally any height, any elevation, any position. You guys seem to have infinite margins of error, while flat it just has to be so like perfection.
No, but normally when we see
No,
go ahead. Go ahead.
So what you're doing is providing an example that is not what we're asking.
Your mic is really low, man. I can barely hear you.
You're providing an example for something that we're not asking for. You're showing an example of there actually being a curved floor. We're saying what we're talking about is that if you had a flat floor and you're far enough away, something can disappear bottom up. And you're using this example as saying that that's not true because there's an actual curved floor. Well, okay, sure, yes, that curve is blocking it.
And what?
And what's your point? We're asking.
It's flat.
Because anytime you guys show these things, it's either because it's not perfectly flat, or the camera's just low enough so it kind of blocks the bottom of it.
It's flat.
It is more than likely flat as fuck. You know what you're experiencing? Barrel distortion from the camera, bro. It has nothing to do with, bro. It is a
Barrel
floor.
distortion?
Do you actually think that all the floors are going around there wobbling and going up and down, bro? Come on, bro.
Barrel distortion? I don't think barrel distortion would make that look like that. That's
Hey,
different.
listen, barrel distortion will make anything look different when you look up close to it. You know what?
No, this
you
is
know what
not
I do?
barrel distortion.
Yeah. Look more into what barrel distortion is before you
I know
go throwing out curvature.
Matrix. I know exactly what barrel distortion is. Do you know the different types of barrel distortion?
Bro.
I mean, I could use barrel distortion to even show curvature in the horizon.
You did.
Mm-hmm. I can use that to find out whether or not something is curved.
And it's not. It's flat.
Okay, so let's use that. Hold on.
Before you declare your floor to be wobbly, did you take elevation measurements from your photo reference to your object reference? Did you take elevation measurements?
No, I didn't. I just looked at it. I mean, if you look at the second picture I posted, you can see right there in the wall, along the wall, you see a slight curve where it goes up and it goes down. It means the floor is not flat.
Or the floor is flat. And just like we've been saying this entire time for 6 years, that things just disappear from the bottom up. But you are trying to rationalize it as if every floor, every table, every straight surface is somehow a little wobbly, therefore not flat.
This example is not perfectly flat. And then some other examples when people show things being obstructed, it's usually because something's not perfectly flat, or it's because they lower the camera like to have it eye level with the table where it's slightly below. Knowing that we never make observations with our eye in the ground, like we're not eye level with the ground. We're usually above the ground.
You're Chaiki level right now. Instead of eye level, it's Chaik level.
Okay.
Because at your lived experience, the experts told you, even if globe, you do not see the curve of the Earth.
I don't have to refer to anybody. I can refer to my own observations.
Which is flat. Your own observation is flat.
How many observations have you posted that you've gone out and done?
Yeah,
none.
Flat.
None. Okay, good.
I did. I posted pictures of Lake Superior. Why would you lie?
I've never seen them.
Yes, you have. Just check the server. I went up to the North Shore and posted about a dozen pictures of Lake Superior.
Okay, so what did your pictures show?
Flat.
How did you determine that?
It's flat. You look.
What did you look at? You looked at some buildings or something from
I looked
very
at the
far distance.
The horizon. The horizon's flat.
Yeah, but that's not a good way to tell whether it's flat or not.
Why? Why is not a good way?
Because because just looking at the horizon saying it's flat.
There's a bunch of cargo ships out there too, and I don't see the curve of the Earth.
Okay. Are
So
you
where's
expecting
the
to see it?
curve?
Are you expecting to see it left to right?
No, they told me you don't see the curve of the Earth.
Are you expecting to see it
The
left to right?
experts tell me you would not even see the curve of the Earth if you're 200 miles up in the air.
Well, if you're looking at Lake Superior, would you expect to see the curve left to right?
You would never see the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see it either left to right. Of course not.
Or front to back, or side to side.
Well, front to back, you would see things obstructed. That's exactly what I see all the time.
No, you wouldn't. You would only see
That's effective curvature.
Yeah, I see effective curvature.
Yeah, the effect. I know that when I did that event where I talked about cause and effect and using experimentation.
Phone call.
Okay.
No. Phone
Yeah,
call.
you could say you could see the effect of curvature, but you still would have to present the cause. How is that a cause and effect relationship?
But Crit, did you say that you had some imagery that you did?
Yeah, I posted on the server.
I haven't. I would like to see them. I mean,
Okay.
I can't look back through the server, but I'd like to see your observations and see what's up.
Yeah, hold on. There's a path, a bike and walk path. You can walk the full North Shore, and I did it. Here I go. I'll post it again.
Cool.
I just want to clip it so there's no metadata, because I know you globalists are freaks. You know, like you want to find out which phone was used, where their dial, location was, how many children they have in the household. So here, let me use like snipping tool and clip my personal photo, so you don't even know what image it was on my camera.
I think I got the full effect of monsoon season up here in Phoenix. I went through a dust storm, which shut down the interstate because you couldn't see the road, and it was raining so hard beyond that you couldn't see the road.
And here's the North Shore. So here's an Iron Range photo and the North Shore photo.
Yeah, that looks like somewhere around Erie. Is that right?
Superior. The North Shore photo is in the Iron Range. I don't know if you know where that's at in Minnesota.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with it.
And the bottom one is just north of Duluth.
Minnesota.
Yep. The land of 10,000 lakes. Every single one of them flat.
Well, I mean, how do you determine that? I mean, what do you see about that bottom image, for instance? I see the lake, and I'm always impressed, like coming across I-86 out of New York, and it dead ends there at Erie, Pennsylvania, and you can see out across. I guess it's Lake Erie, and I'm like, that dang, the lake looks like it's higher than I am. It's really strange looking, and that's what that image reminds me of. It's looking at across Lake Erie. But how do you determine if it's curving away from you or not? I think I jinked out.
No, I heard you. I think the answer to that question is that you at least have to understand that observation is observation.
Yeah. What is that? Is that some kind of eclipse data? I can't see the top of it.
Yeah, thanks, Kosho. I mean, they really work. It really goes to show you that there is no curvature. No curve experienced at the human level. So now you got to tell me why there is curve, even though I don't see it. And no matter where I go.
You mean ground level?
Yeah, rolling my boulder. Yeah, Lake Minnetonka is big enough to know that there's no curvature. Lake Minnetonka is in the middle of the Twin Cities. You don't even have to go to Lake Mille Lacs or Round Lake or Lake Superior to notice this. Right in the middle of the Twin Cities, there's a lake so big you don't see the other side.
Why can't you see the other side?
There's a limit to your vision. Do you deny that? Do you think there's your vision's unlimited?
In all honesty, no. No.
Okay.
In all honesty,
there is a
I
limit,
do not
right?
think. Yeah, I do not. However,
Okay, no.
observation.
However, just wait real quick. Just to make a baseline that we can always fall back on as a safe space or a safety word, me and you are sitting in the room together. Is there a limit to your vision?
Sitting in a room together with safe words, that's scary. But
yeah, it is. It is really scary. But it lets you know that there's always a baseline. That if you say there's a limit, there's a limit. Okay, now you and I both know there's a limit.
But let me clarify. Something I would expect
Limit
to
or
see.
no limits?
You know, we talk about Kansas being flat as a pancake, they say, right? And of course, to me, that just means no change in elevation, but still curved.
For you.
But I would think, yeah. But I would think
limit.
from Kansas City, you should be able to see the Rocky Mountains. I think you should be able to see that far.
That's not what they mean by flat as a pancake.
They actually mean flat. Like the Earth is actually flat. It doesn't mean flat as some sort of baseline that you won't explain, understand, or take questions on.
It means no change in elevation. Is what it
Yeah,
means.
which is zero, which is flat.
No. Did they show those physical measurements yet? I can't. I was out of it for a second. I'm still waiting on those physical measurements they claim to have had.
Physical measurements of what?
Curvature, anything. Well, I think we were specifically talking earlier. What we were talking about, not curvature, but something else.
Oh God.
Well,
I got truck drivers out here in tank tops, shorts, and flip flops.
I remember what it is now. It was someone on the globe used the analogy of if we take 10 measurements and 9 of them are 10 feet and the 10th one is 12 feet, then we're going to
that
throw
was
out.
8 Ball. That was 8 Ball. Yeah.
And then so we were all wondering then, wait, so what physical measurements do you actually have of the globe? And I'm still waiting on that.
That reminds me of that skit from like Super Troopers, where it's like 10 bullets were in the middle of the crotch area, but 1 bullet was outside, and the guy's like, "Don't worry about that one."
Does that count as proof?
I actually got a really funny clip of Jeremy talking on Gamma Panda server about I can't remember who the guy he was talking to, but he's like, "Yeah, don't worry about that measurement." In the background of the clip is the video of the Super Troopers at the range, where the guy's like, "Hey, put this bulletproof jock strap on." He's like, "What about this one? Don't worry about that one." Like they'll measure
that.
Do you remember when I did a clip of that?
I don't remember your clip. I remember when it happened though.
I got it saved somewhere. I gotta find it. It's super funny because
it was something about a mean average or a weighted average or something.
It was a weighted average. And I got over the top of that, I played the Super Trooper clip at the same time. And it's so matches. It's so perfect. I gotta remember it's like some of the things you do where you do it and you save it, you post it once and you forget about it.
It was the weighted average from the spherical excess measurement.
Yeah, and then the guy you're talking to is like, "Don't worry about that one."
Yeah, like why is it weighted? Just take the average. Dude, that whole spherical excess thing's a crock of shit.
I think I posted.
They don't even have the measurements. They don't even have the measurements. All they have is a weighted average, but they can't show you the actual measurements. This is when a glober pops up and says an average is a measurement. Watch. They pull that bullshit all the time.
A mean is a number that represents a group of data.
And this guy's a mod.
And where is the data? What data?
Well, I mean, you got the mean from something, right?
Wait, you got a group of physical measurements?
Of any group of numbers. I mean, a mean is the average of a group of numbers.
Where is the group of numbers? That's what we want to see. The group of numbers.
The group of physically measured numbers.
It's all optical, but that's not the point. Is they don't even have the numbers.
Hey, Jeremy, I found it. I posted on Golden Globies. Here we go. It's incoming. It's so great to have a server that the rest of us can talk about how stupid flat Earth or globalists are. That they're able to squawk and you capture it and then post it for other people to hear.
Yeah, I'm retarded.
No, it's okay. I'm retarded too. Everyone's retarded.
Did you post it in Livestream 1, Crit?
Yeah, it's down. It's uploading right now. It's kind of a long video because when I did it, I was still kind of retarded on how to capture video. So it's like 60 gigabytes. Or 60 megabytes, not gigabytes. I was really bad. Back then, I was really bad at this whole technology stuff. Here it is. It just dropped.
You know, when you say like the Earth is flat, and then you say like it has lakes and mountains and blah 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 blah, meaning it's like bumpy. That's what they mean by flat as a pancake. It doesn't have like any elevation at all, like no dips and valleys. It's not about curvature. I hope I explained that properly.
There's no margin of error then? It just has to be the same elevation? If not, is it just declared a curvature?
Were you talking to me?
just in general, because it seems like there can't be any margin of error, because as soon as there's some sort of deviation or bump, it's just declared curvature. That's it by default.
Sometimes there's multiple sources of error with them, like this spherical excess thing. They got two sources of error. You got a least value with your instrument, right? That's going to be an error bar. Then you also got the guys using the tool have an error bar. They're lining things up on a line, so there's going to be an error there. So you got two different errors. Then you also have the atmosphere in between you and the thing that could be causing a wiggle. Now you got to average that out. Like it's such bullshit.
Yeah, this is
I've been saying this forever. They have infinite refraction. They could pull a refraction out of anything, and it will always be at curved temperature because of some sort of refraction.
They got dark matter too and dark energy.
Well, the left to right one. Oh, go ahead.
They got
I was just gonna say
Illuminati.
we need to start coming up with dark refraction. When anytime someone says any claim that we don't like, we just say dark in front of it, and we're just still working on it. But that's a suitable explanation for now, and people need to be okay with that.
Well, the left to right measurement in the spherical excess, they say there's no refraction with that, but there's a lot of other issues.
I'd never personally get up in a hot air balloon. However, I'm friggin' tempted, and you guys, I think y'all would enjoy that.
What are you gonna do in a hot air balloon?
Just fucking get way up there and observe.
What are we gonna see? Curvature?
How much different would that be other than a camera attached to a weather balloon really high up there? Just I would bring the same camera.
Yeah. No, it would be intense though. It would all be personal horizon still. You wouldn't get high enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, even the ISS apparently isn't high enough to see curvature. So I don't know what it would be a cool view, but it wouldn't be a view of curvature.
See, yeah, I get it that the ISS, I kind of understand, or like I've heard that, but also at the same time, like that's like Jesus Christ, it doesn't seem like the ISS would be able to sustain its altitude at that height. You know what I mean?
There are many things about the ISS that don't stand up to kinds of scrutiny.
It's going so fast that it's barely off the surface in astronomical terms, it's barely off the surface of the Earth, right? Like as they say. Yeah.
It's not even it's within it's low Earth orbit. It's not even
If you were to shrink it down, it'd be so minuscule. Yeah.
Well, by astronomical terms, the moon, by the distance between the moon, the whole solar, depending on how far back you pull your imaginary version of the solar system to trillions of light years away, it's not even noticeable.
Well, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at how fast it has to go to sustain its altitude. Just in general.
I'm shocked that in order to sustain its altitude, it randomly just throws its thrusters on without any kind of warning and throwing all the astronauts to one side.
Yeah, well, that's like once every however many months or whatever, right?
They don't. I don't know. With the fact that, do you think that they have a protocol for that, but they don't have any kind of warning or like warning? Secure everything. 10 seconds to readjustment jets thrust in 5. No, it just does it. It just does it at the middle of an interview. That
does it do that in the middle of interviews and stuff?
You don't.
I would think they would initiate it themselves.
They're little puffs. Like they're not like big. It's not a big event.
We have video footage of the 0G plane gaining. Coming out of the curve, and all of a sudden, all the people are now losing their quote unquote zero gravity and coming back to right? And all of a sudden, and that was at the end of it, and that was publicized. And what their excuse for it, to justify all of that happening, was that it was throwing the thrusters. And you're right, it would be little puffs, not big jets that would let everyone get slammed to one side. But that's what NASA claims is what's going on. So,
are you talking about the ISS boosting back, where it boosts back up to
just maintaining altitude?
Yeah, no, it's. I'm sure that they would pilot that. They would initiate and operate that, and it would be just a gentle bump. I mean, they would just,
I would agree.
kind of,
right.
Or it's automatic.
So their explanation for what happened in that footage that we're watching is bullshit, right? So they're lying.
Well, I haven't seen that footage. Sounds cool. Like if they all just get pushed to one side or something. What does it look like? What's the footage look like that you see them all sway?
It's like I don't have it right now. Someone might have it to post.
Well,
Yeah,
you could
they
describe like
fall.
what happens.
It was so ridiculous. It's like they're on the ISS and they fire some sort of engine, and they all just slam against the back of the wall
of the ISS.
Yeah,
just
the
like a
ISS.
vomit comment. Yeah.
Yeah, they just fucking
Whoa.
they just drop. They just fall. And
The
then people
official
are like,
NASA excuse was that they had to unexpectedly avoid some debris or something. They had, avoid debris
Hilarious.
unexpectedly.
I could see that.
I mean,
you can see
no
that. You
alarm
can't
that
see
goes
that.
off. It just does it. It just automatically
can see
does that. No,
you could
no
see
alarm.
that. Left Lane says he could see that. No,
Well,
you
yeah,
can't.
why not? Why not? I mean, no, I could understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. You can understand that if they change their position, then no one's gonna brace for impact, like Star Trek. Brace for impact, abrupt.
Or brace for, everyone hold. If you were doing any kind of science, hold on to your beakers.
Yeah,
Like there's
it's like
not a single warning.
you
You're
see
going
that
70,000 miles an hour, and
I
there's
really
all of a sudden.
want to see the video. To be
I just
honest,
want everyone to know
the
that
video. No one saves the video because it's that ridiculous. I'm not even sure if I could find it. I used to have it.
Yeah, I've seen it, dude. There's an actual official NASA explanation for it.
Yeah, there is. There actually is, and that's why it's so funny because the globalists just kind of hand wave it like, duh. Of course, you would just slam your body into the side of the hull.
They don't even have a protocol. They don't even have a discernible protocol for whether or not when a leak occurs on the station. They don't have like there's no protocol for that.
Wait, how would they not know debris was coming though if it was in an orbit? That's what's so funny. It's like because NASA's official narrative also is that they can see debris coming like far in advance and make slight adjustments, but they had to abruptly adjust is the official narrative, and it's just coincidentally identical to what happens in a vomit comet.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I guess they're low Earth orbit, right? So the gravity is just weaker. Are they floating there and then they get slammed against a wall? Is it like
yes?
Yeah, because I'd like to see the video. I'm not doubting. I doubt it, but I want to see the video.
Yeah,
I can't go much further.
How long? This is so much stuff has been scrubbed that I saw years ago. This is stuff I saw years ago.
Because if it's like if there's nothing up with the video, I'd just be like, okay, I've seen that and it sounds insane. And how would they be affected by like the inertia if the whole cabin is pressurized? The entire pod would move with them, and all the air. I don't know.
Yeah,
They're too low.
There are many things that don't make sense or that require huge leaps in logic.
Yeah, isn't it also sketchy? Like as a Glober, wouldn't just to be honest, isn't it sketchy that like we've all seen the video? I know for a fact it's real. Arrow did a whole presentation on it. NASA released an official. It was live. It was live, bro. It happened live, and we've all seen it. And NASA dropped an explanation for it, and now it's like almost impossible to find it. How is that not weird to the Globers?
Yeah, well, I definitely seen that stuff with like other stuff I'm interested in. Shall not be mentioned. Monkeypox for one.
Yeah, dude, every time that their narrative gets blown, it just disappears. Like if you look into 9/11 now, like it's like almost impossible. We were remembering all kinds of stuff, and you can't find half of it anymore. They're
Yeah.
scrubbing the internet. It's modern day book burning. I mean, that alone should make an honest person be like, what are they trying to hide? You know, like that's weird.
Yeah, Google and all these big ass companies are what are they doing? Just making it impossible to find other websites. I noticed that a few years ago. You know, I couldn't. It's like eBombs World, all those cool websites you used to go to when the internet was still fresh. You can't like just find these websites. You have to go to a link. I don't know. It's a lot different.
Hey, that's what flat earthers were telling you, that the space age died, the information age took its place, and it's marked by disinformation. They're lying to you. They told you they were going to lie to you. They said don't trust them. Trust only God. This was back when atheists and flat earthers were allies. They said, watch out. The government's going to do a full takeover of what information is. Here's these books. Brave New World, 1984. Read this. This is telling you what they're going to do. And you guys just somehow abandoned it and thought that government tells no lies. They told you they tell lies, and don't trust them. Only trust God. What happened to you guys? I want to know where was the switch? I know when it was. It was 2002. In 2002, the government circumvented atheism, and they suddenly became neocon warhawks. All the top atheists in America suddenly supported endless wars of aggression in the Middle East. Lawrence Krauss, Hitchens.
Well, all this is true, dude. I'm a Glober, and I believe all of that stuff. Basically, like everything you said there. The flat Earth. The flat Earth bit
is one step too far for you. I understand that.
But so is the Tartar civilization mud flood thing, because I love ancient technology and stuff, and I do recognize the lost technology and all that, and how great those civilizations must have been, right?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: they go hand in hand. That history that you're talking about is all the history of cosmology. Everything from the Big Bang to now is all part of the same book.
Well, how could it be that I believe in almost like all of the Illuminati kind of stuff? It's not that I believe it all, but I'm basically on board with you up until.
Well, you just haven't looked into it enough. Then I mean, like, yeah, like look right here. How does this work?
Because I'm up on the Klaus Schwab stuff. I know all about the World Economic Forum.
Yeah,
I know about
on a globe. This work on a globe in voice text. How does that work?
The cool little. Oh, that is pretty sweet. Looks like
it's from 80 miles away. So there should be more Earth curvature. The Earth curvature should be blocking the tallest building there. And so what everyone's been trained to say is refraction. These are shadows. So shadows are the absence of light. They don't have the properties of light. So you can't see Chicago until the sun gets behind it and it creates a silhouette. And then all of a sudden you can see it. So it's because that's Chicago. And the tallest building should be completely blocked by Earth curvature. So
now we're no longer talking about New World Order. We're not talking about unwritten.
I was explaining to you that you're basically okay. It's a process, and when you look at flat Earth, it's such a big one, and instinctively you think so much would have to be a lie, like so much would have to change. I can't conceive that much could be wrong. There's just no way that it could be that drastic of a change, right? That's what you're thinking, but you just have to accept the truth for what it is. The same exact Jesuit order that brought you most of these deceptions are the same ones that proposed heliocentrism. And for you to know that the CIA and the FBI and the NSA lie, but to think that NASA is just the one federal agency that doesn't lie, in my assessment, would make you the conspiracy theorist. You know what I'm saying? Like That seems very illogical to me. Why would NASA not?
I don't think that. I do think they lie, for sure. However, like and when it comes to, say, like the Jesuits having the flat Earth conception, like they have the Sheol or whatever, like the underworld and all that, and they've mapped out a flat Earth as well. And I have a different explanation from a different conspiracy theory, which is, that's a deception that they bring upon the humans, like every few generations. They keep bringing it back. They have it written down, and it's kind of like it's a thing to keep us distracted every few generations. So
all
that's
these
my
ancient civilizations
explanation.
thought the Earth was flat, right? So it's like, were they advanced or were they not? I don't like.
Yeah.
It's
hang
like,
on. I don't know if they. I don't know if they thought the world was flat. I don't know about that. I've read the book of Enki.
Here's the one thing you need to realize is that it's at least not what they claim it to be. If you can just get to that point,
sure.
Then the rest,
Matrix,
we don't know what
whatever
it is, but what they're claiming is nonsense, and that's the point.
Yeah, like I think the CIA put the word flat Earth out there. Like, they created the word conspiracy theorists. I think they put the word flat earther because it creates this binary, and it allows people to be strawmanned, right? Technically, the Earth's like a topographical plane. It could have a huge elevation change that's gradual at a certain rate at the center. It looks like it's a basin. We just know it's not a spinning globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, and they're not going to outer space, and outer space is not a vacuum. Like we're just like not globe earthers, right? Like we don't have to know exactly what the Earth is. If you can accept that, that's really all that matters. But what we know is that the Earth is geocentric, bro. It's the center of everything. It was created. They're hiding land. They don't let us go to the center. They don't let us go to Antarctica. Like exactly what it is not as much the issue. It's like falsification is independent of replacement. Like we falsify what they said. I mean, that's the big thing, and the reason that's a big deal is it has huge implications. Again, if you've ever seen the Hunger Games, we live in like a real life Hunger Games. They drew a circle around us, and we're not allowed to leave the circle without permission. That's pretty wild. I mean, like any truther would realize the significance of that.
Well, I get that. I get some of the, I get a lot of the stuff. It's just about the explanations for the things.
Like what? Like you can't, like if you can name, like I would be surprised if you can name anything that I don't have a more viable explanation for. Like
what you just said about
that's the second hurdle.
Like the movies where we have a ring around us or whatever, we're in a maze or Hunger Games, like you said, like that they want us to live that way. I get it. It just doesn't mean that anything's flat.
Well, we can measure the surface. So, like, it's not what they said. Like, we don't know exactly what it is. It's not what they said. It can't be. It has to curve at a certain rate. We have observations that would require the radius of a sphere be 264,000 miles. When the military develops ground weapon systems, they literally assume the Earth flat, a dielectric plane. I can give you a military document. It's called Electromagnetic Propagation over Flat Earth. Like the flat Earth. Like that's what it's called. That's the only way that the weapons work. We shoot radio waves 10,000 miles. Horizontal line of sight propagation 10,000 miles. Like our wells can communicate thousands of miles using sonar. This stuff can't happen. Like you can only go 7 miles down to the ground, yet they claim to know what's 4,000 miles down. And when we went 7.8 miles down, the globe Earth predictions were wrong the entire way. Harvard admits they still can't explain the magnetic field on the globe, how it works, how it's sustained, and how it's displaced, or more so like facilitated, mapped out. There's so many problems. NASA's now coming out and saying there's an inexplicable amount of water in space, and that the sun is putting off water. Like this is what they're saying. Like they admit 95% of the universe can't be explained, and relativity is wrong. The quantum scale has debunked relativity as well. Everything that they've come up with is not true. The only way you can do anything in the real world is to assume the Earth is a plane. It's not literally flat. We have mountains and valleys. It's a topographical plane, but it's just what it is, bro. And you can go test it. Like, I've tested it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I get that it's like a crazy lie. Like, do you believe in the moon landing?
See, I mean, I've looked into all the Stanley Kubrick. I love all the stuff. It's my favorite kind of topics, you know? It's just not about when I look into it, I never hear about the flat earth. It's always, I'm just looking into the moon landings and whatever it is, you know,
But I'm just
as
asking, what do you
a younger man.
So I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm saying, what do you think? Do you think the moon landing is real? Like, if you had to guess, like right now, what do you think? Do you think it's, if you had to pick,
Like, it's fucking,
put a gun to your head and said, if you're wrong, then you die?
Yeah, I'd say they did, but a lot of the shit is fishy. A lot of it's fishy, especially like, I mean, there's so much missing stuff. You know, the technology.
There actually isn't. I watched the moon landing live on TV.
No, you didn't.
Whoa, what?
No, you did not.
I'm just saying, it's just fishy as fuck.
I
Yeah,
watched
well,
the moon landing on TV.
Well, the official narrative is that no one watched it live, so that they actually aired an animation at first because no one actually even watched it live. That Neil Armstrong will tell you that. Buzz Aldrin.
You watched it live.
That's
Can
you
I ask you?
That's you
like,
misunderstanding what he said in that video.
Can I ask you if when you heard like you know, the Buzz Aldrin or whoever talk on the radio, could you hear them talking back and forth? Like, how was that?
Yes, you could hear him. And I
So
watched,
you heard him. Yep.
I watched Buzz Aldrin put his foot onto the dish of the lander's foot and then step onto the moon.
So what were we misunderstanding?
I hope you guys are recording this, that Brenda is saying this shit, right? Because she might take this back in a later episode or something, right? Record this.
But it's just hilarious. So it's all recorded and documented. But anyway, so he's on a late night television show, and Conan says, "I remember watching you land on the moon," and he interrupts him and says, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No one was on the moon yet. That was just an animation."
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Nobody saw the lander land on the moon. I didn't say I saw the lander land on the moon. I said I saw Buzz Aldrin step onto the lander's foot and then onto the surface of the moon.
And it's impossible that they could show a fake video. Is that your claim?
No, wait, hang on. Did and then he said the eagle has landed, or he said, you know, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, and then Houston responded, you know, like you could hear them talking back and forth.
So
that friggin' takes minutes, doesn't it? Like we can, the way they talked back and forth.
It's about 3 minutes or something.
But the delay was actually wrong, though. The delay was off and inconsistent. And even in the phone conversation, the delay was wrong. So, like, it's laughable. It's so laughable.
So the mistake that flat earthers and conspiracy theorists make about that Buzz Aldrin thing is what Conan said is he said, "I saw you land on the moon." And Buzz Aldrin is correct. Nobody saw them land on the moon. What we saw was once it had landed, right, there was a camera built into the lander that showed Aldrin's foot stepping onto the lander and then onto the moon.
Wow, get the fuck out of here with that. Where do you get that from?
Well, just don't take this is stupid and boring. Like, anyone that still believes in the moon landing, like, dude, just let them have it. Like, no one cares.
Yeah, that was on TV.
Cool story, bro. Wow, maybe the moon landing is real. Oh my gosh, I never even thought of it that way. Next.
Yeah, you just hand wave dismiss things that don't go.
No, I just think you're boring.
No, so what didn't happen is nobody saw the moonlander land because, as Buzz Aldrin correctly said, nobody was there to film them land.
Right? We get it. You believe in the story headed by a Nazi SS officer. We get it.
That doesn't mean that they didn't see him step out onto the surface of the moon.
Okay, we get it. You believe in a story from a Nazi SS officer. We get it.
It's what
No,
happened.
hang on.
They set up. They knew this would be historic, so they put a camera on the Atlantic position. This was all known beforehand. They set up a camera, so they.
We don't care.
Out.
Oh, hang on, Brenda.
He stepped onto the lander, and then he said some things, and then he stepped onto the surface of the moon.
You've said the same thing 5 times now.
Yes,
Okay,
because
I get it.
Get through your thick skull.
Yeah,
No,
so
I
when
just
I
don't
watch the
care.
Conan clip, he does it. It's what Brenda's saying. Like it makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we know what Brenda's saying. To know what Brenda's opinion is, all you have to do is go read Snopes. That's literally Brenda doesn't have her own opinions. You just have to go read Snopes.
Hang on.
You understand that Wissett was trying to misrepresent it, to spin it to his version, right?
Of course.
Well, you said
yeah,
you watched it live.
He's
You said you
using
watched
it
live,
as
and you didn't watch
evidence.
it. You didn't watch them land live. So
Wissett was spinning it to lie to you.
no, so you wait. So you
either
agree?
that,
You agree
or
that they
he
showed a
thinks that
fake
that's proof
animation?
his misunderstanding.
You showed a group. You showed they showed a fake animation to the world of it landing.
Of it landing, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he said. Yeah, because no one would have filmed it. Of course, it's an animation, so he corrected Conan properly, right?
I get it. It doesn't prove one way or the other. I also admit that some flat earthers run the other way. I wasn't even saying that he was saying that none of the footage was real. I never said that. Okay, my point is that they admittedly showed a fake animation to the whole world.
Yes,
Hey,
normal people with it are not paranoid. They don't think that because there's an animation that everything is fake.
That's a straw man. I never said that, Brenda. You're just really boring.
If they tried, if they tried to make the animation look realistic, I'd be like, maybe they were trying to make the, that'd be funny, but I would still want to see the animation that they showed.
Okay, so we get it. You guys believe in a story headed by a Nazi SS officer. We get it. If you want to believe in it, believe in it.
Poison the well again. So
no, it's not poisoning the well.
Okay,
That's just an objective recollection.
Like
it was an SS
paperclip or whatever happened, or whatever it was. So we did get a lot of scientists and engineers and
no, not just scientists and engineers, an SS officer.
Yeah, captains. Sorry, my mic slipped. Captains. I was gonna say captains of U-boats. We got a ton of just general Nazis. Yeah. So that being a thing doesn't mean any. I agree.
But I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying, bro. My man, you guys got to chill with the straw mans. Okay, it's a preponderance of evidence. I'm just saying it's a preponderance of evidence. Brenda, shut up. It's a preponderance of evidence. No one's claiming that this is proof that it's fake. The point is that the same person that was an SS officer in the Nazi regime that showed fake rocket propaganda to the German people, admittedly fake rocket propaganda films, lying about the capabilities of rockets and where they could go, admittedly, then came over here, was put in charge of the space exploration program, and supposedly got us to the moon. Okay? I choose not to blindly believe propagandists.
Where did von Braun say that they could go that was a lie?
They were claiming altitudes that the rockets hit that were lies. So this is another thing where you don't know what you're talking about, but let me guess, you know what you're talking about.
Where did von Braun talk about like CGI or like faking?
No, it's not CGI. It's not
sorry,
CGI.
faking.
They were just they were just lying to the German people about their rocket capabilities and how they could shoot them further up in the air than they actually could. And this is public information.
But actually, you can get rockets higher.
No one's claiming that it proves you can't. My point is that the person that was in charge of the mission you blindly believe had just now lied to an entire country of people about rocket propaganda films.
Sure. Okay. Wait. Let me answer it honestly. I don't know about the others, but it's like, it's like, unfortunately, that's the guy we believe. The Nazi, the ex-Nazi guy is the guy we believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. We can move on.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Go ahead.
It's a smart thing to do You grab the scientists from Germany and you put them on a short leash, and you put them in charge of developing your post-war missile and space technology, and that's what got us ahead of the Russians.
Yeah. Okay, very cool story. Even though, how would they know that he was capable of doing something like that if he had never done it and was just lying about what he could actually do?
He made the V1, V2, or what? Didn't he make the V2 rocket?
Two was capable of going pretty high up, and people had the vision to see that this was a future technology.
Okay, yeah, we know they in 1969, and they just still can't go back 50 years later, and no one's ever been, and they lost like literal miles of telemetry data, and then the mountains don't move when they move the camera, and then there is sounds without an atmosphere when they're using hammers, and they just snuck a golf club on there and played golf on the moon. We get it. It's so real, yeah.
Travels through
And
material.
they just kill babies and drink their blood and adrenochrome.
They do. Yeah. And,
But it has nothing to do with flat Earth, you know. I'm going into
the reason
stuff.
I brought up the moon, not because I think the last thing I'd ever want to do is talk to Brenda about the moon. Okay, Brenda just jumps in and loves to just spew off the Snopes articles like she's teaching us. Okay, I was asking you about the moon landing to get a litmus test of if you've gone there because you already know some truth. See, I can get this Brenda person right here that's in here now. She's gonna call you a crazy conspiracy theorist for anything you think outside of the official narrative.
Well, Brenda, I'm unjabbed, so I'm unjabbed. I'm a pretty big conspiracy theorist. Just flat Earth, it just doesn't, you know. 9/11, the physics don't make sense there either. So
now Brenda's gonna spiral, and you're a science denier for not getting the jab. So you know that's Brenda's take.
See, but that's the thing is I understand physics a little bit, and I just get that 9/11 didn't make sense. And when it comes to flat Earth, I just cannot get on board.
It's cool. Just take your time, man. I mean, it's like so it takes some people 18 months. It takes some people years. Like either, you know, it's whatever, bro. It's just stay open-minded. Don't ever go to this other extreme like Brenda is, where it's like whatever the official narrative is and whatever the fact check of Snopes says is the truth. As long as you stay honest, we don't want to like convert you. I don't know anyone here that wants you to like lie.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like this, it's a process, bro. This was such a big thing to wrap my mind around. You know, like first, for me, it was moon landing's fake. Then I found out that's the supposed first real picture of the Earth from space, and they didn't even claim to have another real one until 2015. Yeah. That's many decades of not even claiming to have one. And since I already didn't believe the moon landing, I'm like, wow, there is something kind of sketchy here. I'm like, oh, the Earth is geocentric, right? And then I found out that Einstein said it could be geocentric, that Edwin Hubble said it could be geocentric, Stephen Hawking said it could be geocentric, and that there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove otherwise, or terrestrial observation or optical experiment that can prove otherwise. And I'm like, wow, this is kind of crazy. You know, like the Earth could be geocentric. These people that are in this room can't even admit that their people that brought them their current model said that there can't be any proof from the Earth that the Earth's heliocentric. So I mean, it's like
well, you say all those things.
Ask him about if you talk about the physics of 9/11, talk about the physics of gas pressure.
All the people you mentioned, like these famous people saying that it could be geocentric. I want to hear that. I want to read that first of all, you know, because.
Yeah, I got the quote right there from Stephen Hawking. He said, so which is real, the Ptolemaic or Copernican system? Although it is not uncommon for people to say that Copernicus proved Ptolemy wrong, that is not true. One can use either picture as a model of the universe, for our observations of the heavens can be explained by assuming either the Earth or the sun to be at rest. Physicist Stephen Hawking. And I can drop you a ton of quotes from top-level physicists saying the same thing, including Einstein himself, who said it's nothing more than a philosophical coordinate system preference. So,
you can assume a geocentric Earth and make calculations from there, but it won't work in other situations. Ultimately, the solar system is heliocentric.
Well, I get it. And if you take it's like taking a snapshot. So There's a lot of misunderstandings. I get it. If you compile the misunderstandings, then just like you were kind of saying that earlier about compiling different different conspiracies and then getting there. I think that there's a misunderstanding there. Like, obviously what Brenda said there is right. I agree again. That's what I was reading. Was that
No. What I'm saying is just objective. Okay, so here's Albert Einstein to the question of whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments. We have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. That's Albert Einstein admitting that when he proposed relativity, it's what saved the heliocentric model, even in theory. Okay? This is the person that still is the glue for heliocentrism to this day. Relativity has been debunked on the cosmological and the quantum scale, yet Brenda and people like her will literally pretend that it's 100% objective. 95% of the universe is dark matter or dark energy, a mathematical concept, an undefined term, just a math equation to explain discrepancy away. On the quantum scale, it completely doesn't work at all, and they have to try to hope there's something called the graviton, which they've never found and never will find, yet we have people running around pretend that they know for a fact it's real. It's about intellectual honesty. That's all. Sir, there's one side here that's not honest at all, bro. They claim that it's definitive and proven, and it objectively is not.
Yeah, everyone knows that relativity and quantum mechanics don't get along. Okay, so what?
Nor does it work on the cosmological scale.
But the thing is
everyone
when you
knows
read
that
the
relativity
quote,
and quantum mechanics don't work. Yeah.
Hey, NASA, shut up for a second. When you read the quote, we get a different interpretation of what it means than you. Did I cut out there? We get a different interpretation.
Well, just enlighten me what the quote of Albert Einstein saying that I'm misinterpreting.
Because when you're trying to measure these things, you have to. It's a snapshot of time. It's like a fraction of time in the vastness of space. It's kind of like when you're talking about the phase shifting of a star. It's like you're never going to see the actual phase shifting. You're only going to observe it at a fraction of a second. So you're only going to see you're never going to see phase shifting unless you observe a star and then wait thousands of years and then you observe it again. You know what I'm saying? So it's all like theoretical. It's all in the vastness of space. You're dealing with snapshots of time, like.
Well, let's say that.
That's not the point. The point is that. Okay, Brenda acts like it's definitive. See, the truth is that relativity says that you can't tell. You can't tell. Okay, well then it could be true or it couldn't be true. It doesn't prove one way or the other. But when people claim that it's a definitive fact that has been proven, they're lying. They're lying.
Because Albert Einstein right there is even saying it's hard to reconcile that fact, that it's such a hard thing to measure, right? Like even in his time, which is not that long ago, it was hard for him to measure that, but they had to basically assume it so.
To measure what? What specifically?
The motion of the Earth.
To basically have a difference between the two measurements considerable enough to specifically need to use one.
Well, I don't quite understand, but today we can measure the parallax of nearby stars and the difference between the Earth at opposite ends of its orbit, right? So that's a period. That's a long. That's a baseline, and we can see parallax in nearby stars that show that the Earth has in fact moved. So that kind of refutes your geocentric presupposition.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No.
Hang on.
The stars move relative to each other. Try again.
What Whitsitt is saying is that Albert Einstein and Hawking are saying that you can use either method to make these measurements, right?
Correct.
Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking are saying that right now we can't even test it. Like we can't test it.
Can't test what?
You can't test it. You can't prove the difference from Earth of the Earth being geocentric or heliocentric. It's just objective.
I just told you how.
No, I just told you that you're assuming that the cause of change in the stars.
One can either picture as a model of the universe for our observations, the heavens can be explained by assuming either the sun or, Earth or the sun to be at rest.
Parallax falsifies geocentrism.
No, I'm just saying Stephen Hawking and the other genius, Albert Einstein, are saying that it's difficult to reconcile this as a thing, but they put it forward anyway. Like so
Yeah,
what Whitsitt is saying is it's still not fully proven at that time. Like
and
what
you don't have to, and Brenda, before you go there, you don't have the distance to the parallax. You don't have the distance to the stars known, so you're just making that up too.
Yeah, we do know the distance to stars. The close by stars, we know the distance, and we can measure that with parallax. That falsifies the geocentrism.
Does it? I mean,
yeah, because if the Earth is stationary, there can't be parallax.
so you're saying stars can't move away from Earth, or if it was the center?
Parallax is the difference between your right eye and your left eye, right? You cover one and you look at a doorknob on the door in your room, and then you uncover the other one and close that one. Then you look again and the doorknob will have shifted, right? That shifting is parallax, and we can see that with nearby stars, not far away ones because they're fuck all far away, but with closer ones we can measure the parallax.
Well, I agree with that. Like if we wait 6 months between observations, right?
Yeah, that's what people do.
But what Albert Einstein and the fucking other guy are saying is it's difficult to reconcile the negative result. Like he says it. You can read the quotes, right? We're reading them.
What conspiracy theorists do is they pull quotes out of context and reinterpret them, and then they don't give you the context and they shove their ideology into it. That's what conspiracy theorists do.
I hear you as what they do. What conspiracy theorists do.
Yep.
So wait a minute. Is Whitsitt arguing for relativity or against relativity right now? Because he argues both ways depending on how he wants it.
I don't know what Whitsitt kind of went quiet a little bit ago.
Now, I'm about to chill with my wife. I'm going to chill with my wife for a second, but the thing is, I never have argued for relativity. I just correct the Globers who don't even understand it. I've actually read the paper. I actually understand it. I've actually talked to numerous professors about it. I've actually fully understood the discrepancies within it. I've actually dropped a bunch of quotes right now telling you that it doesn't prove either way.
So you're relativity, relativity.
No. I'm explaining that if you even understand what relativity is in and of itself, theoretically, on a fundamental level, it is saying that you can't tell a difference. The fact that you don't know what relativity is glaringly obvious when you claim
for relativity.
No, special relativity attributes a constant speed to light in 1905, and then 10 years later, built upon that assumption, they then built general relativity. And the idea is that if you go at the speed of light, you'd experience timelessness, and then that expands into the idea that it's so relative that you would never be able to actually differentiate. That's because whenever they did the Michelson-Morley interferometry patterns, they did not detect any difference that should be there. And so it is nothing more than a mathematical band-aid to explain a way that you can't tell the difference. I might jump on in a little bit, but I'm going to chill with my wife while she's going to go to sleep. So I'm getting out of here for at least now. Peace.
Wow, that was a big mouthful of mushy.
Yeah. I wish they could make the motion of Earth in space perceptible in terrestrial experiments.
What, 1 degree an hour? Are you 15 degrees an hour?
You'd have to watch. I mean, no, I'd want to see you'd have to cut off the effects of Earth's gravity and magnetic field. You'd have to cut off everything, and then you'd be able to see the Earth's or like our solar system's motion around the center. You know what I'm saying? Like it'd be really, as soon as you cut off gravity, you would fling out into the solar system and out. I don't know. I'm too high for this.
Okay. Well, there's a website puzzle called Bad Astronomy by Phil Plait. It's probably archived because it goes way back. It used to be on salon.com. I don't know if it is anymore. It's called Bad Astronomy. And he addressed a lot of the conspiracies, and then he went on to do other things, and he stopped updating the website and stuff. But
for what? For flat Earth stuff? Because I'm not like trying to. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
No, it wasn't flat Earth stuff. It was just we didn't go to the moon stuff. Mostly.
Oh, okay.
And some Mars stuff too.
You can measure the motion of Earth with a pendulum in your bathroom.
The motion of the rotation of Earth, right? Like,
right.
Yeah, but it'd be cool to what Einstein is saying is to observe, say, the pendulum. You know, doing that for the orbit around the sun. No,
tougher because that motion is much more.
Yeah.
Well, NASA when Bob and Nathan Thompson had that optical gyroscope on their table, didn't it also pick up the rotation of the Earth around the sun?
Don't think
See,
so.
I don't know. That'd be crazy.
They're seeing the motion in 3D. I don't know if an optical gyroscope is. They got this really good gyroscope, an optical gyroscope that I've seen. Maybe they can detect it, but I don't know if the one sitting on your desk is good enough to detect the motion around the sun. I'll have to look into that.
Well, that would be insane, yeah. Or to detect the motion around the center of the galaxy.
Well, that would really be insane because that one, once every 2 billion years or something?
I don't think.
Once every Baktun, my friend.
Hmm?
Once every Baktun. It's just a Mayan 2012 kind of thing.
Isn't it 25,000 years around the Milky Way?
I don't know. It's a big number.
I think it's.
I don't know. That's like 10 Baktuns, man.
10 Baktuns?
No, I have no idea. Yeah, what the Mayans said. The calendar, when they're like measuring it out, it's like each.
That was 10 years ago.
Each ring has a different meaning and days, months, years.
That was the big flat Earth thing 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son was worried about that for a while. I said, I've got a calendar that says that the Earth is going to end on December 31st. No, 2012.
You're saying it like conspiracy theorists jump on it from one to another. Like that was, yeah. But that's not the way it is. But hang on. Maybe you're right about that because that's kind of what I say about the left and how they jump from like, BLM to abortion to Ukraine to vaccines. So that's what I say about you guys. I'm a Glober. Keep that in mind.
For some conspiracy peoples, they do, but not all.
Peyton NASA is relatively liberal, but you don't have to be liberal to believe that the Earth is a globe. There's plenty.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like you.
For instance, I was talking to Lewis in Gem Panda's server today, and he's fairly conservative. He's not crazy, but he's fairly conservative. He thinks the Earth is a globe. The politics, the shape of the Earth doesn't care about your politics.
Yeah, but when NASA Shill said that, he lumps it up as like flat earthers jump from one thing to another, and they're also all Trump supporters, whatever it is. No, it's like, no, I get you, but no,
it's because exactly.
I'm not saying all, but I'm saying that
9/11 happened. Why would no real conspiracy theorists?
Exactly. So
politicians, they don't trust politicians. Are you kidding?
Or to say conspiracy theorists, Globers don't believe 9/11 was an inside job. Yeah, it's like, no, I do. I think it was,
I would say that the overlap between flat earthers and Trump supporters is big.
Like the crowd. Okay, hang on here, hang on. The overlap can be explained. If you take any kind of, well, you don't need to take any courses. It can be explained easy. Just the conspiracy mindset. The number of journals out there, the number of articles you can read, whoever's sending you the links, whoever you're following. If you're in the conspiracy crowd, you're bound to have heard of QAnon and all this crap, right? So it's all explainable. You can't just say,
I know, but I'm just saying that the overlap. I'm not saying all, or I'll never
the
say
overlap
all.
is
The
conspiracy
overlap
minds.
is
Yeah,
considerable.
Conspiracy. You have to actually kind of say the overlap is due to a conspiratorial mind.
I imagine there are a few
Or something
non-Trump supporters who are flat earthers, but I think they're definitely in the minority.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, but then the same could be said as all the people who believe in the globe also probably support Obama when he says, "I don't have time to flat Earth society." So what exactly are you talking about per se?
I don't think that. I think that Globers are basically 50-50 or whatever, the 60-40, whatever. I don't think there's a lot of politics in the globe Earth. To tell you the truth.
60-40 what? Wait, what?
But no, whatever the split between Democrat and Republican, whatever the split between Biden and Trump was, it was like 50-50, 60-40, whatever that is, that's the same split among Globers, because it just is.
Yeah, and there's quite a number of Democrats and people generally on the left who are not Biden fans.
Well, not only that, but I mean, the number of people who are flat earthers is definitely a minority of the population.
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
Whereas the number of Globers is so big that I think it just is to the point where it is not political.
Yeah, I mean, who's the biggest?
Now wait a minute. If you compare them, if you compare even the most conservative Glober to some of these wingnut conspiracy flat earthers, they'll look like they'll look like Stalin or something in comparison.
I just kind of have more categories.
wait.
I don't categorize them all in this and lump them all.
Yeah, but he's making a contrast analogy. I don't get it. So you're saying if you take the normalist, most conservative, extreme, normal Glober versus the other extreme crazy person, what is the point though?
The point, I guess what I'm trying to say is that there are some real, I'm trying to be nice here, there are some real far right beliefs among people on the flat earth side of the argument. Is that
far right?
What? That's crazy. I don't even see that.
I don't really get that.
I see.
I don't want to attack you.
That sounds like every other. That's ridiculous.
I want to hear. What are you
saying? We won't agree. I'll stop it then.
Far right beliefs.
Hearing it. I'm not hearing it. I guess. Are you just saying like Republican, or are you just saying like
flat earthers?
Okay.
I definitely like 20 years ago.
Right.
20 years ago, that's kind of like what you would get from like movies and shows. Was like it's like a hillbilly American thing. It's like, oh, flat Earth, you're a hillbilly American or whatever. That was like the thing 20 years,
Well, is it a thing where it's like, Democrat, socialist, more herd mentality, more falling in line, and Republican is the more conspiracy group? Is that like a standard thing?
Oh, we won't get into who follows.
No, I think these Democrat, socialists, and Marxists, I hate them as well. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't care for Marxists either. I'm not a Marxist. I'm a Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're against a group of people working together and trying to be equal? Wow.
Yeah, because for them, equality comes at the end of a gun.
Well, it's all like this.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. like what government doesn't come at the end of a gun? Like, is there a government where they don't like at least put you out of the country? Like, whether or not they punish you with the gun, don't they like at least use a gun to put you out if you don't follow, or like the gun like thing, you know?
Most governments don't put you out of the country if you disagree with them.
No, nah. What? If you break the laws, you're gonna get punished. I guess I'm saying, where can you disagree? Means like act out. You know what I'm
If
saying?
you want to say there's more conspiracy theorists on the right, then that's fine. And then I could say that there's way more people in lockstep with New World Order, crap on the left.
I don't know what New Order is.
Like you think you're just on the left, but you're actually like the Ukraine. You're like a New World Order kind of tool to usher in the end times.
And that's just bullshit.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. It sounds like
I'm just a Democrat. I vote generally for Democrats.
I'll support the JFK thing of transparency,
so cooperation,
anti-elite. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna put that stamp on the category titles of government style, social Martin, then sure, you know what I mean. Anything corrupt is bad.
Yeah, right.
Anything
versus
corrupt
left
is
thing. I don't think it's a right versus left thing, like Brenda's saying, but we all kind of put it. We all like NASA Shill keeps trying to say, it's a way to insult each other, to say that you're a left wing commie or whatever, and then you could say that I'm a right wing conspiracy theorist Nazi, but I'm not a flat earther. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can be a Nazi and not be a flat earther, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about the initial insult that NASA Shill said is like, I mean, it's not really an insult. It was kind of just a remark. The Mayan calendar 2012 stuff that got everybody. That didn't just get the flat earthers. It got globe earther conspiracy theorists as well.
Got a lot of people.
It might be extreme. It might be extreme anecdote, but I'll take any data. Like, I don't know if I've noticed a pattern there, because I don't poll people for what their political thing, what box they check. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I'm missing that, but maybe the most looniest people are all like this independent type of box checker. Who knows?
No, I would disagree with you. I would disagree with you on that. I think there's loony people. I think
on both.
Make it clear. I think there are Looney Tunes people on the left
and the right. Okay, but was NASA? Were you saying you see a pattern maybe? And I don't judging this any way or attacking. I definitely know if I'm hearing you.
I definitely think that the vast majority of flat earthers are right wing. Further right, the more likely you are to be a flat earther.
Hang on. Wait, no. The further right. So if I go to a prison and there's like this really hardcore Nazi guy, then most likely he's a flat earther. Yeah.
That wasn't an opposite equation. That wasn't a proper equation.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
exactly.
Let's start again. Okay, let's start again. Let's take the population of flat earthers and put them on a left to right scale. Left being
and I agreed. I conceded to that.
I would say that the majority of flat earthers will fall a couple standard devs to the right.
Right.
Average. Do we agree there?
I did. I do.
And that doesn't mean that if they're all Nazis, that a big percentage of them is that. That could still be a small percentage of that group.
It's the other way around, though. It's the
obviously.
You start with the population of flat earthers, and I'm not saying it's just political views. I think that there'll be at least two standard devs to the right of average.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying there. Now that you've clarified and made it proper, but earlier, obviously.
Earlier, I was saying the same thing, but not precise enough for you guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well.
Plus, Don posted some stuff.
I appreciate it. I mean, that's interesting.
There is patterns.
An observation.
I don't.
There are patterns. There are patterns to be recognized. I was only making the distinction between the Mayan calendar one, as it's like it got everybody. That obviously wasn't.
It got everybody. But then again,
Yeah.
like I told my son in 2012, I have a calendar that says that the Earth is going to end. I think it was on December 31st, 2011. I really don't expect the calendar to end. I'm just going to go out and get a new calendar and start over again.
Oh, and I remember telling my mom that the movie was terrible. I'm a globe earther, by the way, but like if I was a flat earther, I remember telling my mom that the movie is garbage, but the mainstream media is making a big deal of this thing, and like this is nothing like 9/11, whatever.
Well, the other thing is they look back to the last time it ended, and I forget the date, but it was sometime a couple hundred years prior, and they went through a whole, the ship log. The English captains kept a very precise log. And they looked through like several logs of ships that were at sea during that time, and nobody noticed anything. It was just another day. So.
Wait, I lost track of you there at the beginning.
What day was that? Was that?
I don't remember the precise.
Some
date.
other crazy day or something.
No, it was the last time before 2012 that the Mayan calendar rolled over. It rolls over. What's it for?
Yeah. Once again, I know
calendar?
It was a crazy thing or whatever. It just had nothing to do with lumping up flat Earth with like 9/11 and moon landings. They are all conspiracy theories, and the odds are, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you'd be pushed away from a 1984 Big Brother government. So you'd be pushed away from this new age liberalism, and you'd be pushed away. You'd be going right. So.
Or you could be you'd already be there or ready. You're more likely to be that way, whether before or during or after or whatever.
Where do you think a 1984 style Big Brother government would come from? Most likely the left or the right?
Yeah, you're right there. I agree. It would be like a big Costco. It'd be like Idiocracy. It'd be that Ultramart or whatever it is.
Idiocracy is 1984. Where do you think a 1984 dictatorship would come from? The left or the right?
China.
Aren't we supposed to say left?
Yeah, it would be left, right? It'd be left.
Left, correct. Left, correct.
No, it wouldn't.
So it wouldn't be like a communist dictatorship. It wouldn't be like North Korea and China. It would be more. You're saying it'd be more like a business, like an oil company or something like that, like a big, like a dude with a mustache, 1984 style. Yeah.
Like the people want to be separated so much they let the government come in the middle.
Like a business. Yeah, I get you, and it's equally as frightening and equally compelling to and I get it, and I might be like a right-brained person, and then these people are left-brained. Maybe there is like a thing that divides us, but we are in agreement that it's like a dangerous future, and we want the utmost freedom.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, we are.
I don't want people to have the utmost freedom. I don't want people to have the freedom to steal and to kill people and commit crimes. I don't want people to have that freedom.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you should have the freedom to not go through red lights or to drive 100 miles an hour through a school zone. I think that we make laws for reasons.
And we do.
Yeah, but I kind of get from the they're anti-establishment types. Typically, the flat earthers and the conspiracy theorists.
Anti-establishment, kind of. But then you could also say that the anarchist Antifa type, the ones that burn down like Wendy's and shit, there are anarchists as well. But it's on both sides that the ones that want to destroy.
Okay, so can we elaborate though? If it's so, but Brenda, that thing, if I can repeat it proper, what you just said was the anti-establishment, and then that's the right, correct? And then we're saying that's who's gonna produce the 84 Big Brother?
Generally, in my experience, it's Big Brother is a product of authoritarianism, which is predominantly on the far right. I'm not talking about conservatives. I'm talking about the far right.
Okay.
People
like National Socialist Party.
I don't know.
Nazis, otherwise known as Nazis. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm not. Obviously, I'm not.
You know, Dick, that's a phenomenon of the
Jay.
right.
Well, that's nationalism as well. It's like nationalism plus socialism, which is like a left thing. But I get you.
Not really, but on the far left, yes, there
I
are
think
tyrannical governments on the far left, like North Korea, China, the former USSR. Those were far left totalitarian states. Yes, and yes, they were bad, and yes, I don't want them. That's why I identify as being a relatively progressive Democrat. You know, I don't want to go to either end of the spectrum. I want to stay where it's sane.
Yeah, good middle ground. I think that's most humans, despite like the fringes, you know.
I don't have a problem with people who are more conservative than me, like Lewis. Talking to him this afternoon in Gem Pandas. I don't have a problem.
Your mic's weird.
I know. Yeah. So I have a problem with ordinary conservatives like Lewis or even Soundly. Soundly is fairly conservative, you know.
Yeah, I mean Lewis, I remember him. He's funny.
But he's also relatively conservative.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a fine line. Like this guy was saying, I think Witsit was saying earlier, like there's certain conspiracy theories that like it's like even I could say it's like you'll never believe, you know, that's what he'll say. There's certain conspiracy theories that you'll never ever believe, like because it's in you're just like blocked off, you know.
I don't think it's a virtue to believe in a conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think
no, but
theories are silly. I think they're
yeah. But what if it's a real? So like the people who actually think 9/11 was an inside job would mostly land on the right, right? I would say, or is that a left wing thing as well?
I think that at the beginning, a lot of people, both left and right, thought that, and I think over time, it has come to be mostly people on the fringe. But I don't think people on the
That's like a both sides thing.
People on the silly left, the silly people on the left, I don't think they believe in 9/11 conspiracy anymore. They may have, but I don't think they do anymore.
All right. But as NASA was saying, you're just more conspiratorially minded, so you would fall more on the right because
I think, well, I'm not, but if somebody is conspiratorially minded, I think they tend to be more on the right these days. But I've met people on the far left who have their own conspiracies, but they're not conspiracies that you would be familiar with.
Yep. No, I get it.
Have you guys ever considered that both sides are being played against each other?
Absolutely.
You mean another conspiracy? No, I don't think conspiracies are a good way to think about things.
No, I agree with that, obviously, and disinformation and misinformation, like the CIA, obviously they do that shit.
What do you mean, obviously?
See, you can't speak for all Globers and then have these guys misunderstand what all Globers think. Right? You can't be the left-wing voice for all Globers. Like you and Gem Panda and those guys, the ones that don't agree, the ones that are all triple boosted, right? And quadruple boosted. You can't speak for all Globers and keep telling these people that this is how Globers think. We're all stubborn and we hate every conspiracy theory. You can't do that, right? Because that's how they all think. They all think we're all fucking just like slaves to the New World Order. When clearly clearly, like, the right is trying to fight the New World Order as well, and clearly the left is like backing Biden and backing Hillary. You know, they're doing shit that we don't like.
They have you fooled. It seems they have you both fooled, both you and Brenda, because
Yeah.
Again,
Well, I mean, yeah.
If you think you're a Democrat, you're gone.
I know.
If you identify yourself as either a Democrat or a Republican, they have you. It's over for you.
The
you're
problem
a
I was
Stockholm
saying-
individual. You're worthless as a free thinker.
The problem, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Simple. You if you say I'm a Democrat, that means you have to identify with certain things that other people have come up, and you don't have a brain for yourself, and automatically you're gonna fight the Republicans, just like you're here every day, Brenda, fighting the flat earthers label, right?
Yeah, you're just repeating your claim. You're just repeating your claim.
Right.
Well,
that's
what
not
I was saying is being the voice for Globers, and I was relating the left wing mindset with Globers, and you got, like, all these flat earthers hate, like, you know, they don't get that someone could believe in 9/11 and believe in the moon landings, or sorry, that not believe in 9/11, believe in the moon landings, and not believe in flat Earth. You know, they don't. They think
First of all,
yeah.
9/11 should be like a litmus test, whatever they call that.
Yeah.
If you believe that that's the official story, my policy is I don't even want to talk to you any further than that. You're useless.
Agreed. And I'm a Glober. I agree.
Like, if you tell me I believe in 9/11, I'll just turn my back and walk away from you. There's nothing else needs to be said.
I don't know why. Sorry, go ahead, Brenda. Go ahead, Brenda.
And so why is that, SE?
2 words: free and fall.
Yeah, it didn't. The Building 7 did not fall at free fall speeds.
I'm not going to go into it that with you. Like I said, if you believe that, you are not conversation worthy to me. You're just a dumbass. Sorry.
There's
come on.
I didn't mean, I just want to be clear. Like, she wants to get into a conversation with 9/11.
Yeah.
No,
I don't want to do it.
I can't do that.
It's been measured. It did not fall at free fall speeds.
Right. You believe that, Brenda. That's right. So there's nothing for me to talk to you.
Hang on.
Like, I can't even talk to you about a butterfly after that.
No, you can debate other things, just not 9/11.
With a person that believes 9/11, no, you're useless to me after that.
No,
you're just part of the system. You're useless. You're an NPR. What do they call them? Non-performing, whatever. Yeah.
NPC. Yeah. Non-player.
NPC. Yeah, you're an NPC to me.
All right. Okay. So it's not. So the litmus test isn't whether or not you're a flat earther. It's whether or not 9/11 was an inside job.
Yeah, because if you can believe that, there's nothing that you won't cannot not believe, right? If you can believe that story, then anything else is possible. I can sell you a bridge.
Brenda,
you can believe in Santa Claus, yeah.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. 9/11 for sure, and it goes into other things. Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you think, excuse me, that you think a piece of shrapnel fell on a building away from the other two, forget about the free falling of the other two, the other building 7, and that fell free fall as well. If you believe that, then you're just not a logical human being. You don't walk on Earth. You're on another sphere. Like, you're somewhere else, man.
Yeah, I don't. So
if somebody can convince you that, it's like, then you'll believe in the moon. Then you'll believe somebody walked on the moon. You'll believe there's people on the ISS. You believe they took pictures on the moon. You'll believe it all. But that's just me, eh? That's just me.
No, I mean, I use that as a litmus test for people as well. and it means that they build, you know, they're mainstream media sheep. Yeah. So it had nothing to, for me, it has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just, but you're true. It is, they'll believe whatever, right? So, like you're saying, they're more gullible sheep if they actually believe 9/11, the official story.
Yeah, not only do they believe in it, they fight for it. It's like a truly Stockholm individual.
Well, what if you don't believe in flat Earth or globe Earth?
That would be me. And you, Buster. Yeah. What camp would they put us in? I wonder.
Like you're a Matrix dude or what? What's the other? What are some other things?
Reality.
Matrix. Reality. All right. That doesn't make any sense. It's not even a theory, you know? Like you got to actually say it. Are we souls inside of vessels like that God sent here? What are you? Is it the Matrix? Are we in a computer?
So you went from a shape to the Earth to how we got here? It's a pretty big leap.
I'm saying, yeah. Well, how we got here? Like, what is it?
Reality.
Reality.
Space?
Yeah.
Just talking about the shape.
You're just saying. Oh, okay. Just the shape. So if it was in a video game,
stick to the shape, man. Stick to the shape. That's all that matters. Stick to the shape, man. Mole Man told you.
Don't talk about souls. All right, my bad.
Shapey Earth. No, they were talking about the shape, saying that they're not flat earthers nor globers.
So
just what if we don't believe either in the flat Earth or in the globe model? What would you call us?
I would
be
ask,
me and you, Buster.
Agnostic.
What would you think that it might be then?
It's just agnostic when it comes to that, I guess. Yeah.
I guess
I won't speak for Buster, but for me, I'll say I don't know. How about you, Buster? What shape is the Earth?
How can you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say too. I'm not a glober because I mean it. I don't know fully the topography of the Earth.
You can know the topography.
You
can know the topography, but
how
do you switch from that? How do you switch from the over-encompassing overall view to topography? I mean, that's like a total switch, like just a flip-flop.
Isn't that part of the shape of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Topography?
Yeah.
Like what you measure?
Yeah.
You went from the hole. Yeah.
It's not. That's not an over. That topography is not an over-encompassing view.
Sure, but isn't that your claim that it's not flat because there's undulations, there's hills and valleys and things, so it can't be flat?
Are there not hills and valleys?
There are. Yeah, that's why what I said. I don't know
then.
I don't know the shape fully, so can't
He's
call me
a
a
bumpy
glober.
earther. Not the bumpy earther.
Yeah.
So now left lane's got to put a label on somebody.
They have. Yeah, they have to.
Label me.
Well, I would certainly wouldn't want to label anybody for sure, but I mean, the discussion is primarily about the shape of the Earth.
Why?
And left wing, right wing.
I don't know.
I've been labeled. And whenever Extremistus has 2 more minutes, I'd like to explore deeper.
You're all right wing anti-vaxxers to some of these like Gem Panda folk
that are usually wrong.
These Nazi fields. Yeah. I'm a right wing Nazi and I'm a glober, you know, so we can't. You don't take it. Don't take it personally.
Yeah, speaking of gems, I brought them up like, what is a woman? And I asked them, should a male be allowed to participate in a woman's sport?
Yeah.
And Jem called me a Nazi and he said I should be rounded up.
Exactly. Wow, exactly. So how's that? Exactly. The gatekeepers, it's disgusting. I hate that. I talk about like the, truckers coming to Ottawa, and same thing. It's like I'm a right-wing Nazi. It had nothing to do with. It was just about freedom of medical choice, everything, you know. And no matter what it is, that's why it's the litmus test. 9/11.
So does it bother you guys if, let's say, me and Buster now and some other people, we don't accept flat earther for whatever reason, and we don't accept ball earther, of course. Does that put us in a lesser view in your guys' eyes? Like, how do you look at us?
If you don't have a problem with me not identifying as a glober, I just identify as a bumpy earther, then sure, it's all good.
Yeah, it's okay with me. Sure, bro. You're a bumpy earther.
Yeah, I don't have an issue. I've never had an issue.
Well,
But are those bumps in the shape of a sphere by any chance?
No, you can't have a spherical mountain or something like that. No, obviously no.
So no spherical mountains.
Yeah, just like you wouldn't say that the Earth isn't flat, obviously.
It wouldn't bother me if you could like keep, if we were in a conspiracy theorist server and not in a flat earth server, and you were like perfectly talking about other conspiracy 9/11 and blah 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 without ever mentioning flat earth, I would love it, you know. However, like, it does bother me when you are labeled a conspiracy theorist and then I'm labeled a conspiracy theorist and we're all lumped in as flat earthers. It's like it doesn't make sense that you'd lump me in as a flat earther for believing that 9/11, or I don't care about Fauci, right? So therefore I'm a flat earther to some of these people. Do you get what I'm saying?
You hit it. Yeah. You don't know how right you are. That's the whole game. That's what the CIA came up with, conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
That's how they divide us.
So it's up
and
to
it's
us.
working. It's
like,
working
to make
great.
distinctions there.
It isn't talking about the fact that you think that the government is lying about the shape of the earth. Isn't that a conspiracy by definition?
Sure, that they could say that, and then I could say the government is lying about like what's under, you know, the Colorado airport, and that doesn't mean conspiracy theorists are all flat earthers, right? It doesn't mean we're all yeah. So, I mean, I believe in a lot of the Illuminati kind of crap. I believe in the control mechanisms in place, you know, and the dystopian future they have set for us.
Yeah, but doesn't it strike you as odd that the very word you're using has come up from an organization that its main job is to cause chaos and take over governments and lie to people and overthrow things, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you wouldn't lump
They're
me in
probably
with one of
listening
those
to us right
people.
now.
I would never call you. I mean, I'd call myself a conspiracy theorist now. Like, it's kind of like you know, I would never call you in a derogatory way because I believe in a lot of conspiracy theories, and it's like I don't use it in a bad way. And it sucks that you lump me in. You're like, you guys, like I'm NASA shill
I'm
here.
guilty, yes. Hand up,
wait a minute.
guilty. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute though. Do people conspire to do things nefarious?
For sure, 100%.
Okay, that's it.
I mean, and I'm conceding. I told you 9/11 was an inside job.
Well,
However,
it's not even necessarily about like the pinpointing one thing or another, but do people conspire to do things nefarious?
Oh yeah, and I find it shocking that someone like Deborah or whoever you're referring to would say that there's no conspiracy theories. Like, that's a dumb thing to say, obviously, and I don't think they would say that.
A lot of us don't take Brenda. I wouldn't insult you to put Brenda in the category of you. You know, she's in a whole different class. Like her and Paid NASA shill.
Some
These
are shut
people are in
off.
a
Yeah, they're shut
different
off
class.
completely. Shut off completely and that's why you said when 9/11 was your litmus test. I agree. Shit, my mic keeps going off. I agree that that's a great litmus test to
like
understand.
those two people, I have no interest at all in, like, to me they don't exist. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
I do. And I always, when I like literally a few months ago, I was like that, but I'm trying to like, it's not that I'm trying or anything. It's just like, that definitely is my mindset, is like, sometimes I don't give a fuck about their opinion. If they don't believe in something as simple as that, then what am I going to talk about Klaus Schwab with them? They don't believe in anything, so those people are cut off. Yeah.
Like in the Matrix, they're like those people walking around, right? Part of the system. They're like, they're really of no use because they don't have critical thinking. It's like, it's not an insult. It's just, it is what it is.
Well, on a bad day, yeah, I would cut them off. I'd say, yeah, you don't believe in that, and now I know you, kind of thing. I'm not going to engage with you because I know you, kind of thing. But on a good day, I would kind of disregard that, and I would just continue talking to them, kind of thing. So, like, that's what I'm saying. A few months ago, I might have just been angry and been like, you're cut off, and been like, you're a complete left-wing retard, kind of thing, like, and just use the most foul language. But like, obviously finding common ground and stuff is good, I don't know.
Yeah, like, I'll give you an example, okay? My good friend, his wife, like a few months ago, he came up to me and he goes, man, because they were talking about a certain thing that we shouldn't be talking about. You know what I'm talking about? And he was trying to tell his wife something, and he goes to me, man, I don't get it. If my wife doesn't hear it on CNN, she won't believe it.
Of course, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? These people are finished. They're gone. They're like, they might as well not be alive, in my view.
Somebody like that would believe that that CNN's the arbiter of truth. They would accept that.
Yeah. Like, they have to be told by somebody what is.
See, I agree with all of that, and if we were like debating and yelling at each other, and you were like, "Oh, you're just a Snopes loving, Huffington Post watching, blah 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 blah," like you just watch whatever CNN says. I'm completely. You already know. I obviously I hate CNN and mainstream media, but I am a globe earther, so you got to watch out when you're talking to these idiots. They are puppets, and I don't know. It has nothing. I don't think it correlates with the science or like the math, So they're brainwashing. So if they're brainwashed and stupid and kind of completely just watching mainstream media stuff, that doesn't mean that they have to be. That doesn't mean they're globers, and it's like a thing to push you to the flat Earth side. I don't know how.
No. That doesn't mean because they watch, they're fooled with the media, they're globers. But what it means is they don't have critical thinking. The most important thing of being human, right, is making decisions on your own. Should I go left? Should I go right? Is there a bear there? No. Like, how can you?
I 100% agree, and I think a lot of people here are scared to say anything about 9/11 because they'd be called idiots by both of us. I think both of us would call them idiots for that. And yeah, go ahead.
But if you're okay with media being overtaken, right?
I'm not okay with that. I hate the Jewish.
No, I'm saying. I would say, or I would class you as saying that the media has been
completely bought and paid for since decades. Yeah.
Okay, you're willing to accept that.
Oh yeah,
I assume.
And I'm not a yeah.
So what would be so far gone to say that science would be the same way?
Yeah.
I mean, we have commercials saying the science of tires.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it. I mean, what would be so far?
Well, like, see, that's the thing is when it comes to the recent science from a couple years ago, I definitely, obviously, You know, I'm following along. I get it, and it hasn't. It obviously it had nothing to do with shape of the Earth. It just had to do with the global control and the global lies, and the disgusting people at the top, right? So I was able to see the lies, and I was able to see these, like, every week was a different lie, you know, and I could see it as it unfolded. And I decided to make a personal medical decision, you know, blah, 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 blah. So that's what it takes, is like, I'm reading this stuff myself. I'm Googling, I'm searching. I did all the Tartar research, you know, you could do. And I've done all the Mayan and the ancient Egyptian and the Pumapunku. I've seen all the stuff on that as well. And if there was anything in there that talked about flat Earth convincingly to me, that's what it would take. It would take, like, me going to Göbekli Tepe and seeing a depiction of the Earth, or like a depiction of. Imagine if there was a carving on the most ancient structures in the world, showing the Earth, you know, being a disc or whatever shape. So that's what it would take. Is during my conspiracy theory research and during my upbringing and all of my education, it would have to point to that. And
how would they know that though? Like, if you were going to say that you needed to see an ancient civilization give you an over-encompassing view of something that they wouldn't even have the ability to do.
Well, see, I agree that, like, the ancient, yeah, okay, like, can you repeat what you just said? Like, how would you know?
Why would you said that if you saw something, another, and repeat, sorry, correct me if I'm wrong in paraphrasing what you said. If you saw something from an ancient culture depicting,
yeah, sure,
over-encompassing view of the Earth.
If that came up in my like reading of Eric von Däniken or something wacky, you know, or Zechariah Sitchin, or any kind of you know, Behold a Pale Horse by Bill Cooper. If something came up about that, I would have definitely kind of dove into it further, right? And I did dive into it anytime it did come up.
But you can't. Those are things you can't know. An over-encompassing view of something. You can't. Can you know that?
Well, could the Mayans have known that or something? I mean, that's what I'm just saying. If it came up in my studies and in my escapades, and the physics matched, like one, yeah.
All right. So Essie's saying, you be your own self, be a free thinker. Don't just subscribe to whatever somebody hands you. Like,
agreed.
That's what he was saying. So for you to look at past cultures, past histories, they were the same humans as we are.
Right? Yeah, sure. So, well, debatable, but yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Same humans I mean, you could say that we're the same humans as the people living on an island in the middle, you know, we're the same people as the Aboriginals, you know, the Sentinelese people, sure.
Right. So those humans
technologically, societally, right?
A Mayan that lived, what, you know, I don't know, was it 1,500 years ago? I mean, I'm not sure.
No, yeah, sure.
I don't know. I'm guessing. Let's say 800 years ago, whatever the Mayans were, they were the same humans as we are.
Sure.
Same capabilities, you know. What can you know?
I mean, I'm saying they had way more advanced technology. Well, I mean, than we give them credit for in the first place, but I'm not saying they would have had the knowledge or not, right? If the topic of flat Earth came up when I was, say, researching 9/11 and the Illuminati, then it would have been more in my culture. It would have been more in my upbringing or whatever. It just doesn't come up. Like it's not a thing that came up when I was digging into these things. This New World Order thing, whatever it is, this control thing.
All I was getting at was that you can only know what you can know, like what you can experience.
Mm-hmm.
That is all you can believe what you read in a textbook. You can believe anything, but all you can know and experience, or I mean, those are synonymous words. I mean, what you can experience and know is all that you can know and experience, and it's up to you to accept what you experience. Because people deny what they experience. I mean, let's face it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wouldn't adamantly say that I know something. I would quote like whichever scientist or whatever is saying it, or I would say according to mainstream scientists or according to mainstream media, yeah, blah 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 blah. Wow. So I would try to make the distinction of like where the source comes from.
Yeah, but I would say you're capable of knowing it.
For the knowing, it's a globe. It's like all the evidence I've ever seen points to that, including all the flat Earth and like conspiracy research I've done. And the conspiracy research and stuff, someone else may not have done that research. Some of these other globers.
Sorry, I was doing something else, but
I agree, though. You don't know. You do put your trust in what you're.
See, so you don't think you can know things yourself?
There's certain things you have to put your trust like into, right? Like I do think you can know things, obviously, but there's a lot of trust you have to put into definitely certain things. Like when they say a photon can, be in one place and then also in the other place, depending on your observation. It's like really, really hard to, obviously, I'm just like taking their word for it, grain of salt. I don't really care or know. They also say there's a dimension where, you have two left hands and also you broke your arm yesterday and then blah, 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 blah. And there's a million multiverses. I don't care. That's bullcrap. They're just taking away. Obviously, they're taking away the specialty of this creation of God, and I do get the Christian perspective there, where they're kind of, apparently flat earthers are Christian, some of them, because it's a globe flying through space is a very lonely thing, right? And I've heard it.
But can you know that?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I mean,
I do get that they're trying to subvert God or whatever. They're subverting and trying to replace and explain everything. I have no idea where the connection.
I mean, I don't mean to be like harping on or whatever, but like, I mean, you as a human person, well, I shouldn't say person, but a human, you're a human being. Can you know floating through outer space?
Yeah, so they say that. I kind of see it a little bit, like with my own kind of observations a little bit, right? But those are my I do trust them when like I'm watching these moon landing videos. I'm saying I'm trusting. That's kind of the thing, is I've bought a telescope. I do zoom in on things. If it's a fucking projection and I'm zooming in on a projection, then so be it, for now. Like that's a crazy detailed projection I'm zooming in on with my telescope. But yeah, there's a lot of shit you trust. You just kind of trust what they say.
I get what you're saying. I've got the P1000, which is a pretty decent little telescope. I mean,
Yeah.
I can see the rings of Saturn.
And you're
It's
zooming
cool.
in.
Yeah, it's cool as shit. I mean, I've done all that stuff. Like I've stayed up super late to watch the not the last blood moon, but the last one. I mean, I love that shit too. But I just like I don't just go accepting a narrative that's handed to me. I just look at it and go, "That's cool as shit." Can I know
but what about
that?
like a yeah, okay. But there's so much, you know. Like I could say, let's go to an observatory. You know, if we both have awesome lenses, let's actually go to where funding was put in, and it's not just my $400 telescope. You know, it's an actual multi-million-dollar telescope. And let's look through the friggin' aperture. You know, let's look at the screen, however it works. Let's watch let's watch the screen.
Nah, see, that's where I would disagree, man. I would say I need to look through an eyepiece.
Yeah, I know. And I would kind of disagree too. I'd be like, all right, let me control it at least. So let me turn left, let me turn right, let me see this shit. Like, I would still be skeptical if it was just displayed on a screen and if I just didn't get to see the actual device. Like, obviously, the lenses, obviously, with money, you know, you have with money, you can afford bigger lenses. So what's the big deal about going to an observatory?
Well,
witnessing these marbles kind of, and then they would show you little clips and video and all sorts of spinning motions and sorry, I don't want to kill anything. I don't want to kill the speed of the talk.
No, it's cool, man.
When I was a kid, in downtown Montreal, we have this thing called the planetarium. And oh man, I used to go there. I don't know how many times. I used to almost live in there. I was amazed by the movement of the stars and the way they would explain it. And yeah, we're all amazed at this stuff.
Yeah. And I haven't gone to an observatory, but I would love to use a giant telescope and actually kind of, you know, just because with my telescope, I'll zoom in on the moon and I'm like looking for the whatever. If I hear about a conspiracy theory that it glitches out, I'll freaking stare at it for like 20 minutes having a smoke. And I'm like, okay, it's not glitching out at all, you know? My lens looks perfect. Everything's perfect. It looks so crisp. I'm tracking it. It's not glitching out. There's no like line going across it, like a printer or whatever. If that did happen, I swear to God, I was looking through my telescope trying to see it. So also on top of that, just to throw in a fun one is looking for UFOs. It's like, yeah, obviously when you're looking through a telescope, you would see little things going, right? And I haven't seen shit. I would love to see a UFO, but looking through the vastness of space through my telescope, I don't see any dots. I've never have. Obviously, they'd be tiny.
I caught a few of those.
I would love to friggin' see one.
Let me see if I can find one. Hold on.
I mean, obviously, I can see video from you. I'm not going to see it through my telescope, just like I don't see the what's it called? The moon glitching out.
No, I never seen that, but I have. I've seen the shimmering when you zoom in.
Mm-hmm.
But they say that's the atmosphere, so that's not really anything to go wild about.
The haze, I love that. Like when you're looking at a star, it's such a tiny little light that the haze really affects it. So it kind of looks like a light bulb or.
Let me correct myself. I said atmosphere. I meant atmos. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
My bad. Well, when you look at a star through like a powerful telescope, it's still not going to zoom in any closer. You know, it's still a little pinprick of light. So when it hits the atmosphere, it kind of makes it look like a filament shape and kind of like a light bulb, you know, or you'll see you'll see its weird ass shape, like it's going through a dense atmosphere.
Yeah, you know the misconception about quote unquote us all flat earthers, right? Is that we're not interested in the stars and that. Both me and Buster, you should see some pictures Buster has of the moon, the smallest I've ever seen. We're really into this stuff, contrary to what you guys may think of us.
Well, not you guys, maybe other fuckers. But
Sorry, not yeah. You see, I did it again. My apologies.
If
You
you were
see,
to zoom in,
we're both
yeah.
inflicted. Yeah.
Have you ever say like honest answer? Because you know when looking through the moon through a telescope, you're kind of just sitting there and you're lonesome, right? And it's like a solemn moment. You're looking. Have you ever seen an actual thing like moving like in the crater kind of thing, like they say, or a UFO?
No.
Yeah.
No, I
Same
never
here.
seen
Same
that,
here.
no.
I wish I had. You know.
I had a aha coming to Jesus, as they say, moment when I first saw like the moons of Jupiter. I was like, holy shit. I tripped out for a minute, you know?
Yeah. Some of the stuff is awesome. Yeah.
I remember that moment very clearly in my head, you know, like, look at that. Wow.
I had a shitty tripod with like a automatic starfinder or whatever it's called. But when I was out one night, I was looking at the sky and I saw the ISS was coming over from horizon to horizon, but I couldn't track it. It was it was fast. There's no way I could track it, but I tracked it with my eyes across the Milky Way. It was insane. From horizon to horizon, like my horizon.
Yeah, it's freaked out. I'm trying to find that picture because I have a picture and there's like 2 dots at the bottom of it, just like, you know, the ones that you see, but of course I forgot where I put it now.
That's fine. I still it would take my own lens to believe it, right? Like, because I'll hear about the phasing moon thing, and then I'll hear about the UFOs or the bright light on the crater or whatever, and there's never anything, you know. You'll look through the telescope and you'll wait there for a flash, and there's never anything, you know.
Do you own? I'm gonna freak you out now. I don't know what this is, but it happens all the time. Do you have an ND filter by any chance?
I don't know. What's an ND filter? I have no idea.
It's like a polarizing filter where you can adjust the brightness. It's like you can make it dimmer or brighter.
No, there's nothing digital. Well, I don't know if you're saying this.
No, it's not digital. It's a lens.
No, I don't. I do have different lenses and they all have different coatings, different purposes. I don't know.
I have an ND filter. Check this out now. You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I filmed it, and every time I get the same results. When I use this particular filter, I think it's an ND 400. I forget now the exact one because I haven't used it in a while. Anyways, when I look at the sun with this filter, you see these white things streaking out of it, like a lot of them. I don't know what that is. Some think that it could be like there's electrical cables nearby, could be picking up something like that, but it always happens. I have it on my YouTube. If you think I'm crazy, you can check it out.
The thing is, you don't need I've never attached a camera to my lens, so I never needed an ND filter. I've just used sun filters, moon filters, blue light, yellow light filters, different kinds of light filters.
What kind of telescope do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
Celestron 130. Sorry, did I cut out there? Celestron 130 millimeter. It's like a fat like 2-footer.
No kidding.
I mean, it was 350 something on Kijiji.
Oh, you have one of those tube things. Those.
Yeah, it's a fat tube can. It's like a can.
Yeah, I came close to buying one of those. Yeah, but then I said, "Man, where am I gonna put this thing?" And
well, they're sweet. It's only like 2 feet. It's just like buying a thin. It's a refractor. That's what they're called, refractor telescopes. And you can buy small ones. I only bought it because it was used, but it was off of like a reliable place and it was calibrated properly. You know, I bought it off a used website, like Kijiji. It's called Kijiji here. It's like Craigslist. I don't know. What the hell do you use?
yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You must be Canadian.
Oh yeah. You're in Montreal. I'm in Ottawa. Yeah.
Huh?
I've gone to Montreal to like pick up video cards and stuff. They're usually cheaper there. They used to be cheaper there.
Yeah, you can just ship them now. You don't have to go anywhere.
Or like a shop owner could buy. Provincial law would allow like a shop owner to buy like 15 video cards. So they would have a stockpile of video cards. So you'd have to go to Quebec to get it. Whereas in Ottawa, you could only, I don't know what the law was, but maybe you could only order 5, depending on the size of the city. I have no idea.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, when there's a limited supply of like consoles or video equipment, video cards, yeah, they'll ship a certain amount to larger cities and a lesser amount.
Yeah. Let's go back to the camera before we bore everybody silly with this.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question, being a baller.
I play
a glober, whatever. I shouldn't have even said that because I'm labeling you, right?
Like
So
glober,
my
as in
apologies.
Harlem Globetrotter. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the moon, they tell us, is what, 250,000 miles away, roughly?
Sure, yeah. I forget exactly, but yeah, go ahead.
And they say like the crater, one of those big craters is like 60 miles across, roughly.
One of the bigger ones, or something. Yeah, go ahead, keep going.
Doesn't it strike you as odd? Somebody here with a camera could zoom in to an object that far away?
No, like that's something you would be able to do on a flat Earth, right? Like if you saw, if we were on a flat Earth or a any kind of convex, concave, if we saw this thing up there and you wanted to zoom in on it, right? So you'd have to explain that a little better. You'd be able to zoom in on the 100-mile quote unquote crater, right, on a flat Earth as well. So how are we zooming in on this thing?
Yeah, but that's my whole point. Why would you even bring in the shape of the Earth? We could have been standing on a tip of a triangle.
No, because like my little phone lens, right, like can zoom in on the screen or on a piece of paper or whatever and read writing that my eyes couldn't read. So we agree that like a bigger lens would make it so that I could read the writing even better, right? And then we can agree that even on a flat Earth, we should be able to zoom in on the moon. Like, right? Like I should be able to zoom in on those things up there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Regardless of the shape that we're standing on.
Yeah.
Like for this example, that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because I should be able to
zoom
in on it. Yeah.
But the point is, we like doesn't it strike you as odd that we can zoom into something that far away?
No, I think that's super awesome. The light like, I find it odd, sure, like awesome, because if you take a little magnifying glass, for example, that's like even very small magnifying glass, you can create fire with that, right? And that's a small little lens.
Okay, let's say we're both in Canada, right?
Sure.
Let's say I was in PEI and you were all the way on the West Coast in BC. That's what, about 5,000 miles?
Yeah, it's long.
It's a long ways away, right? It takes like a week to drive there or something, right? By car?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, forget about, like, we have atmosphere, right? We have atmos, we have air between us. Now, you wouldn't possibly think that you can see a person that far away or anything that far away, a light or anything. Would you think that you'd be able to see that?
From my like balcony? Or from
your balcony with a P900 and see all the way clear across with you.
Yeah, for sure you wouldn't be able to. There'd be obstruction of land and other things. Yeah.
What land? No, let's say there was no land. I mean, not sorry. Let me say that again. Let's say there was no obstruction, no buildings, no trees.
Yeah.
Just the air.
Yeah, and we were on the same like height level. Sure. Yeah. You'd be able to zoom in.
You'd think that I'd be able to zoom in. Let's say you were on the 100th floor of a building and I was on 100th floor. You think I'd be able to zoom in from PEI to BC?
No, are you saying with air now?
Yeah, with air, but with no buildings, no trees, but with air. You think we'd be able to do that?
That distance, you're saying, the distance without
without
curvature, without obstruction.
Correct.
I would agree. Yeah, you should be able to zoom in and see it.
On a flat Earth, miles.
Yeah, so on a flat Earth, yeah, exactly. You would be able to zoom in and see it.
What's the target? Are we talking about the moon?
So if
I was getting there, yeah. We're talking about the moon. I was saying, don't you find it odd, like with a P900, you can zoom into an object 250,000 miles away?
No. Yeah, exactly. And I said no. And then you said, yeah, then you gave the other across Canada.
Yeah, I was trying to give a distance like 5,000 miles to 250,000 miles. I was trying to make the comparison.
Yeah, so if there's no curvature, no obstruction of trees, no obstruction of mountains, then you'd be able to zoom in. Despite what globers might have said, you should be able to zoom in.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Even with the atmos there, right? With the air there.
Even with the air there, yeah. I mean, assuming it's like, say it's dry or whatever, like you'd be able to zoom in just like you'd be able to zoom in on a moon's crater. Yeah. But and also, you're kind of making the point like that the moon, the stars, it's like trillions of miles away. How can we see trillions of miles, right? But it's like we know that the light travels towards us, right?
Well, yeah, I guess you can say light travels, but that's another conversation.
Yeah.
But I'm talking the distance like that. To me, that's unimaginable. Like 250,000 miles. Like I'm thinking now realistically, like from PEI, Prince Edward Island to like Nova Scotia to all the way to the West Coast, right? BC, that's 5,000 miles. And I'm thinking, no way would be able to zoom in there.
As long as there's no mountains or anything obstructing you or curvature, you'd be able to see it. So looking back, like say if you were looking down on the Earth, you can look and read a penny with the satellites, for example. You can read and there, you know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing obstructing the way.
Hang on, you can read a penny from a satellite. Can you show us that, please?
Yeah, apparently they can do that. Apparently,
put that in live stream.
They can read the date on a newspaper. They say, right? That's a common sentence.
Show us that, please, in live stream. It's a great story, but let's see more.
Like
proof.
not on Jason Bourne. You're saying like on a real satellite zooming in on a newspaper.
Did you say Jason Bourne the movie? Are you talking about a movie?
Yeah, like not on Jason Bourne. Yeah.
Dude, I saw that.
Believe it or not, I'm gonna back this guy up because I remember.
Go ahead.
Check this out. I'm gonna back this guy up now because I remember reading that. I think it was in the 90s or in the 80s that they said that they had a military satellite that could zoom in and read a penny. Tell you what year the penny is.
Yeah, and that's because they're just looking through air, and not through obviously if there was a cloud in the way, it would be obstructed.
Right, so unless you can actually show that, what you have is appeal to authority.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, agreed.
Sure. I agree with you, person who's jumping in a little bit. I agree with you. Obviously, I would have to Google it and find it, and you'd have to believe in that as well. So whatever. But SE Montreal gets it now. You can zoom in.
No, hold on. Yeah, Don't say I get it. I said I read an article. I didn't say I believed it. I said I read an article, and I'm backing you up that yes, there is literature out there saying that. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say I believed it.
Yeah. That's kind of a common sentence that they can read a penny off of a freaking blah 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 from a satellite, and you were kind of like, I am in awe as well as to the capabilities, or how small a lens has to be and how it can zoom in so far.
As far as I know, they can't even show a commercial plane from a satellite.
Have you ever seen the video of the P-1000 zooming in on a plane? You can see the tail number and stuff on it.
Can you put that in live stream?
Oh, 1 second. I'll link it.
And is that from the ground?
Yeah, it's from the ground. It's really friggin' cool.
Right. So now you'd want to show it from your satellites, right? That'd be even more impressive. I'll take the one from the ground, but I want to see it from your satellites.
Yeah. From the satellite, I would want to see that as well. From a satellite, I haven't seen an actual video of that. That'd be insane. I think we would maybe find pictures or snapshots, maybe. You know what I mean? Of a satellite zooming in on a newspaper.
So I've used this against a ball. Can I give you a scenario?
Yeah, go ahead.
This satellite that you claim exists that can zoom into a penny, right, and read the date.
Yeah, or a newspaper, sure, yeah.
That we both agreed we've read up on, right?
All the folklore, all the science folklore says so. We've heard it.
Okay, so this satellite has the ability to zoom in from, I forget how high it was. Do you remember what the claimed orbit was?
Yeah, seriously, no, I don't. But it's got to be really, it's got to be past the ISS, so you could assume above 200,000 feet, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, so an assumed really high way up, right?
Yeah, it's in orbit.
It's in orbit, right? So now listen to this scenario. If it has the ability to zoom in from a really high spot, I'm sure you probably think it could see the curve of the Earth from up there.
No, I wouldn't assume that. And I've heard the Neil Tyson say that you couldn't. You had to be higher than that. Is it higher than the ISS, or is it you'd be able to right around there?
He says the ISS, no way, you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned that earlier, that it's barely off the surface. You'd have to be higher than it to see the actual.
No, that's a Bumgarner jump is what he was talking about. Not 250 miles, but 120,000 feet.
It was the Bob Gardner one?
You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's
yeah,
where
but I
he said
think
you
he
shouldn't see the
also
curvature.
said, hasn't he commented on the ISS as well?
Yeah, that's looking at like 3% of Earth's surface.
Beyond,
Right.
so you have to be beyond. Sorry.
So at 3% of the Earth's surface, you figure we should be able to see the curve like the way they
Yes.
show it?
Yes.
The way they show it is like GoPro Hero mode, where it's like a fisheye lens, like, but it's still a personal horizon at ISS heights. It's still not the actual curvature, right? You have to go way further out in order to take a picture of, say, like the entire hemisphere at one time. You have to be way further than the ISS.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that and see, that's where I wonder if that's not the contention that maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about, that
100%.
in order to see the whole thing,
And that's where the misunderstanding lies here, like with the flat earthers and us. They see like the ISS traveling over, the magneto, you see like the northern lights as the ISS is traveling over them, and you see like this ball shape. It's just disgusting footage, right?
No, it's not. It's comical to us because you're only seeing 3%. 3% of the Earth. It doesn't look like 3% to me when they look down from the cupola. It looks like a lot, way more than 3% to me.
Yeah, but you definitely, in order, just like I said, to clarify the whole thing, is you have to be way further out than like past. You have to be like at the moon's distance. Obviously not the moon's distance, but like you have to be very far out in order to see the entire hemisphere, and the ground no longer recedes away from you. It no longer, as you increase in your altitude, there's a point where it's going to be a crisp line.
Okay, let me ask you a question. We're on Earth now, right? And we're looking at the moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now envision the moon with water all around it.
Okay, like kind of like the Earth?
Or not even. Let's not make it complicated. Forget that.
All right, scrap that.
Yeah, scrap that idea. Picture a real tall building, like 100 or 1,000 stories high, on the, let's call it the top part of the moon. One, let's call it on the bottom part of the moon. One on the left and one on the right. Like, can you envision that?
From our perspective.
From our vantage point, from our vantage point.
4 spikes, like left lane say, like 4 little spikes coming out of
4
each.
spikes, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, now picture the one, let's call it on the bottom, right? And there's people walking on the ground, and you have a real powerful camera from Earth, right? Because of course we can zoom in on the moon.
Heck yeah.
Now the people are walking, right, on the moon. When you zoom in, how do they look to you? Do they appear upside down, walking upside down on a ball? Or do they appear the other way around to you? How do they appear?
Yeah, obviously their feet they appear upside down.
They appear upside down. So you see their head pointing what we see downwards, right? To us, right?
Yeah, at that bottom spike. Yeah. You'd see the head pointing down and like silhouetted in space. And then you'd see the feet going upward towards the moon and firmly planted, yeah.
So they would be upside down, like on a ball. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good. And the same on the side and on top, right? You would know what I.
Yeah, like a nice ring. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So now, picture the reverse. You're on the moon, right? And you're looking at the Earth.
Heck yeah. Same thing.
Same thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, if there was an aircraft carrier, or forget that. The same thing, a building. If we were to look, people walking on the Earth, and they were in the south, right?
Yeah.
In Australia, let's say, and we were to zoom in from the moon, how would the people look to us?
Upside down, same way. And also, on top of that, I just got to say that we'd be looking through a device that you could easily rotate as well. So it wouldn't be upside down like to you. You'd easily correct that.
Yeah, you can correct it, but as you're observing it through your eyeball,
it's coming in. Yeah, yeah. It's coming
you're
in
looking at
upside
those people walking upside down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing
So
as
now-
the moon example, yeah.
Right. So now we have satellites that are, we say that are in space, right?
Yep.
Correct? Okay, so if one of them is far enough away and has this special zoom technology that could see a penny on the ground, right?
Yeah.
If we were to zoom in from there, we should be able to clearly see planes flying upside down, people walking upside down, cars driving upside down. Do you agree?
Yeah, same from like the moon is a satellite of Earth. So yeah, a satellite would if you could zoom in from there, you'd see people flying upside down. You'd see
I wonder how we correct that picture so that would make it more.
Yeah, that's what I kind of just said is easy rotate.
I wonder if
but
we could take that picture and rotate it 180 degrees so it looks like, quote unquote normal to us.
Yeah, you can do that, but looking at it, you would actually see people walking upside down, right?
Yeah. What's your problem?
Okay. Have you ever witnessed that? Have you ever seen that in a commercial?
We don't have this telescope. Well, yeah, I've actually seen it. You want to see it? We have proof of it here. Oh, hold on, let me show you the proof.
This is what NASA does now. You see what he just did right now? We're having a good conversation.
Let me show you some proof.
And he has to come in and disrupt it. He just that's his cue.
You asked for proof. Have I ever seen it?
I didn't ask anything from you. I don't want anything from you, sir.
Did he not ask? Have you ever seen it before?
It was interesting. You started to mention water, and I had said this like a week ago. I wish that there were enough water on the moon to cover like 70% of its surface, like we have on Earth. Then we could show you water sticking to a ball in space.
Hey,
if only. Let's start taking gallons of water up there. Just start taking water up there. See if we can get it to stick on that moon.
Sure,
that's it.
Well,
if we had
for a while until it's sublimed, but okay.
If we had an amazing telescope, we could zoom in on where the lunar lander is, and then we would see it maybe on a weird angle, and we'd be like, "Oh, look, it's defying gravity up there."
Yeah. So now, if you're an advertising firm, right? What would you pay? What would you pay to have a commercial come to the land down under and show one of these shots with kangaroos bouncing upside down? How much would that be worth to you?
Dude. Not much, that's kind of cheesy. It's like you see kangaroos jumping upside down, and then you'd be like,
"Oh, that has no value like that." Nobody ever thought of doing that, or ever in the history of humanity.
What about a video of Niagara Falls upside down?
Flipping the image. I mean, that's not.
Hey, would Niagara Falls upside down with a live video be cheesy?
I
mean,
Niagara Falls is in the northern hemisphere, so it's normal, right?
Yo, you know what? Any video of a satellite zooming in on anything is like really cool video. So zooming in on
Niagara Falls upside down, though.
Other than on Jason Bourne, we haven't seen videos of satellites zooming in on things. We don't watch those videos.
You know why? You know why?
No.
Because they don't exist.
Hang on. I know. I knew you were going to say that, obviously. But when are we? I would like to see a video of a satellite zooming in on something. I don't think that's how they don't video record the way you know. It's not like a digital camera up there.
Why not?
Why not?
ISS live feed.
The ISS live feed, yeah, but it's not zooming in on a newspaper and
No,
telling
that's
us
true. Yeah.
the date. Yeah, I would like to see.
No one's asking for that. We're asking for Niagara Falls.
Most of the high
I want
resolution.
to see the date of a newspaper. Witsit, okay, that's
But
even
dude, the
crazier.
Niagara Falls would be one of the most epic, legendary videos ever. To see it like upside down.
Kinda.
The pictures you get from space are composites, usually shot in 3 different wavelengths and combined to give you the color vision.
Where have you been? We have a satellite that could zoom in and read a penny from space. Where have you been?
Combined and probably flipped, but yeah, I mean, they could take a picture of Niagara Falls and have it be upside down from space.
I don't think you can see a penny from space.
They say you could read a dime from space, right? They say that's like common.
Seen that claim.
I've never heard
We know
that
how
claim.
far we can zoom in
Well,
from
if
the Earth.
NASA said it.
We know
Sorry.
how far we can zoom in from the Earth to the moon. So with all the satellites out there, you should be able to have all kinds of cameras that could zoom into the Earth. You could definitely zoom into all kinds of details, see waterfalls falling upside down, people walking upside down, airplanes falling upside down. That should all be at ease with all the satellites out there.
They can read. They can read a newspaper from space. They've said it. It's like a common.
Well, they say they've never heard the claim, but we all know that if NASA made a
Yes,
claim,
I've heard
you'd
that claim.
instantly believe it.
I've heard that one.
I've heard the claim that they can read the headlines on a newspaper. I've never heard anybody say they could read the writing on a penny.
So the point's the same, isn't it?
Okay, all right. A nickel.
The only piece.
Did you hear nickel?
The only
No,
piece
I haven't heard anything like that.
The only picture I've seen.
Reading a license plate or reading the headline on a newspaper. That's what I've heard.
Have you heard all the physicists say the Earth could be geocentric? Have you ever heard that?
The only picture I've seen that was released from the spy satellites was the one that the Soviet aircraft carrier being assembled that was leaked and then came out. So I mean, I don't know the capabilities are like top secret. So I don't know.
So Stephen Hawking even said that. So you never heard that physicists say the Earth could be geocentric?
I'm sure you've taken it out of context, but okay.
No, he said that it could be geocentric.
I'm sure you've taken it out of context, but okay.
Are you just going to hand-wave dismiss the 100 quotes I'm about to drop and just claim that they're all out of context?
Well, until you show me them in
Then we'll drop
context,
them.
I will
You gotta-
assume that you'll take them out of context because that is
They-
your style.
NASA Shield, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They can take a picture of like okay, they're comparing. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been trying to keep up as much as I can, and like I said, I had the last picture I saw from a known spy satellite had great resolution considering where you are, but it's not
Yeah.
reading a headline from space.
Well, that's the thing. If what I'm reading here is a lot of numbers and stuff, but then it concludes by saying that makes Google Earth's fuzzy rooftops look like a Kodak camera. So like anything in the public domain, like Google Earth, for example, obviously these spy satellites are going to be way more powerful.
Well, there are physical limits to what you can see and what you can't see.
Well, or the size of these lenses. There's physical lens. Okay, the weight doesn't matter, right? They can launch with these black budget programs or whatever. These satellites can be very sophisticated.
Well, you know the limits to the launch vehicles too. I don't know. I don't know. You're right. You can take what you see on Google Earth and probably multiply it by a factor of 2 or 3.
Yeah. And 50 years, 100 years of that whole 50-year ahead of us kind of thing.
I don't know.
Yep.
Wow. So you guys do realize that all kinds of physicists say that from the Earth you can't prove that the Earth's actually heliocentric.
Well, yeah, we couldn't do it. I remember that. You're back. You're back and NASA's back. What is that? What are you guys like teaming up to come in here? Like when Montreal and I were.
No, I just want.
No.
I'm listening here.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, you guys are both little
Wicked and
agents.
Paid are teaming up.
Well, I don't think SC is going to be real triggered about me breaking all the Glober's cognis, where you have to admit that all the physicists, many of which you revere, say the Earth could be geocentric.
Or like, for all intents and purposes, you can use both models to make measurements, which is, a longer way of saying it, but way more honest, right?
Well, yeah, it specifically says that you can't tell from the Earth. You can't prove the difference one way or the other. So. Like Einstein himself said that.
That's from a relative standpoint.
If we could we actually don't have to talk about it all. If all the Globers can just admit that.
I think it's the interpretation's wrong. Like, what ifs?
Yeah, we can make simple observations and
hand-wave
find some
dismissal is
congruence.
obviously not going to be sufficient. Blindly claiming they're all out of context is also not going to be sufficient. In fact, some of the quotes are so blatantly in context you really can't even claim it. But I've done this with Glovers before, and that's all they can do. All they can
Put them in
do.
context for me. Come on, give me the longer thing.
Yeah, like I'm supposed to read the entire paper.
Yeah, how about get a link to the paper?
I'm not going. You can easily look up every quote I'm dropping and find the paper, but you think I have like 100 of them, so I'm not about to drop 100 papers.
It's not so much the context as the interpretation, like your interpretation of what he's saying.
Oh, so your hand wave is missing it already.
Albert Einstein, he was saying, with certain measurements, you can use both models because we're so like insignificant in the vastness of the universe that both models accurately would work. So it's like it's hard to distinguish the differences between the two models at a ground level, like with the tools at our disposal right now.
Yeah, from your backyard.
And great, you post them as pictures, so I can't search for the text. Excellent.
But I get, well, for sure you know how to type. So it says, I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Physicist George F.R. Ellis.
He's a mathematician.
He's not a physicist.
Man. See, George Francis Rayner Ellis, F.S. Honorable, F.S. whatever, retired distinguished professor of complex systems at the Department of Mathematics and Applied Mathematics, University of Cape Town in South Africa.
Okay, so you agree or disagree with the quote?
I agree.
I don't know. It's not in context.
No, I agree. I agree that they are doing that, and it's totally.
He says
fine.
it's out of context. Well, it's not. It's not totally fine when people conflate philosophical and ontological premise, like a philosophical and ontologically driven worldview, as if it's scientific, definitive fact. That it's not okay. That's called lying.
No, I get it, and okay, an example would be like a really shitty example real quick would be if say these scientists are atheists, they try to look for the Higgs boson specifically, and then any kind of data that comes forth that disproves their theory, they would say they wouldn't put out to the general public. They would start lying at that point. But just the way scientists should work is that any data that comes forward, they should, provide it to the
Well, this should be taught honestly from the beginning,
I
but
get
they have a philosophical preference, and you actually are exactly correct. It's based on a materialistic preference. So a lot of these people are atheists, and if the Earth is geocentric, it had to be designed. It shows a significant special position of the Earth, so they philosophically disregard it. So
for
that's not science.
all their money and resources would go into those finding those results, and they would never look for or spend money on, say, looking for ghosts, for example, because they thought ghosts don't exist, period. So they never spend the money to go research that subject.
This is just an atheistic.
Is that kind of what you're saying?
philosophical? I'm saying that people are atheistic psychopaths. So no longer could astronomers hope that the Copernican dilemma would disappear with improved data. The data were in hand and their implication inescapable. We are at the center of a spherically symmetric distribution of gamma ray burst sources, and this distribution has an outer edge. Astrophysicist Jonathan Katz.
That doesn't mean the Earth is at the center of it.
It means that it could be. Now, I'm going to go ahead and all NASA's got is straw man. So from the beginning, I'm not claiming this prove one way or the other. I'm not claiming that these people are flat earthers. I'm not claiming that most of these people are even geocentrists. I'm proving that the top level people, including some of the most prominent physicists and even astrophysicists, objectively say that the Earth could be geocentric, and we know not in either way, and that is a philosophical preference. So every single time you respond with hand wave dismissal of cherry picking, it's insufficient. I've read all these in context before. None of them are out of context, and they're very clear cut. Secondly, whenever you say that I'm claiming that they're flat earthers or geocentrists, that's also a straw man. So every time you say that from this point forward, we're just going to ignore it.
Why don't you give me the damn papers? You've got the papers? You just have these quotes. Do you have them in text, and do I have to type them all in and search for it?
If you just type in the first couple words and then the person's name, you'll immediately find it. The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars.
We don't need you to read this for us. We can read. Thank you very much.
Why are you getting so triggered, man?
Because I don't need you to read in your little arrogant voice.
Does anyone mind if I read them? Or does anyone?
I'd like to hear you read
I'm
it.
kind of enjoying it. Keep
Yeah,
quiet,
You're not
NASA.
hosting the
Keep
show, so I
quiet.
don't know why you're telling him he can't read it. Yeah, go ahead. I'd like to hear it.
Because these are astrophysicists here. The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that a coordinate system fixed to the Earth will be a preferred frame of reference in the universe. Consequently, both the special and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes. Astrophysicist Yatindra Varshini. I mean, this is just point blank statements, and a lot of these are in response to the cosmic microwave background, which, some people question the validity of that. Like, I just think it's an intellectually honest common ground that we could achieve, right? It's that you philosophically prefer heliocentrism, and you think it's arrogant of humans to think that we're special or whatever it is. And if we could have like an intellectually honest middle ground, right, where we acknowledge this is a philosophical discussion and difference and preference, then I'd be super content with that. It is the ridicule and the derogatory remarks and the accusations such as science denial where I have a problem, because that's intellectually dishonest. And oftentimes, the people that say those things don't even know that they're wrong. It's just a illusory confidence built upon consensus, which is that, dogma and conformity is the death of knowledge and truth.
I
That's the
definitely agree with
killer
that.
thing of all. They don't know their own model a lot of times. A lot of times you're arguing with them and they don't know their own model. They're arguing against their own model. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. Like, here's another one. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called, quote unquote, evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. Astrophysicist Ashok Signal. I'm not going to read these people's names. Single. I mean, I just know for a fact I traveled the U.S. and I went to different universities, and like none of the people studying astrophysics knew these things, which
Wait, hang
shows
on,
you that
hang on.
it's dishonest.
Would you say that that guy you were quoting is an astrophysicist though, but he's like a Christian or a believer in a creator?
No,
He's
I
not
can almost
atheist.
guarantee you that dude's atheist. I can almost guarantee you.
Oh.
This is just it's just in response to the cosmic microwave background. So like,
sure,
they call that the axis of evil because it showed that the Earth was geocentric, and that's evil. That's invoking again philosophical preference, as if the Earth is in a special location, central to everything else, and it being designed, it would be evil. I mean, that's the opposite of
But
science.
isn't that also
That's
the
insane.
same observation that they say that no matter where you make that observation in the
ties definitive
universe, it
fact
would
to
appear
children,
as though you're
right?
in the middle?
It's not. If you told the 5-year-olds there's 2 options, that'd be cool. But that's not what happens, bro. It's taught as science, but it's blatantly philosophy. And now if you pause that and you go back to the very conception of this model, it comes from Jesuit priests. Heliocentrism was birthed by Jesuits, so it has a religious foundation in its inception. And now we fast forward to 2022, we have observations that show that it could very well be wrong, and yet there's a philosophical preference being taught as definitive fact. So it started as a religious philosophical preference, and it still to this day has not been proven otherwise.
And the axis of evil thing, there's a cool documentary where all these top scientists, they catch them off guard, but you can't find it on YouTube. It's hard to find. It's called the principle. Sorry, the principle.
Yeah, the principle. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of these quotes are from that, actually.
Yep, that's why they sound familiar to me. Yep.
One of the surprising findings is that the fluctuations in the cosmic microwave radiation temperatures at larger angle scales do not match those predicted by the standard Big Bang model. The European Space Agency.
Yeah, what blew them away also is it seems that we're at the center of the so-called universe. This insignificant
it would appear that
little
way
dot.
no matter where you are in the universe, it would appear that you're at the center.
Yeah, we know that story.
That is the theory. That is a theory proposed to explain it away. That is not
mathematics.
No. Well, then why wasn't it the accepted theory prior to these observations then?
Well, because they didn't have the data.
You mean the data that showed them that they had to update it to a new theory that claims that everything is going to look like you're the center? So when you say, "Oh, it's been proven with," no, it was an updated theory.
That's how. Do you know how science works?
Do you know how philosophy works?
Do you know how science works? When you have
So-
new observations, you like update the theories to match.
You know how science works is you don't have any type of philosophical bias. You let the data speak for itself.
Correct.
Right. So whenever infamous people say things like the geocentric stationary Earth model cannot be disproven, but instead we ignore it entirely and attempt to explain
Who said
something.
that, and what's the context for it?
Pretty sure that was Edwin Hubble. I don't remember exactly what it was.
I'm pretty much your. You pull. Where did you pull all these from? Did I hear SE say something about a book that you yanked all these from?
You're just attempting to hand wave dismiss. Is that what you're doing?
I want to know. I want the source. I mean, I know you didn't get all these quotes by yourself. Where did you get them from? Somebody else's work, probably.
Okay, for one, I've had a bunch of these from Jaron from back in the day. Okay. 2, a lot of these quotes come from the movie The Principle, the documentary. And thirdly, you can just actually do research and find out what physicists say about geocentrism.
Yeah, let's make one thing clear, NASA. These come from known physicists, known scientists. Get that clear in your head.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure that you've taken a bunch.
Well, just to be honest about it, a couple of these quotes.
Yeah, I mean, even Newton himself said the Earth could be geocentric.
It sounds like they're
in order
like
for the Earth
picking
to
up
be a
in the
rest in the
middle
center
of
the system of the sun,
am I
planets, and comets, there
being
require
heard?
both universal gravity and
You're
another
being talked over by Witsit.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Can
hear
you hear left lane?
No, sorry.
Yeah, I'd say in a couple of these sentences that these quotes that it sounds like you're picking up in the middle of a paragraph with them, and I would just like to know where they came from so I could see what they said before these things and get a full context.
He just told you.
The principle.
Yeah,
It's 2014.
yeah, the principle. Well, I thought they came from a paper or something like that.
All these quotes come from
Documentary.
different papers. That's right. All these
From
quotes
the
come from
lips
papers.
of scientists, from their mouths, most of them.
This is their
Yeah.
works or interviews. That's right.
Yeah, like I said, judging your prior history, what's it, and is pulling stuff out of context usually.
If
I want to
all you
watch.
have is
I'm gonna
Henry's
watch it.
dismissal, then come on,
You've
man.
done that a lot. You do that a lot with NASA, where I can look at the papers.
We're
and
not
see what
interested
you
in your ad homs paid.
Not an ad hom. This is an observation of previous times. I've asked him for his. I mean, he doesn't give me, but you go to the paper and you look, and it says, we used a flat Earth model, and he's saying that means the Earth is flat. No, it means they used a flat Earth model. It's the same
No,
with
I
these
never
guys.
said that means the Earth is flat. I know your guys' argument for everything. Your argument is that it mathematically simplifies it. Okay,
Yep.
I know your argument better than you do, man. So
That is
when
correct.
you
Mathematically simplifies it.
that is correct. I know it better than you. That's right. And so whenever you pretend I'm just ignorant of it and I'm stupid, it's very dishonest.
Oh no, you're not stupid. I'll give you that.
Just because you come up with some type of answer doesn't mean that I can't still bring the point up and point out that your answer sucks.
Oh, until you show me these, until I can dig into this myself and find these quotes in context, I'm going to say that you take them out of context.
Have you ever heard of Henry Poincare? He said, "We do not have and cannot have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation." This guy was a literal savant, like genius.
And Einstein was just some idiot, right?
Well, Einstein is actually also on here, so do we need to drop Einstein's quotes? I mean,
I'm sure you.
They'll let Einstein quote is totally out of context. That was an
okay,
ad hoc, impromptu,
okay.
off the cuff speech he made
Oh,
when
you're
he was
about to
talking
get
to some
destroyed.
students. Yeah, I know.
Wrong.
I know.
It
about
wasn't
this.
impromptu. It was a
It
lecture that
was
was
very
actually.
much. It was
It was
not
a
a lecture.
lecture that was. Yes, it was.
He was asked to address. He was asked to address a group of students, and he was talking specifically about the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Okay, I'm giving
If
you.
you read the sentence right before that, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I know in the one you're talking about, but I have another one. I tried to warn you that you were going to
Well,
get
give
destroyed.
us the other one.
Okay.
I'd like to see another one then.
And this is where you're going to end up just randomly going silent. So, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative. I went out. So I'll read it all again. So, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result.
Yep, Michelson-Morley.
No.
That's what he was talking about.
You're wrong.
If you'll get the entire, no, you're wrong with it.
Okay, so if you look at the live text, bud, the first text is what you're talking about, the one the flat earthers have been using for years, and you had your scripted response to. I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. Albert Einstein. Yeah, that's where he's talking about Michelson-Morley. Okay, now we're talking about a totally different quote.
Okay, well, you misrepresented the first quote, so show us where the second one came from.
No, we're not misrepresenting the first quote
Yes, you
when we
are.
point out that we're not misrepresenting the first quote when we point out that he was saying in context of Michael. Yeah, it's in context of Michelson-Morley because they measured a phase shift, a fringe shift, but not as much as they thought. Now Globers run around and say that it was they didn't measure anything because they're lying, but actually they did. So he explains that he explains in the one you're talking about that Michelson-Morley is what started him on the path of trying to figure out a different explanation. That's correct. The context doesn't change our point, which is that even Albert Einstein himself said that no optical experiment can prove that the Earth is moving. Now, this is a second quote. So I didn't take anything out of context.
Yes, you
my
did.
point is how I'm saying Albert Einstein said that optical experiments can't show the motion of the Earth. How is that out of
He's
context?
optical experiments that do not include observations of the universe from Earth-based telescopes or space-based telescopes, for instance.
Okay.
He was talking specifically about an interferometer like Michelson-Morley.
Really? So what's he
That
talking
kind of
about when he
optical
says?
experiment.
Really, what's he talking about when he says terrestrial experiment?
Michelson-Morley was
is
a terrestrial experiment.
No, this is a
Yeah.
different quote, my man.
Well, show me where it came from, my man.
Okay, so you admit right now you're ignorant of it. You don't know, so you
I don't know
can't
where
make
it came
claims
from.
of it.
I know where the first one came from. You tell me where the second one came from.
Okay, well,
Please.
I'm only talking. Remember, if you can go back to the beginning of the conversation, I
Which
said
means
pump
you
the brake.
can't.
You can easily look it up. Okay, so the
No,
point
I
is
can't.
that are you saying it's fake?
Yeah, I'm saying it very well could be. I don't know where to find it or
Wow,
how to
that's
find
crazy.
it. You're
Because I
providing
was in here.
absolutely no way for any of us to verify this.
So you're just impulsively trying to hand wave dismiss it, but you've admitted you don't know anything about
It's
it.
hard. It's hard to not hand wave dismiss something that you don't have evidence for.
Well, Left Lane, you were actually in here the last time I brought this quote up, and all the Globers tried to say it was fake, and then they
Sorry?
went and found it. Then the Globers went and found it.
Which quote are we talking about right now?
To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Physicist Albert Einstein.
Have you been able to find the principal Witsit? Because I can't. I've tried, and it seems to be banned everywhere.
I found it on but I use Streamio, which is a torrenting platform, so you can
If
torrent
anyone
it.
has it and can DM me a link to it, I've been trying to find Principal spelled both ways. Cannot find it anywhere. So if anyone has it, I would really appreciate it.
In order for me to share it, you'd have to have an app called Streamio downloaded, and it's a free app. It's kind of like downloading any other Netflix app or whatever. You can log in as a guest, or you can use your Gmail account or whatever. But it's a torrenting thing, so as soon as you click on the movie, it starts torrenting it. So I don't know if it's you guys wouldn't want those emails.
Well, I can down. I really do want to watch it. So if that's what I need to download, I can send you a DM.
Sure, yeah, it's called Street STREMIO. But yeah, yeah, and it takes it takes 2 seconds to set up, but once you have it set up, you have every movie at your disposal, including, like, say, Doctor Strange, which just came out of theaters.
I think if you go to theprincipalmovie.com,
I mean,
you can
sorry,
actually pay for it.
It took me 3 minutes to find the original educational sources for the quotes you give, right?
The
Yeah.
page now
So
Children posted. This is it.
I don't know. I didn't see what he put. Yeah, no. I don't know what that is. But I'm
This is
saying
hour and 28 minutes.
that might be it. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's on YouTube, but maybe it is.
I'll be shocked. I've been trying to find it for I don't know how long.
So what's up with say Blue Marble or whoever it was talking earlier? Now that you said it was fake and you can't find it and all this stuff, well, the other guy found it in like just a matter of seconds. So now can we actually just talk
That looks
about it or?
The Principal 2014.
You're saying that's where
Are you
this
saying
quote
this
from
is the
Einstein
actual documentary there that you posted?
The thing NASA shill, it looks like it, and I didn't post it.
Well, that's a treat. Everybody should watch that, man.
What's
Like,
it
no
about?
joke.
What's it about? I wonder if the special theory of relativity is a good source. What do you think, Blue Marble? Is that a good source? The special theory of relativity?
Sure.
Okay, so what now?
What about it?
The quotes that we're talking about that you said was fake, and I have to be misunderstanding. You could have swore it was the other quote, and I tried to help you and say, dude, I'm trying to let you know in advance. You're going to be wrong about it.
I still don't know where that second quote came from. You still have not said.
It came from the
Sorry,
special
can
theory
you
of
guys hear me? Mic
relativity.
check.
Yeah.
That comes out of general relativity, you're saying?
Special
Yes.
relativity. That's 1905, and then in 1915 was general
Yes, I know
relativity.
the history. Thank you very much. All right, so you're saying that comes from the special theory of relativity?
Yeah, would you consider that a credible enough source?
Yeah, I would.
Was that impromptu?
Is that in these? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah,
It
yes.
is. So I can go to special relativity and find it.
He literally dropped a source for you.
I mean, I'm quite sure I would find better and even more sources, but this was just a quick search, and it's quite easy to find educational resources with exactly that wording verbatim, right?
Yeah, and you can read all the context you want. None of these are taken out of context. So we've already just eliminated that BS hand wave dismissal tactic.
Well, what does he mean by terrestrial observations? What does that mean?
Experiment. That means any experiment done on the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're basically saying you don't need to use. You can use either model, and you'd get the same results.
Well, specifically, he's saying that there's no experiment that can be done on the Earth to prove the Earth is moving. And prior to him proposing relativity, that was very hard to reconcile.
Yeah, you just need to post both those pictures with the quote.
Yeah, he said something about negative results, but he didn't say negative results of what.
Yeah. Detecting the motion of the Earth in space.
He's basically, geez.
You see why it's frustrating, bro? To this other guy, he's pretty honest. You see what we get? We get like just blatant dishonesty. Like whether the Earth's flat or a globe, it's like one
So
side
the
is
Earth is
dishonest.
still at the center of the universe, and everything else is moving because you like it, right?
No, I'm again pointing out that even Albert Einstein himself said that from the Earth, you can't do anything to prove that the Earth's not geocentric.
Or moving.
That's right, because if it's geocentric, it's stationary. Yeah.
So everything else is moving, and we're just standing still.
Wow, you're getting there, man. Yeah, that's what
So
stationary means.
that's what Einstein is saying.
So yeah, but he also said that you couldn't prove that any more than you could prove the other one, right? So you don't know if we're standing still.
But do you remember at the beginning of the conversation, I said, whenever NASA tries to jump in a second and pretend I'm claiming that he says that the Earth is stationary, geocentric, or flat, that's a straw man, and I'm just pointing out that he says that you can't tell the difference.
Well, then in your case, it's just as good an assumption to assume that we're moving through the universe.
So now you believe it, Tate. Now you believe
Well, wait
it,
a
and
minute.
you're trying to reverse the argument, right? Is that what you're doing?
What he's trying to say is, if he is honest, and I don't know, he can also say that proving that the Earth is a stationary plane is just as unlikely as the fact that, or just as likely as the fact that it's a sphere moving at breakneck speed through the cosmos.
So
you can't prove it either. Is that correct?
It's not definitive. It's not definitive.
But left lane, no one said it was definitive.
Yeah,
so both of you
everybody
guys
else
are
is saying.
now NASA's
You're
interrupting because he's
no, come on,
imploding.
Stop it.
Now you guys have to interrupt.
If you were an honest fuck, you would say your assumption that the Earth is stationary and everything else is moving is also not able to be proven.
Okay, so
Are you going to say that or not?
Well, the default position based on all empirical evidence and practical use is that the Earth is stationary. Now,
So you're not. You're going to be an impractical fuck and not admit that, according to Einstein and
well,
him,
I would have
just as
finished,
much,
but you had to interrupt. So
just as much, your assumption that the Earth is stationary and still is just cannot be proven either. Are you going to say that,
do
or
you
am I
see
wrong?
how even when you interrupt, I still let you finish? Like, even when you interrupt, I let you
Why
finish.
don't you go
So,
and talk nice and slowly, like this, and then I'll let you. Okay, go.
okay. So, my point was that the default position based on all empirical evidence is that the Earth is stationary. Of course, we don't feel it, and it can't be measured, and all practical use and empirical evidence shows us that it's stationary, including celestial observations made from the Earth. Now, you're making a claim antithetical to all of that, that in fact it's moving. Now, if I were to adopt relativity as true, then yes, I would concede in that hypothetical scenario that you can't prove one way or the other.
Oh, so but you
Can't prove one way or the other.
Well, no, you just said that but it's the default position. Ooh, why is it the
Yeah,
default?
there's no default position if you can't prove one or the other.
That's correct. However,
try
what's
and
this
listen
won't
really carefully to
There
what
really
I
is.
say. Okay,
Yes.
so the
Listen
default
again. You would
position based
are
on
you gonna
all
talk or are you gonna
empirical evidence.
Don't interrupt, Paige.
No, we don't.
Okay, you keep saying all empirical evidence. What empirical evidence are you talking about? Because if there's no way to determine whether the Earth or the stars are moving, then there's no empirical. There's nothing empirical. Otherwise,
Try and listen really carefully, okay? So
Can't
listen
and
really
haven't done
carefully.
it.
I said if I were to assume and adopt relativity as true, then sure, I would concede that there's no way to tell the difference. Now, I'm not doing that because there's no physical scientific evidence of the theory of relativity, and it's been debunked within your own paradigm on both the cosmological
forget
and
about the
quantum
theory of relativity. Whether the Earth or the stars are moving is a question of relativity. Is the stars moving relative to the Earth, or is the Earth moving relative to the stars?
Wrong.
The point is, we can't be sure either way. So
that's what
relativity
you're
says
claiming.
that they're both, and you'll never will fucking tell. It's a fucking different thing than saying you haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah.
Oh
So
no, listen,
relativity is
being
claiming
dishonest
that's
here.
a fact.
He's claiming he's posting stuff saying you can't tell if the Earth is moving or not from the Earth, and then he says, "But we know the Earth isn't moving from this data." So if you're
No,
going to
what
say
I
one
said
is
was
wrong and the other is also wrong,
actually what I said
you
was
can't prove either of them, can
the
you?
funniest
yeah,
thing
that's
is
right.
before
That's
this,
exactly
the
right.
funniest, I'm sure if you fucking douchebags keep interrupting me, then somehow the Earth starts spinning. So anyway,
Well, if you start
before
making
this,
sense, we'll stop
who is
interrupting
this
you,
guy
for
that keeps
fuck's
interrupting
sake.
me? I'll just mute you. I'm sure that'll make you stop interrupting
And
me.
I'll mute you back, you fucking...
So this is a mod, and he can't stop interrupting. Wow.
Just relax and get on with your
You're
point.
telling me to relax, but you have impulsive control issues, and you keep interrupting. So before this even started,
Are we psychoanalyzing
now
each
he's
other now, are we?
interrupting again. So before this even started, I pointed out preemptively, because you guys are very predictable, that I'm not claiming this is evidence of anything. I'm just pointing out that your own paradigm's leaders say you can't prove it. So when you guys run around claiming that we've proved it from the Earth, your own side disagrees. Now you guys want to straw man me and say that I'm saying that this proves something, because you can't rebut my actual argument.
Your actual argument is, according that you can't tell anything about the from, so you can't tell that it's still either. You can't tell that the Earth is motionless and a plane and flat from this data because you can't tell anything, according to you, from the Earth.
That isn't my
Yeah, the
argument
honest
right
answer
now.
to that is we don't know.
It's exactly what you said.
That isn't my argument right now.
I know it's not your argument.
This
You're being,
is
because you're being a and taking
God.
avid, saying that this disproves you, but doesn't disprove me. When really it
No,
disproves
I
both.
didn't say it disproves either way. Actually, from the very beginning, I said I'm not saying that it disproves either way.
Then
But
what
you
the
guys
fuck
have
are you
to
doing with
straw
all
man.
this bullshit.
Maybe if you'll listen and stop
I'm
interrupting,
listening,
you
and
could.
I keep hearing you go blah 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 without saying anything.
Okay, so this is actually being postulated as a rebuttal to all the globe earthers who claim that you can definitively prove that the Earth is spinning from the Earth. I have now shown your own side saying that's not true.
I don't think we have. What Glober is claiming that they can do that?
Why do we
I
have
haven't
to
heard anyone claim that they
Actually,
can
you
do
can
that.
claim the Earth. Actually, you can move. You
on
can
here
show
has
the Earth is
claimed that you
spinning
can.
on the Earth.
What did I
You
just
can
hear?
show the Earth is spinning on the Earth.
See, I thought no
With the
Glober claimed.
focal pendulum.
There's literally a company that's all they do is measure the Earth's rotation.
You can do it with a
Okay,
focal pendulum in your
so-
room, in your
so I think-
bathroom. You can set up a focal pendulum and do this.
Oh, so does the other Mr. Mod that keeps jumping in and strawmanning? Do you understand now what the actual argument is? Do you understand that I'm rebutting their claims now? Do you guys want to keep strawmanning me, or you want to put your big boys pants on and try to be intellectually honest?
You aren't being intellectually dishonest.
You've never been intellectually honest with it, please.
Oh, ad homs. So can we address that you guys
can
are
say that we're.
strawmanning?
Hold on a second. You can say that we're intellectually dishonest, but if we say you're intellectually dishonest, that's a straw man and an ad hom. But you can say it back, and that's not.
Well, no. See, you're
That's
actually
a double standard.
You're actually intentionally misrepresenting my argument.
You're intentionally misrepresenting everything with it because you will admit that
Everything.
you can't prove either. No, hold on a second. You can't from this thing. You also have to say that you cannot prove that the Earth is stationary, flat, and not moving.
I did not say that this is what proves anything. That's
Yes,
the
you
seventh
have.
time. No, before I
Yes,
even
you
started, I literally know you guys like algorithms or
Yes,
robots
you
or something.
did.
So before I started, I pointed out I'm not claiming this proves either way. And yet you guys can't help but continuously invoke the straw man because you know that what I'm actually doing is refuting your claim that you can prove the Earth spins from the Earth.
You can't prove that the Earth doesn't spin from the Earth then either.
That wasn't my claim, though.
It is your claim, though.
No, see, my actual claim about whether or not the Earth is moving is, as I've already stated, I'll do it again. The default position, based on all empirical evidence, is that the Earth is
But
not moving.
you can't do. You have no empirical evidence. You can't prove it from the Earth. You just said in all this stuff you're saying you can't tell anything from looking at the Earth. What's your empirical evidence? Was it taken from the Earth? According to Einstein, you can't tell from the Earth, can you?
Oh, so according to this other guy's theory, okay, cool story. I don't have. So are you saying I have to believe in Einstein? That's a very good argument. You're really crushing.
Hold on a second. If you're saying that you can't prove the Earth is spinning, then you also can't prove the Earth is not spinning, because you can't prove it from the Earth according to this argument.
Yeah. So why is the default position that it's not spinning?
Because,
like, I mean, look.
Oh my God!
I actually agree with what you're trying to say. The fact that these guys, the Globers, can't prove that the Earth is spinning with any test, and I agree with you on that.
Actually, we can prove the Earth is spinning with a test. It's been done for 160 years now with a focal pendulum.
So what did Einstein say then when he said that it couldn't be done? It couldn't. Why did he say that?
Optical experiment. He said optical.
He said terrestrial experiment.
Because I think at that time they didn't have instruments accurate enough to measure it.
Wrong. Focal pendulum was done in 1851, 70 years before this quote. Try again.
But there's other ways to measure it.
Okay, but so you agree the Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove it then?
Actually, it does, but
You never said that.
So NASA so this was a quote 70 years after Foucault's pendulum.
Well, then you need to be taken out of context again. He said optical, didn't he?
We already quoted special relativity and sourced it to show it wasn't out of context. Try again.
Yeah, let's quote something else from a source that you don't even agree with.
Again, this isn't me claiming that relativity is true. It's me rebutting your claim that you can prove the Earth is spinning from the Earth.
You can't. You're not doing anything sitting in here in Discord talking about rebutting things and claiming that you've debunked things. You're not doing anything in here. So good luck, man.
The focal pendulum.
You guys are so triggered right now.
Explain the
definitely are.
Foucault's pendulum.
It is funny.
You guys are spiraling, bro.
Explain Foucault's pendulum. Come on.
Well, I'm gonna rock with like the hero on your paradigm who said that there's no terrestrial
like I said,
experiment.
explain Foucault pendulum.
Explain it?
Yeah,
Okay, sure. Okay, so the first time they tried to do Foucault's pendulum, it actually went the wrong way. It literally went the
That's not
wrong
explaining
way.
it. That's not
Not
explaining
explaining
it.
Okay, secondly, it isn't consistent.
yeah,
Thirdly,
exactly.
thirdly,
It
thirdly,
varies with your
thirdly.
latitude. I wonder
No, no,
why.
no. It's not consistent at latitude.
Yeah, actually, it's consistent.
Thirdly, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Thirdly, when you get too far south, it gets drastically inaccurate.
No,
Fourthly,
it doesn't actually. But
it can't
Paige, you're
prove that
getting
the Earth.
very annoying, Paige.
So you've
Well, I'm
tested
not
this
going to
with
sit here
it?
and listen to him to
Oh,
tell
you
me.
guys
I want to hear
don't
what he's
wanna
got to say
hear it.
because he's checking out my electromagnetic.
Yeah, just let him
hypothesis.
finish.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
So
Go ahead.
fourthly, to claim that it's detecting axial rotation would require an independent frame of reference, but it's connected to the Earth. You say that the gimbal effectively attains an independent frame of reference, but it doesn't. It's actually attached to the very thing it's supposed to detecting motion up. Fifthly, we have an electromagnetic field with a vortex ether drift over top of it relative to dispersal from the center.
Aether? Are you serious about Aether?
Don't interrupt.
Fuck
Come on,
me.
Paige. Quiet. He's talking right now.
Sixth is when you're actually looking at Foucault's pendulums in museums, they have to have an electromagnetic mechanism to keep them going. Seventh, the actual mechanism itself is designed to go in a circle.
God, you are like incorrect on every. No, you're
That's
right. They have a motor, but the motor imparts no bias. Other than that, everything else you said is false.
Well, wait a minute. Hang on. Let me
How do you know it
I
imparts
just
no
want to chime in real
bias?
quick. Isn't it 50
It imparts
feet?
no bias.
Well, hang on. Isn't it 50 feet? Hanged from the museum. Did you
Yeah,
know there's
so?
100 volts potential each meter? So I'm just curious. Has anybody talked to anybody about getting shocked by this thing?
What?
Yeah, want to know.
You're confusing this, Don. That's
No, I'm not
It's
confused at all.
not. It's not really.
And by the way,
So, you know,
several of the ones on display in museums are not electromagnetically.
Site one.
It's the University of Boulder.
And it's on constantly all day, every day, and it works every
the
day.
The one in Paris. They actually
And
started up.
it works all. Oh, they started up.
They
and
start
it works
up and
all
let
day,
it go
every day.
down, and they start up and let it go down.
Oh, so
The
there's
same way
someone
it
that
works.
constantly goes and does it.
Yeah, they like start up and it dies down because of.
It's not a perpetual motion machine, for God's sakes.
No one said it was. Nice straw man. You guys are crushing tonight.
It's not a straw man.
In the meantime, the ones
You
that
act like it
we-
ought to
was a
swing
straw
forever.
man. It was a straw man, buddy.
You act like it ought to swing forever.
No, I didn't act like that. That's a straw man.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. You're way, way wrong. Per
Well,
usual.
you're way wrong. Everything you said, except for that one about being boosted, was incorrect about the Foucault pendulum.
Okay, so now we're going to move to number 8. So number 8 is correlation does not equal causation. So even if there is a
me.
NASA, you interrupt every time.
Yes, because you keep saying bullshit every time.
So are you saying
yourself,
wait.
bro?
So are you saying correlation does equal causation?
I'm not.
Well, you just said what I said was wrong.
I'm
and
not
what I said
getting. I'm not getting into correlation and causation with you tonight.
But you said it was wrong. I just said correlation does not equal causation, and you interrupted to say everything I say is wrong.
Oh well, excuse me.
Yeah, you're excused. Okay, so correlation doesn't
But
equal
the second thing you
causation.
said
So,
right.
so even if there is a relationship between the pendulum's alleged precession and latitude, it doesn't prove that the Earth's moving. Again, it doesn't have an independent frame of reference. And when you go to the south, you can look at when they did the test at the quote unquote South Pole, which is just Antarctica. It actually again went the wrong way, went twice, and it went the wrong way, and then it went twice as fast as it's supposed to. They had to keep fidgeting with it until they got the result that they wanted.
Well, but
And there's a
you know
reason.
what? Yeah, what's the reason for that?
That seems to be the big issue with this: is the inconsistency of the results.
If you put any sort of bias into the system, it will maintain that bias. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do.
And again, on its face, you guys, the main point you've successfully tried to divert the conversation away to something I've talked to you guys about a million times, and that's really boring and monotonous.
Yeah, I know.
Because
Foucault pendulum is boring and monotonous and
it's
disproves everything you
because-
say. But
okay, make sure you keep interrupting me and funding me. I'm gonna mute you next time you do it. Okay, that's the only way to deal with you. Okay, so my entire point was that you guys are disagreeing with Einstein, who 70 years after Foucault's pendulum said there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove that the Earth is moving. So you guys are disagreeing with Einstein.
In both of the citations you provided, Einstein is specifically referring to the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Incorrect. Now watch. You are going to
Yes,
double down.
I've already posted it for you.
You're also interrupting.
You want to post it again? Here, let me post the whole thing
about-
again.
Yeah,
And just quickly, his response to why the pendulum doesn't give the same results every time, and that you have to get it just right because of the bias that you might impart at the start will carry through. That to me just sounds like an excuse for all the times it doesn't give you the result that you want it to give you.
That's correct. But wait, let me expose him real fast. So in his own screenshot, he's saying he said, and I quote, he's talking specifically only about the Michelson-Morley experiment. Okay, now let's read it. It says, in one of the most notable of these attempts, Michelson devised a method which appears as though it must be decisive. Oh, he's only talking about it? No. He says, all terrestrial experiments show negative results. And in one of the most notable attempts, we thought that Michelson had devised a plan that would be decisive. This is where you still don't concede you were wrong, though.
No, because I was not wrong.
Well, no, that's what he's talking about. That's what he's referring to is the Michelson-Morley, obviously.
Yeah, watch me expose him again. In one of the most notable,
Well, that means
the
all,
most
right?
notable. So that means it's not just Michelson-Morley. He said any terrestrial experiment. And then he says, in one of the most notable attempts, we thought we finally found one that would be decisive.
Yeah, I'd like to interject real quick. So Martin Guznick did he revisited the Michelson-Morley, and he did it in the vertical. And he got 11.5 peaks at 180 degrees clockwise, then counterclockwise in the vertical.
Correct. And they only tested the horizontal originally.
Right. I got the video right there.
Yeah, in the meantime, why did they do it in the horizontal, not the vertical? Could it be maybe the gravity of the Earth?
So you're saying the gravity of the Earth is what gives the fringe shift in the vertical?
Yeah, as opposed to the top. He's noticing difference between the top and the bottom. What's different between the top and the bottom?
Oh, so gravity is what gave the differential in phase shift on the vertical axis. That's your claim.
That's why you think. Look at his experiment. He's going up and down through the vertical.
You do realize
saying there's a gravitational difference between the bottom and the top.
But you have to understand. But you have to understand that his claim means that the ether's real. He doesn't even know that.
No, the ether's not real.
Dude, you just got destroyed, dude.
No, I didn't get destroyed, you idiot.
Okay, for there to be a differential based on gravity on the vertical axis, for there to be a differential based on gravity of the vertical axis, then there would have to be an ether.
There's an acceleration on the machine as it goes through the vertical.
The
machine, but it goes clockwise, then counterclockwise. So you're telling me gravity
is. Did you just say the machine?
Yeah.
There's an acceleration on the machine. Do you even know what the test is?
You need to watch that video.
He doesn't even know what the test is. Can you describe the test to us that you're teaching us about?
I'm not going to talk to you right now.
Okay.
1 o'clock in the freaking morning. I'm not going to talk to you about Michelson-Morley.
Amazing.
I'm not going to talk to you about Michelson-Morley at 1
Well, you need to watch Martin Guznick's interferometer. And a guy tries to rebuttal it with a wood mock-up, and he still gets in a little infringe pattern. You know what he actually says? It's gravitational pull. But isn't light massless?
Well, yeah, but you have to invoke the ether, though. That's what's so funny.
It's the
you have to invoke the ether.
Really? It's the machine. Why doesn't it happen in the horizontal?
It's interferometry patterns, dude.
There's
We're
no
talking about the machine.
There's no differential. You're spinning this thing.
But
he spins it in the horizontal. He spins it in the horizontal. Nothing happens.
He spins it in the vertical. That's right. He spins
and
it in the
that's when it
horizontal.
happens. So that's when it happens. Is in the
happens
vertical.
in the vertical, not the horizontal. It would seem that there's some.
Yes.
So what's the difference between the horizontal and the vertical? When
There's a vortex. There's a vortex of the ether drift.
No.
What?
Yeah,
what?
He's on it.
What?
He's
In
on
the
it.
meantime, though,
globers. Don't worry. So the way we use gyros, the way we use ring laser gyros, is we utilize something called the Sagnac effect. Well, Sagnac is the one that discovered it. That's why it's called that. And Sagnac said that it is the vortex movement of the ether. Now, Michelson.
When did he live?
Where does it say that?
When did
That's what
Sagnac live?
Sagnac said.
When did Sagnac live?
Wait. Your argument's dumb. Blue Marble, are you saying that didn't happen?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I want to know when Saget
I wasn't
was around,
talking
man.
to you. I never talking to you. Blue Marble, are you saying that didn't happen?
Whitson, I've got an issue with the oh, sorry, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
Mickelson Morley thing.
Oh, the ether claim. I've heard a lot of people talk about ether, but I've never heard one person able to actually define what ether is.
Just a background medium.
Well, I mean, you could just say that the volume of the physical universe is ether.
If that's what you want to say.
What's the difference between saying that?
Well, the difference is that the heliocentric paradigm claims that when you get all the matter out, there's nothing left there except for space and time. But we're talking about a substantive background medium, so they're fundamentally different.
Which nobody has ever found.
You should be able to define then what makes up and what consists of that medium.
Nobody has ever found this. They've redone the Michelson-Morley experiment to the point where they're now to centimeters per second, whereas Michelson-Morley was like 3 kilometers per second. They've done this experiment.
Redone by the Air Force in 1987 and showed the same results.
The experiment?
And didn't the photoelectric effect thing that Einstein did disprove the ether?
No.
Of course not.
No. So, and also, I'm about to drop a quote from a physicist that because what the Globers like to say is that it didn't measure anything. This is because you guys have scripts, right? So your script is that the ether was debunked by Michelson-Morley because they didn't measure any fringe shift. But that's not true. They just didn't measure what was expected.
That's what their conclusion says.
Let him finish, please.
Right. So so they always say that they didn't measure anything, right? But really what happened was they classified it as a null result because it wasn't what was expected with the assumption that the Earth is spinning and rotating within the reference frame of the ether. It wasn't that they measured nothing. It wasn't as great as expected if the Earth is spinning and revolving. So they had a decision to make, either throw out the ether or throw out the Earth spinning.
No, because it was the error in there. In the meantime, people
it doesn't say anything about that.
Every time they redo this experiment, they get a better and better result to the point where they're now down to like centimeters per second.
I'm about to drop a physicist. Literally just debunking you, and then you guys will say that it's out of context or he's a crackhead.
Well, I mean, I keep
issue they haven't isolated the ether.
No,
how could you isolate?
If you read,
it's always within the error of the instrument.
They actually did isolate the background medium. Actually, they did.
The definition for ether seems to be one that you could say anything and everything is ether. So it's so unspecific that it becomes meaningless.
It's the background field of energy. So whenever you guys also admit that there's something called vacuum energy, 0 point energy. Yeah. 0 point energy. Ether. What is that? What's 0 point energy?
But that's not ether. That's energy.
It's energy within the field, right? So you can have energy without a medium. You can have propagation of energy without a medium. Thanks for playing.
Why is a medium necessitated for the movement of energy?
Yeah. Okay. If you want to say that energy is moving in nothing,
look, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand what the different theories and concepts are. I just don't understand.
Here's the fundamental difference. Boil it down to a very simple fundamental decision. Okay. It is either there's something there or there's nothing there. The current heliocentric
you've got to define the thing first before you can say whether it's there or not.
You see, the lemoniferous ether that he's using. Can I get about 10 seconds here?
No.
The lemoniferous ether that Whitsitt and Lemon and all these other guys use does whatever they needed to do whenever they need to do it. They just sort of pull it out of thin air, if you will, and say, oh, it does this, it does that. And I mean, they can't define it. They don't know what it does. It's not luminiferous ether, but it's just something they invent.
Whoa, it sounds like you just
Yeah, and they often also talk about electromagnetic effects and forces as if
You guys
they are the ether.
in the echo chamber. Oh, okay.
Luminiferous.
Lemoniferous ether.
Yeah, it means light bearing. But here's the deal, buddy. So, now NASA jumped in and did a non sequitur. Then it was your turn to respond to him again after he
Actually, it
interrupted
wasn't a
me
non sequitur.
because you guys have a problem. Okay, but
I have a problem
boiled
with
it
you.
down.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there we
because
go.
we don't
now
understand what
it
this
makes
ether
sense.
claim is. It doesn't make any
Fundy
sense.
muting, man. This is why I've almost decided to stop engaging with people like you and only engage with people with credentials. Because when I talk to people that are actually credentialed, they don't act like this. They do
What are your
not do this.
credentials?
I don't have to have credentials, nor do you, if you can just be an adult. And
Look,
not
I hate it
interrupt.
when people do this and stop in the middle of a conversation to commentate on the perceived behaviors and perceptions of those involved in the conversation. Just go back to what we were talking about. I'm genuinely trying to understand what you're trying to say. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you a little much, but
Okay, so that's why I have to talk about it, is because I can't say the point because I keep getting Fundy muted.
no, because I'm not hearing a point. That's why I keep jumping in, because when you make the point, as you put it, it's to me it's not a point. It's not clear to me.
Okay, well, listen carefully, okay? So we know that we have energy and propagation. So we have a fundamental decision to make, okay? Either you're claiming that happens within nothing, or it happens within something. Now, I'm not going far enough to...
Can I just please pause you there? Sorry to interrupt again. But you said you said energy propagates. Well, we can start being a lot more specific and talk about what type of energy and how it's propagating. We don't need to bring in ether or anything.
You are going to defeat me in the debate by not letting me speak. Is that what you think is going to happen?
I'm not trying to do that, man.
Well, you have to impulsively interrupt every time.
Because you keep repeating yourself.
Well, I can't, because I have to keep on trying to make my whole point coherently in entirety over and over, but I just get the first sentence out every time. Okay.
Yeah, and there's some incoherence in that first sentence that I can't get past. There's no point you continuing your explanation unless we clarify and get some understanding over what the first thing you said means. You said energy propagating through a medium. Well, give us an example of what you're talking about. I mean, light is one of the most common ones talked about.
I already
in
did.
this.
I'm going to start talking over you then. I already did. I already gave an example. 0 point energy. And in fact, it's not limited to anything because we have propagation of all kinds of things through vacuums, including light. So anything you want to choose, the point is that you're either propagating through something or nothing. I'm saying something. Now, when you want me to name it, tell you exactly what it is, bottle it up, manipulate it, give you characteristics of it, weigh it for you, all this bullshit, I don't have to do any of that. The point is that it is there. It's an antecedent relationship with propagation. You're claiming nothing. Nothing doesn't exist. You have the unfounded claim. You're claiming nothing exists. Try again.
Hang on. The first thing you said there was this 0 point energy. What is that? What are you talking about there?
Yeah, so if you have a vacuum chamber, you can still measure energy within the vacuum chamber. You guys claim that.
What type of energy? What type of energy? What are you detecting in that vacuum that you're referring to? What's being detected? I mean, you call it energy just now, but like, we really need to get deeply specific about what you mean by that. Because energy could be, electromagnetic. It could be kinetic.
Okay. So it's numerous different types, right? It's random quantum fluctuations within a vacuum. Like electromagnetic is one of the energies that are detected, but there's other ones. So it's force fields that are present in a vacuum. Electromagnetic will suffice for the conversation. You keep running away from the main point, though, which is that it's an antecedent to propagation, and you're claiming it happens in nothing. You're claiming that electromagnetic energy is
no. I'm not denying that antecedent. No, not for electromagnetic energy, but that's just it. We're talking about trying to get to the bottom of what ether is, and ether is not electromagnetic energy.
No,
So
that energy is within the background. So again, you're claiming that it's within nothing.
No,
And you're pretending
Rams is not claiming anything.
No,
Rams hasn't claimed anything.
but he doesn't understand that he has to. Unless you're claiming it's a false binary, so it's either something or it's nothing, or you're claiming it's a false binary. Which it's not, because you'd have to offer a viable third option. So yes, you are forced to be claiming something. Modern physics of materialism claims that there's nothing there. Claims nothing's there. Okay? It's very simple. It doesn't matter what you name it. You don't have to name it the either. I'm naming it the background medium.
So you mean in empty space, in an empty volume of space, empty defined by the fact that there are no molecules of gas or dust or anything in that volume, you're saying that that's not empty?
Well, it's not
empty.
empty.
It's a
It's objectively
space,
not empty because there's electromagnetic energy in there.
but there's not.
Okay, it's called 0-point energy.
Again, where's the evidence for 0-point energy? I know there's people have conceptualized about it for years and still trying to, but there's what's the actual evidence of this 0-point energy? There's evidence for electromagnetic energy and other types of energy, but
yeah, the way you prove it is you have a vacuum and you can still measure electromagnetic energy with quantum fluctuations of energy that you can measure. One of them is electromagnetic.
yeah, but again, that's electromagnetic. Are you saying that ether is electromagnetic?
No, it's not just electromagnetic. There's different types of fields of energy that are detected in a vacuum, but you're claiming that it's quote unquote empty space, but it isn't empty because there's energy.
Claims.
That's what materialism claims.
I'm saying there's no evidence for this ether thing that you're talking about. I mean, there is like space, volume, like an area of volume, and it's claimed in outer space that it's void of gases, but for 1 molecule per cubic meter or something like that. But there isn't theory. I mean, there's nothing else in that volume. Look, one of the most common arguments with this one is light, right? Like that, whether they're photons that are actually traveling from the source to stuff out there and being absorbed by things, or that they're actually this medium conduction idea that light is not a particle, that it's like a wave through a medium, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence for that.
Okay, so yeah, you can look at the Casimir effect. There's numerous different. Dude, if you want to go try to disprove 0-point energy, you go for it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Okay, it's just objective that either there's nothing there or there's some.
You've brought it up as a claim, and I'm just asking for you to provide some sort of evidence of that being shown.
Okay, so I'll just drop a link. If you want to look into it, you can. If you don't, then don't.
Yeah, and the link is probably going to be describing 0-point energy as a conception.
This vacuum, they say, is about 10,000 kilometers high. The vacuum starts-ish. So whatever we're measuring, we have to be measuring up to 10,000 kilometers if we are talking about a vacuum, yeah?
It's about oscillations in a vacuum. You can either learn about it or not. I don't care. This all
Oscillations, oscillations
Oh
of
my
what? What's
This
oscillating?
electromagnetic energy.
But okay, that's not ether. That's electromagnetic energy.
Listen, man. There's movement in the vacuum. Do you understand it? Do you actually not understand it?
Yeah, and you keep describing it as electromagnetic. And
That's one of the energies.
so,
Yeah.
okay, well, that's electromagnetic. What's that got to do with ether?
Okay, so
I mean, ether is where it happens. If you'd like to think of it like that.
Disengage from you if you keep being so fucking dishonest. Okay, so I explained to you that whenever you have a vacuum chamber, your paradigm currently claims that it's empty and there's nothing, quote unquote, there. The problem with that is nothing doesn't exist, because if nothing existed, that would be an oxymoron. Now, when we have a vacuum, we actually can measure 0 point energy within that vacuum. I didn't say that the electromagnetic energy was the ether. That's the 17th time you've tried to straw man me. What I said was that we can prove there's still energy there. And in order to have energy or propagation, you have to have something for it to propagate through, i.e. a medium. That's an antecedent relationship. You're claiming nothing. I'm claiming something. Your claim can't exist on its face.
Yeah. The medium is the actual space within which physical reality exists. You may as well replace the word ether with the world or the universe. And under any sentence where the word ether is used, if you swap it out for the universe, then it makes exactly the same amount of logical sense as it does if you use the word ether. Well, actually, it makes a lot more sense because, yeah. Look, I'm not denying that there are probably other fields of energies and dimensions that exist within and without, like, quantum level stuff, but that's an area of theoretical science, man. I mean, that's deep level stuff. And
he left, by the way.
We measure electricity in the air, so we know that there is a force the higher we go, and if that vacuum is 10,000 kilometers, I wonder what the charge is up there.
That is a good question, Realm.
yeah, but again, you're sensing, you're measuring charge. I mean, so what? So that's charge then, isn't it? That's not ether. It's just it's charge within the ether, within the universe, within the world. That's why the world and the universe can always be substituted for the word ether in almost any situation and sentence.
Yeah, I think ether is more mechanism behind that's in the universe. You know what I mean? And there could be a lot of static the higher we go, because the sun seems to produce static. So maybe just a really basic phenomena that we're not thinking about.
Yeah, I can give you Feynman's lectures if you want to look at the potential voltage, 100 volts per meter in the zenith. If you want to look at it, it's a lot to read, but
That's interesting.
Yeah,
but again,
the
it's
Feynman thought
voltage,
the Earth was-
so it's not a mystery.
sphere, though. Like why read his lecture notes when he thought the Earth was a sphere? When
Listen, there's already
all of his lecture notes, when put together in totality with all of the other work he's done, says Earth is a sphere. Like
that doesn't mean
why
everybody's
do
right
that?
about everything. That doesn't. Are you telling me one person's right about everything? A human
So
can do
Feynman
that?
is right is right about the nature of electricity, but he's wrong about the shape of the Earth.
There's actually been demonstrations on YouTube of people getting actually free electricity from the atmo. It's called atmo electricity or atmosphere electricity. People use drones.
So Feynman's right about the nature of electricity, but he's wrong on the shape of their
potential.
So
What does
Feynman's
that
right about how
mean?
electricity works.
Yeah, it would be more accurate. Yes, it's been demonstrated.
Would you say Feynman is also correct on his claims about gravity?
Well, hang on. Are you saying one man can be right about everything? I want to clear
No,
that up.
I'm
real
asking
quick.
you a question. No one's
Okay,
right about
well,
everything.
then I don't know what the straw man is here.
There is no strawman. Do you think that Feynman is correct about his claims about gravity?
No.
Okay,
But
you
also,
think
just because he's wrong about one thing doesn't mean he's right about something else. Or just because he's right about one thing doesn't mean that he could be wrong about something else.
sure, but if he's wrong about gravity, right about electricity, and you're backing up your claim that objects moving up and down is caused by electricity, then he's not correct about electricity.
That's another straw man. Never made that
How?
claim either. I never said he said that.
Yeah, I never said that you said that.
But you just said if he's making a claim that things are going up and down, isn't that what you stated?
No, that's not what I said.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I said that it's your claim that because of the potential in the atmosphere, that's
Yeah, it
what's
would be
causing
my claim, not
objects
his
to move.
claim.
Yeah, that's what I said. And Feynman doesn't make that claim about electricity, that electricity moves objects up and down.
And Don, are you claiming that the cause for a gravitational like force is, electrostatic or electromagnetic in nature?
Yes,
Is that what you're getting at?
It will play a part in it. Yes, 100%.
But see, what you're doing then is you're validating the phenomenon, which to me doesn't exist. Yeah, like things have weight, obviously, but
so do you know who Herman Paulson is? He was a 1920 electrical engineer. He got over 10 million volts at 660 feet in the apps.
So what? What does that mean?
Free energy is in the air, buddy. That's what that means.
But hold on.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the theory of gravity? This concept of gravity.
All right, here you go.
That you deny, I deny.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, so they will say mass is any amount of matter, correct? Correct. So what is matter
I'm
made
not
of?
sure what their exact definition is, but
That's pretty much the
That would be exactly how Zanuck would put it. So,
Yep.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
any amount of mass. Okay.
Any amount of matter.
All right.
What is matter
Any
made out
amount
of?
of matter. Yeah. All right.
What is matter made out of? Atoms, correct? Everything's made of atoms, correct?
Yeah. Theoretically, yep.
Okay, so the nuclide in the center of an atom is positive charge, while the electrons are negative charge, correct?
Correct again. You're on a roll, Don.
Yep.
So
okay.
if you have
all
a
right.
block of if you have a block of wood, the molecules in the block of wood are more spread apart. Like when you have an ununiform rock, they're more tight. This is why the rock and actually all materials are diamagnetic. Everything actually is diamagnetic. But the reason why, this is my hypothesis, the reason why that the wood floats is because the weak static charge between the molecules.
I would say no.
I would say the wood floats because it's less dense than the air
That plays
than
a
the
part
water.
too. That plays a part too.
Well, what do you mean plays a part?
What kind of you said plays a part. Is there any way to substantiate how big of a part something plays? Because I can say that ether plays a part, and just something that plays a part.
Yeah, you've got to be able to isolate specifically.
That's an example. You said that it plays a part. What kind of a part? Is there any way to quantify?
If the molecules have more of a static cling or not. See,
but how do you know what's causing that? How do you know what's causing that?
Not even the cause, but how do you substantiate? Like you said, what did you say? The atoms.
Yes, the
Don
atoms.
was saying something about
what about
the weak bonds. Do you guys know a way to strengthen those bonds?
I don't know.
Could you do that I don't know, with some sort of electromagnetic device. Because you can definitely push things with electromagnetism. Of course, it's obvious. And you could even you could make that's tough right there. Well, what don't you think you can push with a magnet?
Everything's
Well,
diamagnetic.
I don't know. Can you push a tree with a magnet?
Everything. Wood is diamagnetic, by the way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you can push.
You can make two balloons separate by charging them up.
Yeah, but that's charged.
No, you can push. You can push. No, you can push wood. You can take a toothpick, float it on water, push it with a magnet.
Right,
Does it push the wood or does it push the water?
No, you can
magnet.
push. You can hang a toothpick from a string and push it with a magnet. You can make it spin.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
You ever?
Yeah, here's a cool test, real quick. If you want to get some pyrolytic graphite and put it on a neodymium magnet, get a magnifying glass, go outside, set it up, and use the sun's rays to fixate on the pyrolytic graphite, and it will repel it. Just the sun alone.
Okay, but still, what do you said that it's something to do with the gravity, but when you talk about the charge in the atmosphere, you're not talking about the object, you're talking about the atmosphere.
Well, that's what my hypothesis I had test, if you will, when I was talking to Extremis, is which he kind of I thank him for helping me out with. It's better to get like a Faraday cage in a vacuum and drop a feather, and then remove the Faraday cage and drop the feather and see what happens. Instead of just trying to suspend it in air. Because if I do it on like a building or anywhere, it's going to be automatically grounded, no matter how high the building is.
Do we all agree that
what's your hypothesis though?
My hypothesis is if the Faraday cage, this is it. If I put the Faraday cage and the feather falls slower without the Faraday cage, then there's some electrostatics going on there, buddy.
Would it also affect the weight of the feather?
Well, I'm going to just time it when it falls. It's going to be real difficult to try to measure weight while it's falling.
But you do know that what would be the you're doing this on ground level?
The tough
because
part is
you could easily do this when you're in an airplane, because the voltage there, you said it's 600 million volts or something.
Yeah, but the airplane could be considered ground. How do you they have batteries in there, right? Obviously, they ground it to the plane's frame. So that could be considered.
It actually is a Faraday cage.
I don't know about
Airplane.
all that.
Well, it is. If a lightning strikes the airplane, no one gets electric shock.
Yeah, but there's a ground there, right?
Where do you ground it?
The lightning will ground, and so it won't really affect anybody inside.
Where does it ground?
To the frame of the plane.
How does the frame ground itself?
Well, first you scrape paint off, and then you put a contact. You don't want to put it on paint, and then you ground it out. Just like obviously there's batteries in a plane, right?
What do batteries have to do with it?
That means it's a ground. It's a nice solid ground. Are you kidding me? It's just like your car is grounded. What?
No.
There's electrical components.
Your car isn't grounded in the battery of the car.
The battery and the battery in the car is grounded. Yes.
Why is the car grounded?
Yes,
what does the car do? And how long?
The car is grounded too. Yes, it is grounded as well.
No, the car is not grounded.
No, the frame of the car is the ground for the batteries.
Yeah. So where is the car grounded to? But where is the? You said the batteries.
Call it pseudo grounding if you don't want to refer.
How do you think drones work?
Yeah.
What?
How do you think
do you even know how batteries
Where are they
work?
grounded?
To the frame.
Okay. Where is the frame grounded to?
Oh my! You got to be kidding me.
No, it's a question.
Well, in your paradigm, you would imagine that the Earth is also just some independent object that things can be grounded. You said oh shit? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what does the Earth ground itself to? That's
The Earth
the
is
same
ground.
question you're asking.
Yeah, the Earth is ground.
That's ground.
Yes, that can happen on smaller, fractal levels.
Fractal levels.
Smaller fractal levels.
Wait a minute. Let me ask
Yes.
you a question. Does airplanes have batteries in them?
What does a
Yes.
battery have to do with this?
I'm just asking you a simple question. Do planes have
Yeah.
batteries in them?
Yes, they have
Yes.
generators in them. They have batteries in them. They have all kinds of stuff.
For a battery to work, does it need to be grounded?
No.
Yes.
You are wow. He said yes.
No,
you say
well,
no.
actually,
Wow,
yeah.
that's tough.
Actually, yeah. No, because
that's tough.
No,
That's
hold
tough.
on, Don,
Okay,
Don,
so-
Don, shut up, Don. Stop the straw manning. If you have a battery and you have a light, if you get a wire from the plus of the battery into the light and then from the light to the negative, does the light work?
Yes, in that case.
Yeah, is the battery grounded?
Here we
There
go.
you go, Don.
I'm about to find the citation for you. Hang on. Give me a
There you
second,
go, Don.
'cause
There
obviously
you go,
guys don't
Don.
know
There
what
you
you're
go.
talking about.
There you go. So where's the battery grounded when I have a light bulb in it? Don.
So I got a citation right here too, and I'm gonna post it in a
Oh,
minute.
are
In
you afraid to
listen,
answer?
listen.
Ah, yes, you
Maybe
are.
you'll learn something. In airplanes, the electrical ground is in the metal body of the plane itself, and I'll give you the citation.
Where's the metal body grounded at?
The frame, dude. The frame. Are you kidding
No,
me?
the
Do you know
frame can't
anything
be
about
grounded
car
to the
audio
frame.
or anything? I'm just
You're
curious.
talking about airplanes.
What's the Earth grounded to?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking him. Where's the frame of the airplane grounded to?
He just explained to you, man.
Yeah, he said that it's that the batteries are grounded to the frame. I asked him a question that if I have a light bulb and wire and I plug the light bulb into the car battery, it'll work, but the battery isn't grounded. He couldn't answer the question. Simple question. It's
Yeah,
a
because I'm
car
looking
battery.
up all my citations right now. I'm quite busy.
Oh, okay. Sure. I'll come back with a citation for that.
If you got a planet passing close by another planet, one gives off some sort of electrical discharge, right? And then it flows to the other planet, right? The ground is just the other planet, the other object that has the potential or lack of potential, whatever pressure that it'll flow into and be absorbed into. That would be that planet acting like a battery that can absorb because it has the room to store it in, right? I mean, what are we
Enjoy
talking
reading
about?
all that. Enjoy reading
when we
all that
say
right there.
grounded.
Yep.
We're just talking about one thing having available space for any sort of excess above it to then be absorbed into, right?
Yeah, but this doesn't answer why you need to ground a car battery. Just don't have to.
To
You're not picking up what
complete
he's
a
putting down.
circuit, to complete a circuit, you have to ground it out.
Yeah.
Is
Sure, but the circuit, like I can get a light bulb, and I don't need to ground the battery. There's no need.
Doesn't the battery serve as the ground in this scenario?
Oh man.
It just closes the loop, just like Don said. There's no need for
That's
a
all-
external ground.
That's all the
It's
Earth
just a loop.
serves as.
Yep, just the loop. So the original question was, why did you can do the experiment with the feather inside an airplane? Because you said that there's a huge difference in voltage between the ground and the air.
I never said nothing about
So-
that. You said something about it getting hit by lightning. Nobody is affected by it, so it's a Faraday cage. That's not necessarily true.
So yeah, but you'd need some kind of a open platform high that isn't connected to the ground, so the difference wouldn't be
but
there.
it's really difficult to do this. I thought about doing it on a drone, building up some kind of mock-up on the bottom of the drone to carry a weight, but this Extremis's idea was quite interesting when we were bumping heads
think
back
that-
and forth at that one time.
But I
Heard
think the
about
problem
a
is that
technology out there where there's a plane that has some sort of like ong antenna just drooping off of the bottom of it, and that you can actually charge the batteries of the airplane just by having a metal wire antenna just hanging off the bottom of it.
I bet you can. I wouldn't be surprised.
There's static ports in airplanes.
Yeah, see, Herman Paulson, he got over 6.2 amps with 2 weather balloons wired in series.
But again, if you think that you can see a difference on the ground level on a falling feather in a Faraday cage or outside of a Faraday cage, then that feather should rocket down at higher elevations because it's the potential difference would be a million times bigger. So it should fall a million times faster. I mean,
Right. Well, making a vacuum that big though would be quite difficult. That's the hardest part. I can get
that's why you can just measure the weight.
And what?
You can measure the weight of the feather. The mass of the feather doesn't change.
In a vacuum, sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
What? No, you don't have to do it in a vacuum. You can do it in a controlled pressure.
No, I want to do it in a vacuum.
Why?
Do it in a vacuum where I can control the environment as best as to my ability. Put the Faraday cage around it, drop the feather and see what happens, and then do it again. Remove the Faraday cage and drop the feather and see what happens.
What's your hypothesis? Do you have any numbers for this? Like anything?
It's.
I know it's tough, but
yeah, it is.
Because if it's 9.81 meters per second squared in the vacuum with the Faraday cage, or we don't know that yet, but how much should the difference be, according to your hypothesis?
My hypothesis is now if it's with the Faraday cage, it wouldn't. The hard part is trying to get all the static out of the feather itself, because there's going to be static charge there. There's no doubt.
But you can never get out of it, right? Because it's dielectric.
True.
So it's already fucked.
I mean, putting the Faraday cage, if there's a difference in fall rate, then there's something going on there.
Yeah, but is there something going on with the feather or with the medium?
It could be, it could be, but it's worth to do. It's worth to try.
Sure, but I mean, there's a fuck ton of variables. That's kind of hard. Because it could be electricity, it could be magnetism, it could be I don't know, something to do with the feather, something to do with the medium. So let's say there is a difference. What would you do next? Let's say that with the Faraday cage it falls faster or accelerates faster. What would be the next step?
Next step was try to get other people involved.
Okay, fair enough.
That would be the next step.
Yeah. So I think you could do this. Can you do it with an empty car battery and a car battery with full charge? Would those fall at different rates according to the cycles?
I know one thing is that a AA battery, not fully charged, is slightly lighter than a full charge battery. And I think that lab guy did it already. He did the fall rate with it. And didn't the ones that were lighter, they didn't fall as fast? I gotta find that video again.
Someone actually did a fall rate test with this?
Yep, I think he did. Let me look at it, because you should know that batteries. You know how, like, if you get your remote dies, you pull the batteries out. Wow, these feel lighter than the charged ones. That's noticeable.
What?
You never noticed that?
Noticeable? No.
Yeah, it's noticeable. A dead AA battery feels lighter than one that's fully charged. You never noticed that?
You ever tried to weigh it?
Yeah, I think it is. Let me get the video real quick.
So I'm wondering how much weight difference should there be? It's AA. What does it weigh? Like a few grams? No, it's more. Maybe like, I don't know, 20 grams?
I can't remember. Oh, there he is. I found it. It's Action Labs. He did it.
So he weighed them or dropped them?
He dropped, I think, right there. Check it out.
It says, do batteries weigh more?
Yep, check it out. I highly
So he
recommend
weighed
that
them.
video.
Because this if there's a tiny difference, that would mean that you can feel the difference because you said it. So I'm going to check the video.
Yeah, he weighs them and it also drops them. Yup, I'm looking through it. Yeah, he does it in slow motion too, so that's awesome. So they do fall differently. It's just been a while since I watched it. I don't. It's at watch it at 4:30, and he'll tell you the ones that were empty that had at least amount of charge bounced higher when they hit the table.
There's
Which
there's
is quite
0.1 gram of difference, and you said that you can feel it.
Yeah, but it's it's a small battery. Yes, I can feel it. There's
0.1
times where
grams
it depends on,
difference?
there's cheaper batteries. I guess you can go that route.
Come on.
No, I definitely can tell the difference when I mess with batteries quite often. Yeah, when there's a dead
What,
battery,
0.1 gram?
it just seems lighter than the one that is. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one
Come
that
on.
notices this. I can't. Is there somebody else in here? Like, back me up. Have you messed with batteries? I mean, if you got TVs, electronics, you would think you mess with batteries.
0.1 grams. I mean, you wouldn't need a scale anymore. You can just
I don't know. It's just I
compare
notice
things.
it when a
Yeah.
battery is dead versus not charged. I can't be
Wait.
the only one, dude. I'm telling you. This video right here is absolutely hilarious. It said because there's more matter in one area with the battery that's more charged, that's why gravity pulls on it.
Yeah, no one's arguing that a full wouldn't weigh more.
Oh my goodness.
But you said that you can feel a 0.1 gram difference. I mean, that's
I
that's
can't
tough.
be the only one, Mo, man. I'm telling you, I
You
notice a
are.
difference. Either it's just because the batteries are cheap, like Dollar General, like cheap batteries, which I get once in a while, or it's empty. It's not. There's no way. I'm gonna ask around and ask people if they notice it.
There's also the thing that a full hard drive weighs more than an empty hard drive.
That one, I don't know. That's a good one. You might
I
got
think
me on that one.
there is some tests, I guess, on it, but don't remember how it went.
Talk about weighing memory, huh?
Yeah, because it's like the orientation of the bits or something. I don't remember it fully, but it's like there's more something. Don't remember it. There's a video of it, like a few videos.
How is there plus 27 people in here and nobody's saying a freaking word?
Me and
What's
Mommy
going
were
on,
just
guys?
talking. I gotta ask you, Shines.
Get it together, bros.
Shines, have you ever noticed that when you have a dead AA battery, that it just seems lighter than a full one? Is it just me?
No, I've never actually held a dead AA and been like, oh, this feels lighter than
Okay,
you
I'm
know.
just-
full-" I've never done that before. I have to honestly say, no, I've never.
Way, Don. No way, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could feel the difference in your hand, but you are right in saying that a dead AA battery weighs lighter than a fully charged one. You are right in saying that, but I don't know if you could feel it.
Yeah, but why? Like, why does the energy in a full battery actually weigh anything?
It's a relative
Because energy and mass are the same thing. It's the same way a moving clock weighs more than a clock that's not ticking.
Sounds like electricity to me, huh?
What happens to the digital clock?
Sounds like energy.
That's just
It's
E
energy.
equals MC squared. That's all.
Yeah.
It's a relativistic
electricity.
effect, but it's very, very tiny.
Yeah. But
What
Don
if it's
can
a
feel
digital
it.
clock?
Yes, I definitely can tell the difference. I don't know. I definitely can.
Actually, a little fun fact I heard about this last week was that the Tesla car, apparently they claim that when their car battery is fully charged, that the car weighs like a few 100 grams or something heavier when it is fully charged. But I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what is it about the stored energy in the battery that gives it weight? You know, like
Electromagnetism. You gotta think the
It's
Earth is
what Blue
ground.
said.
no, but
Blue said it.
see, but it's like Don. Would you say that gases have weight? Go
Yes.
down, go boom, boom.
Different properties. There's all kinds of properties of gases.
But they have the same atoms, all the different atoms, but still the gases are made out of atoms. So they would go down, go boom boom.
Well, the density level by volume is not the same.
What?
What would you say, nitrogen or okay, say liquid oxygen versus liquid nitrogen? Is it the same?
No, because one is oxygen and one is nitrogen.
If you take your boom box or your Bluetooth speaker or some electrical device, right? If you turn it on, if you plug it in and turn it on, does it weigh more when it's turned on compared to when it's turned off?
That's a good question.
Yes. Like I said, Rams, a moving clock is going to weigh
Well,
more
it's
than a
one
clock.
thing to say yes, but is that really true?
That's really true. A clock that's not ticking, that's just standing still, is going to weigh less than a clock that has parts which are moving and ticking.
Sounds like
What?
all the answers are moving to
Clock
electricity,
that's
huh?
not running is going to weigh less than one that's running?
Yep.
Yes.
It's motion.
It's the same principle as a battery that's, fully charged and one that's empty.
So when I do exercise, if I'm jogging, am I heavier while I'm jogging?
Yes. You weigh more when you motion than when you're standing still. Yes.
You're applying force too, by the way.
There's no unequal force.
I'd love to see it on scales and actually see it actually demonstrated, because I find that hard to believe.
I'll just get Don to pick you up. He'll feel the difference.
Oh man.
But why is it hard? Why is it hard to believe though? That's something moving would have more.
Because I don't believe that energy has mass. I don't believe energy has mass, especially electrical energy or electromagnetic or magnetic energy. I don't think any of those things have any mass.
You have to understand
something that's moving, like someone running, way less because they're actually using the energy, so they have less energy.
Or even what about a train going down train tracks? if it's going really, really fast, using lots and lots of energy, then is it way heavier on the track?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It would.
Like the train standing still, the train standing still probably puts more pressure on the track than it does when it's actually moving down the track at a good speed.
So you're saying all energy, all stored energy, potential energy, will make something way more.
It does. It's already
Okay,
been shown.
if I have an old fob watch, no batteries, just operated by springs, and I wind it up so now it has potential energy in those springs, and now the fob watch is working, that fob watch will actually weigh more than what it did when those springs were loose and unwound.
Yes, Spencer.
No, really?
Yes, really. It will.
Have we got
Well, show it, demonstrate it. There's got to be heaps of YouTube videos.
I'll try find the video.
Yeah, definitely. If I can see a fob watch that actually weighs, my mind will be blown.
Does it have to be a watch?
It'll
Well,
be blown.
what about a battery? If I showed you that a charged battery weighs more than an uncharged battery, that's potential energy.
He's coming
But that's
at me for
potential
that
energy
one.
as well.
He's getting me on that one.
Isn't it the same thing? Or it has to be a watch?
I was very specific with my wording with potential energy and any sort of potential energy, which is what a fob watch is. It stores potential energy. You would all agree on that. And you just said, yes, it would weigh more. So I would like to see that it actually does weigh more. Don't just make a claim and go,
My biggest issue with it is why would electrical energy cause a downward force?
Because there's 100 volts potential in the zenith. Listen,
But that's electrical potential. It's not pushing down in any
Yes, it is down.
direction.
Okay, I'll give you the whole lecture of Feynman. Okay, you need to read all of it. It's a lot to read.
Why can't you just simply explain the point? Like it.
So bad.
This is like
I
with a 3-hour
just want to
video.
get clarity. Is your specificity around potential energy, or it has to be a watch?
Well,
because if I show you a battery, that's also potential energy.
Well, it
Or you
is
specifically
stored
want a watch?
potential. Well, no, it's stored potential energy, and I just actually asked the question, right? And everyone said, "Yep, it's going to weigh more." So if you're going to be so quick to say, "Yep, it's going to weigh more," well, then let's go. Let's get
but
this
I just want to
party
know if I show you
potential
a
energy
video,
is like
if I
massive.
show you a video of a battery weighing more, is that fine?
Told
Is
you
that fine?
no
Vince?
3 fucking times because it's a difference between you saying something stored weighs more compared to something moving around weighs more. It should
But it's
be
not
a
moving
clear
around. He's
fucking
just wound the
distinction to
watch
you.
up. Yeah, but Don, he's wound the watch up. He hasn't let it go.
Doesn't matter.
It's wound up. It's potential energy being stored. So it's the same as a
Don.
battery.
Regardless of
The amount does the amount of potential energy that's being stored have an effect on how much lighter or heavier it is? Because I was just thinking of an example where, say, you got some springs for shocks in a car, springs. If you were to compress those springs with a spring compressor. And do it up heaps, right? So it's really fucking tight, and there's a lot of potential energy there. And you were to weigh that, and then undo the clamps, and then weigh the clamps and the spring. They should be noticeably different, at least by a gram or two. Like
exactly, Rams. Yep.
But even that's
Just don't see that
it's
happening.
fair though to make these distinctions that you can have one broad category of potential energy, and then you can have 2 subcategories: one of the stored electricity and one of the winding or the mechanical, physical. Like it should matter, Nate, that he's making a distinction.
Well,
yeah, but I mean, I don't see how either one of those would add any extra downward force.
Sucky.
Yeah, and now they just said they actually just said there is no distinction between the electrical or the spring type energy. Exactly the same. Yeah, I've seen those sorts of things, Nate. I've got no issue with that. Like now, because you're putting an electrical charge into something. I'm fine with that, Nate. But I just asked a question in regards to a fob watch, and Rams has
So it
just
has to
actually
be a
thrown,
watch. All right.
and Rams has actually just thrown another one in, which is exactly the same. Get a couple of springs, compress them, so now we have all this stored potential energy. And you guys are saying that this is exactly the same as the electrical stored energy, and it will weigh more. And I'm just curious, like if you're going to say it weighs more, like that's a pretty big statement to say that. I'd actually like to see that demonstrated, actually.
So you want now it has to be springs. You want to see that compressed springs
No.
way more than uncompressed springs.
Springs.
Just any example of energy.
Yeah, but I just gave you an
creating extra
example
weight.
of batteries.
Yeah, no, mechanical. That it's using springs to store some sort of potential energy.
Yeah, but what we're saying is this happens to any sort of energy, whether it's mechanical, electric,
That's
chemical.
right. Yeah, I know. I know what you just.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, buddy. I know exactly what you're saying. It's any sort of energy, and
So you want a specific type of energy now.
Well, now I just asked the question, like, is it the same with a fob watch? And Rams brought in the springs, same sort of scenario, no batteries involved whatsoever. And you guys are saying that, yes, there is a weight difference. It's okay. We have seen the things demonstrated with a battery. Now, can we seeing you've made the claim, the same example in a spring or a fob watch or a cuckoo clock? Or something like this in rubber band, in a rubber band plane, you wind up the rubber band propeller, have that stored potential energy there. It should weigh more. I don't see it myself, but you guys are saying yes, it is. So it would be interesting. It would blow my mind. I'm not saying that it's not true. It would blow my mind if that was the case.
And with the battery, like let's think about what does a full battery have in it, like physically. What does it have in it that an empty one doesn't?
Energy.
Yeah, but let's be much more specific than that.
Chemical energy.
What is it? Is it
chemical energy?
In the case of petrol cars, it's fuel. You pour a shitload of fuel into the tank, and the car's heavier. But that's fuel that then gets used to create. You know what I mean. But a big battery like a Tesla car, when it's fully charged, I guess there's more particles, right? More energetic electrons, or what? Protons, or what? Yeah, it's got to be something. That's how specific I want to get about it. Like,
you want to get down to that level?
I'm sorry.
Well, because that's what would be causing the extra weight, if there is extra weight. You know what I mean?
Rams, you get energy from food, right?
From what?
From food.
Yes.
Okay, so you turn mass into energy then.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And well, yeah, don't really remember where I was going. So I'm gaming at the same time. But like when you move the let's say the rubber band in the propeller plane, you are you're using energy.
Focus, man.
Yeah, I need to focus. Yeah, you're using energy. You're using energy when you're turning the rubber band in the airplane. So that's like just mass that you are turning into energy. I can't explain it.
Yeah, but the question here is whether that energy, whether it's actually doing work or whether it's just being stored in a battery, actually has weight. Whether it actually, weighs more. Like,
Well, Action
Yeah.
Labs did do it, and he tested it, and it does weigh slightly more. That's the unfortunate thing.
well, with the battery, it must be what I was just thinking before about, like the battery when it's empty, it doesn't have any electrons or what, I don't know, whatever they are. When you plug a car and recharge it, or your phone, the battery must refill up with protons or photons, for fucking something like that, right? I'm not a genius with that shit, but it must refill it with those particles, and to be able to show that those particles actually add weight and actually have some sort of weight, that would be really interesting. It's hard to believe, but yeah, it'd be interesting. And then you could isolate whether it's those particles or not by working out whether it's potential energy, like a spring example that Bansaw and me suggested, or batteries. Because the battery would fill up with those particles, those energetic particles from the electricity, but a spring under high tension is potential energy as well, but it's there's no extra particles there, are there? Because there's just the pressure of the spring and the clamp. So yeah, interesting topic.
Yeah, watch that video, Rams. I tagged you in.
Oh, you posted it? Sweet.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
watch it. That's crazy. So what you guys are telling me is I am the only one that notices a battery when it's dead. That is amazing.
That knows that a battery what?
Well, I just noticed it just seems lighter. It feels lighter versus like I'll have a dead battery in one hand and another one, and I'm like, this seems.
But
lighter.
man, your hand cannot possibly have the sensitivity.
Well, that's
to
what
that
actually
degree.
made me. That's what actually drawed me to the question: does batteries weigh less or light? And then I looked it up and I found this.
When it comes to
Man, you know how powerful the placebo effect is, Don?
Sure, but it drawed me to that I was right. They do weigh more when they're charged versus not. So it could be that. Hey, sure, I'll give you that, but I definitely can sense a difference. It's pretty.
Well, if I was to
I
get
can't
two
be the only one.
batteries, one flat and one full, and give them to you, I don't think you'd be able to tell. If I was to test you 10 times in a row, I reckon it'd be just random.
Did you watch that video, Don?
Yeah, I watched it. They're not as heavy. I know where you're gonna go, Blue Marl, but I already know what you're gonna say.
Actually, the results are confusing. He discharges one of the batteries, and it actually weighs more.
That's interesting. Yeah, like I said earlier,
You need to watch that. You need to watch
Yes,
it
I watched
again. You can't determine the weight with the equipment that he had anyway.
When it comes to the springs and stuff, basically the Google is saying exactly the same thing. Yes, a compressed spring will weigh more than an uncompressed spring.
Yeah.
But practically speaking, right, you will never be able to detect it.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, you know what? I'll listen. I'll go. That's interesting, right? So until we can detect it, it doesn't happen.
But is it the case that if you wind a clock up, the amount that it weighs more is the amount of muscle mass that you lost doing the winding?
The amount of energy kilojoules you used to actually wind it up is equivalent to how much heavier it is in kilojoules per gram or whatever it is.
Oh, it looks like you guys discovered relativity.
Oh boy.
It's true.
We haven't.
I'm curious.
What is this? What is this commentary about, Brenda?
I want to ask a question though, real quick. Brenda, are you guys able to get an atom, separate the protons, the nuclei, and electrons?
Yes.
If they do that in a
Let's see.
cyclotron.
I want to see that. I want to see that.
No, nobody has to prove things to you.
But I'm asking you, what?
Yeah, people
Now,
don't.
Brenda, before we go any further, just reset, please. We're having a friendly discussion here. There's no need to be antagonistic.
I was instantly challenged, and
Just
hey, you asked me a question. Stop interrupting me while I'm answering you.
You came in hot, dude. You didn't come in hot. Chill out.
I didn't come in hot.
Deep breaths.
I said it sounds like you guys discovered relativity. You discovered that when energy and mass are interchangeable. That's I saw the comments and I heard what you were saying, and I instantly knew what you were talking about. Springs, when they are compressed, weigh more than when they are relaxed.
Do they?
Yeah, it's kind of like a block of wood when the molecules are more spread apart due to the electrostatic cling within the atoms, versus a rock being more tight on uniform and it'll sink in water while the block of wood will float.
So no, it's not like that.
Really? So you don't think all materials or all matter is not incoherently affected by electromagnetic spectrum?
Don, you have an issue.
Don, you're just talking about density.
Yeah, relative density does play a part. Yes.
No, but Don, you said that the electrostatic cling in the atoms makes them more spread apart. But you're talking about inside the atoms, and then you're talking atoms in relation to other atoms.
Yep.
Yeah, so you those two things don't mean the same. So you can't say that the charge inside the atoms makes the atoms more spread apart between the atoms.
It's a weaker charge when they're more spread apart. Hence why the block of wood floats on water.
Besides,
okay, so hold on.
Did you know wood's diamagnetic too, by the way?
Sure, but are you saying that the charge inside the atoms changes depending on how far they are?
Yeah, they're further away. Wouldn't that make it weaker?
What?
The inside, the center of an atom is positive charge, correct? The nuclei, correct?
Sure.
And the electrons are not. They're negative. If they're further away, the molecules are further away. They won't be as strong.
But hold on. Now you're talking about atoms in relation to neutrons.
What is matter made out of? All things are made of atoms, correct? That's your guys' narrative. That's your guys' narrative. Okay. I'll rest my case.
That doesn't answer the question. In no way.
Yeah, but most of the mass of an atom comes from the nucleus, and the nucleus contains protons and neutrons don't have positive or negative charge. They have nothing to do with electrostatics, but they make up a big bulk of an atom's mass. So not everything has to do with electrostatics.
Hey, Nate, have we got something that can weigh picograms?
That can weigh what?
A picogram.
Yeah, there are devices that can weigh picograms.
There is.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Okay, so all we have to do is get a spring, compress it, and put it on the scale, and we can read the picogram of difference.
Yep. I think it's been done.
Okay.
It might have.
Would the weight be increased, like in relation to how much you compress the spring? So if you were to compress the spring just a little bit, would it weigh less than it would if you compress the spring a lot?
It's mass and energy, so it depends on how much energy it took you to compress the spring. The energy that you expend compressing it would be stored in the bonds between the atoms of the iron, and as energy, as potential energy, right? And that would
Where
also
the spring
increase
and
its
the
mass.
clamps meet.
Right, that would also increase its mass, and then when you released it, that mass would be converted into energy as it expands. It would expend a great deal of energy, and then it would weigh a little bit less.
Okay, really, I'm amazed. This is really interesting.
Yeah.
So
Mass and
how
energy,
much mass?
Well, you would you would need to be able, you would need to calculate that, and you would need to be able to do math, which would be quite advanced, at least as far as I know. I don't know how
Yeah.
to calculate. I don't know how to calculate
Sure.
that.
But we're talking like tiny numbers, right?
Tiny numbers, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What they say, Rams, is for a spring of a spring constant of 100 nanometers, I think, or nms, compressing it 1 meter. So if you compress a spring 1 meter,
Newton meters. Yeah.
Newton meters. Yep. You'll get energy of 100 joules, which is about 1 picogram under E equals MC squared.
Oh wow.
Right. So
Oh.
it is so apparently it is a very detectable difference.
Wow.
There's a problem.
Because I did hear that a Tesla fully charged is about, almost 400 grams heavier than when it's fully discharged.
Yep.
So wow. Okay. Wow, that's cool. Interesting.
Blue, there's a problem, Blue.
Well, there's a measurement problem, and that simply is trying to find a balance or a scale of some sort that could weigh, let's say, 10 kilograms, but with a resolution of 1 picogram. That's almost impossible, if not impossible, as far as I know.
Yeah, and that would
That's
be a
the real
problem to actually verify this and actually demonstrate it, right? So
doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means that the measurement techniques may not even exist for that. That's all I'm pointing out.
There's a link to physicsstackexchange.com for that question.
Oh yeah, no, I've already Googled it, Brenda, but thank you. Interesting.
So when I came in, I was pleasantly surprised, but you all seemed to think it was something other than that. But
We're not thinking anything. We're just asking some questions, actually.
no, I mean
Done.
the people that seemed to think that there was some kind of, they seemed to jump on my back when I came in.
Well, you came
By the
in
way-
aggressive. That's why.
Oh wow.
Yeah. By the way, Bandy, that sort of measurement issue gave me all kinds of headaches with Cavendish. I was trying to weigh lead balls that weighed 22 kilograms to within a gram.
Yep.
Try to find a scale that's that accurate that can handle that sort of mass and still give you that sort of resolution. It's really hard to
be impossible.
Really
yeah,
hard.
it'd be kind of like Blue getting a I've got a little set of gold scales that I use occasionally if I go panning or whatever. They're just those little tiny ones.
For
And
like gram amounts,
oh well, it goes down to I think 1,000th of a gram, Brenda.
Making a joke. You didn't catch that? You didn't catch that joke?
Now, hold on. Okay.
was a
But
joke.
it'd be like it'd be like putting a bowling ball on a set of those scales. It'd just break the scales pretty much.
Yeah.
I kind of, yep.
Yeah, I had to finally be content with calibrating an electronic scale using an accurate measured volume of water.
Wouldn't balance scales work? I mean, you don't have to. They just have to be equal, right? So
Yeah,
so you could just balance them and well, okay, you want to know what they actually weigh though.
I want to know I needed to know what the mass was. If I don't know the mass, then I can't do an accurate calculation of the value of G.
And a balance scale wouldn't be sensitive enough to pick up a picogram, would it? At all?
How accurate would a balance be as to deviation between the two masses deviating from each other? How accurate could you get that?
I have no idea.
You know, not necessarily measuring the weight, but making sure that they are the same weight within a percentage.
Don't know.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to find out.
Interesting. A picogram is about the size of one single bacterium.
Don, are you there?
Is that how much of a weight difference they're saying there is? The weight of a bacteria?
Yep. 1 picogram is about one bacteria. Yep.
Wow.
Like I know the mathematics all work out. Like, you know, you can't argue with the numbers, I suppose, SE. But yeah. I suppose you gotta take the numbers on face value, don't you? Really?
So let me get this straight. We have a watch.
Yep.
Unwound. It weighs so much. Then we wind it and it weighs a bacteria more.
No, well, no, it wouldn't even weigh that much more. Not even that much more. We're talking about, you know, your springs in your car, SE, your shock springs. No, it's one of those. And if you were to compress those down fully, so you couldn't compress them anymore, they would weigh 1 picogram or 1 bacteria more.
Oh my, here we go again. Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's what the example is showing. Anyway.
Nonsense.
Don, are you?
Of course.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so Don, are you still there? I guess not. I kind of, his idea got fucked because he said that whether if air molecules are closer, the charge is higher, but when you gain altitude, the density goes down, but also the charge goes up, so it's opposite to his hypothesis, so he's fucked with his hypothesis.
That happened the last time too.
Yeah, I told it to reach it more than a year ago when he talked about it.
So you guys are believing this weighs 1 bacteria less? You guys are buying this?
Yeah, why not?
Sorry, 1 bacteria more?
I think.
My bad.
Why not?
Could well be. Why not? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what's the reason for rejecting it? Just because you don't like it?
1 bacteria. You're actually believing that if you compress a spring, you can measure 1 bacteria difference in weight. And you're asking me why I don't believe it.
No one said it. No one said that you can measure in a spring.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So you can't even measure it, but yet you ask me why I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Not in that.
Yeah, I am.
You can measure it in something huge.
Oh boy.
Yeah, why do you reject? I'd like to know why would you reject that?
Well, first of all, you can't measure it. You just admitted it.
Yeah, so
That's
what?
one reason.
So what?
So what?
Yeah.
I know it's late. I mean, I could be hallucinating. Well, let me see. What time is it? 2:30. No, I'm still awake. I'm not dreaming.
An inability to measure something automatically translates to that something doesn't exist. Is that what you're saying, S.A.?
Well, that and couple it with the fact that you're saying it's the weight of a bacteria. Yeah, Blue, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
They're trolling.
Okay.
You know that, right?
No,
Jesse?
no.
They have to be trolling. They have
they're
to.
definitely trolling.
No, we're not. It's this, Essie. I can explain it to you. The theory, right, of relativity, which says this, is one of the most successful scientific theories ever. And since it is so successful in all other ways, then it isn't hard to believe it's what it says is true, even in ways that we can't necessarily know about at this time.
So you can just believe in it. I'll grant you that if you want, Brenda.
Because it's successful in ways that we can know, then it's reasonable to think that it's successful in ways where we can't, for instance, weigh a picogram.
Negative. That is nonsense. No, I won't give you that one.
But it's the same theory. The theory makes predictions, right? And those predictions turn out to be correct to an accuracy which is fantastic. It's one of the more successful theories in science ever. So if it says something about a picogram that we can't measure, it's reasonable to think that it's true there also.
No, that may be true for you, but not for me.
Yeah, you have no faith.
I do not have faith. Absolutely not. No, definitely have no faith.
I
No.
do have faith.
Brenda, you're
I
just
do
a
have
zealot.
faith. No, it's not zealotry.
Pray,
I have
pray,
faith.
sister, pray. Raise your hands high.
It's not religious faith. It's faith based on past performance.
You
I
have a
didn't say it
wild
was
imagination.
religious. I said scientific faith.
Yeah, it's faith based on the past performance. The theory makes accurate predictions that I can test. Therefore, I think it works in places where I'm not able to test it.
And you're free to think and believe what you want.
Yes.
But don't try to convince me, for example.
Well,
and I'm sure a lot of other people here are just shaking their heads right now and saying, "Oh my God."
I'm not trying to convince you of anything, S.A.
Okay.
I do like hearing your incredulity, because that's all ultimately all you have is just,
there it is.
Believe it. I don't believe it. But that is all you have.
I know you couldn't contain yourself, right?
It's not blind faith. It's faith based on past performance.
Wrong.
It's nonsense. You're thinking that you can weigh a bacteria in the difference in a spring. Now, if you want to believe this fairy tale nonsense, which you guys said yourselves that it can't be done, and it's on pure faith, that's on you, not on me.
Essie, we didn't say that we think we can weigh the difference of a bacterium in a spring. We said that based on the theory, which works repeatedly all the time, that it results in a difference of a bacterium in a spring, even though we can't measure it.
Exactly what I just said. But you said it in a different way.
Because no, I said something actually quite different. You think it can't, it's nonsense because we can't measure it. I think it's true because we can show that it works in other situations. Therefore, in this situation, it works too.
In the situation that you can't measure.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Imagination.
That makes perfect sense. That's how science works. It
Only
makes
in your
predictions.
brain, Brenda.
You have a wild imagination.
No,
Wild imagination.
Science works by making predictions, right?
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
Brenda.
that makes sense.
Okay, but there's no dramas in making a prediction. I have no issue with that whatsoever. So now we have to put these predictions to the test. Instead of them just being predictions and saying that a spring is going to weigh a picogram more, which the mathematics, right, supports it. Got
Yes.
no
Yes.
issue. I've got no issue with the mathematics supporting it, right? So we've made a prediction that the spring is going to weigh a picogram more. So we have this. This is concrete. This is locked in. Okay. So now we want to test this and go, this is what our M equals MC squared is telling us. Let's put this to the test and actually confirm our prediction.
But
Right?
Bamsaw, I'm making a different point. We can test the theory in different situations where we can weigh the results and test the theory. And the theory is consistent. Therefore, we can reasonably say, right, that it should work in this situation where we can't weigh the picogram difference.
Okay, well,
Because-
how? Okay, well, then how big a spring then, or how big a rubber band, do we have to get where we can practically measure this
I don't
prediction?
know. I don't know. Oh, there's some big
think
ass.
there's
There's big
attraction
ass
to a
springs
center.
on locomotives have huge springs.
That's
Maybe that would
basically
work for them.
no. That's what they're basically referring to. They were referring to a spring that is 1 meter long, fully compressed, weighs 1 picogram more. So they're basically talking about one of those springs that you just referred to. Okay, we're not talking about the spring in a fob watch. We're talking about a big ass spring already, only weighs a picogram more. And obviously, a spring compressed or a rubber band wound up, whatnot, has potential stored energy. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. You have potential energy ready to use whenever you release it. All right, but the fact that this potential energy has weight to it, like I said, my mind was just blown away. It was just blown away, like, because we were talking about batteries weighing more and less, and it's just like, okay, you're putting a charge into something, a battery weighs more. I can see maybe somehow chemically that might do something, perhaps, I don't know. And I think Blue came out and said there was something wrong with that experiment. Anyway, I may have misheard that. I can't remember.
The point is that the theory makes accurate predictions based on. It's not based on springs. It's based on mass and energy, right? So it will work in all situations involving mass and energy, including a spring, and including a spring where we can't measure that difference. Otherwise, you're saying that the universe doesn't have any rules.
No.
Oh, stop it.
No.
Yes,
no,
you're saying
no,
that
I'm not saying that at all, Brenda. I'm not saying that. And when you're talking about the universe having rules, all right, okay, the rules of the universe, these are my rules of the universe, okay? Because I presume now when you're talking about the universe, you're talking about what I'm looking at over my head. Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, then cool. No dramas whatsoever. So now here I am here down on Earth. I look above my head. I look at these lights, and they're moving in particular patterns. Right? Give me enough time, Brenda. Give me enough time. I reckon I could plot those lights, plot those movements, and make a mathematical equation to match those movements. Done. All right.
I don't understand what your point is. My
Well,
point
just
is
that.
my point.
When you're saying the rules of the universe, all you're talking about is movement.
No, I'm talking about mass and energy.
What mass and energy in the universe? What is it doing that it's going to break? You're only talking
in the
about
case of-
movements of things.
No, I'm talking about mass and energy. And the point is that according to special relativity, mass and energy are interchangeable, right? So when you compress the spring, you're putting energy into the chemical bonds of the spring and increasing its mass, right? So the rule is about mass and energy. And if you're saying that that doesn't apply to the spring, then you're saying that the universe doesn't have uniform rules.
Well, I don't know whether or not a spring will weigh more or weigh less, compressed or decompressed. I've got no idea, right? The mathematical equation says so, and I'm quite happy to go, yep, but the mathematical equation works out. But now you're going to equate a compressed spring, right, to the universe, and now you're making these kind of comparisons.
Part of the universe is part of. So the point is that the theory, the math doesn't say anything about springs. It says something about mass and energy.
Yes.
Right? So that means
Okay.
all mass and all energy in certain situations everywhere in the universe will all behave the same.
Who cares about the universe? Can you show if a spring weighs more when it's compressed? Yes or no?
Because the theory says so. So yes, I can.
I could care less about your theory. I have a Santa Claus theory.
The theory is
Can
true.
you show
The theory
if
is
a
true.
spring is compressed? Can you show it weighs more? Yes or no, Brenda?
Yes, I can.
Stop wasting our time. Okay,
Question?
show us.
Can I ask a question?
Go do it and
please?
show us.
Who's that? Who tried to jump in?
Thomas. Hello.
Hey, Thomas. How you going, man?
Hi. How's
Welcome.
it going?
Welcome. Welcome.
Thanks. I just want to ask Brenda. So gravity is attraction to a center. Any observable evidence of attraction to a center that we can observe?
No, that's
Attracting
not
to a center?
That's not what gravity is.
No, yes, it is. Attraction to
No,
a center.
You don't
Yes,
get
it
to
is.
tell me. You don't get to tell me.
Okay.
what the
Well,
theory
then
of
you're
gravity is.
denying your own beliefs.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You're
Yeah.
just getting
Okay.
it wrong. Why don't
Wait.
I tell you what the theory of gravity is?
Wait. So you're denying that gravity is attraction to a center?
That's correct.
No one's ever said that.
That's funny. That is pretty funny.
Gravity is a pseudo force. It's an apparent
Hold
attraction.
on. Why is the Earth a globe? Why is the Earth a globe?
Because of gravity.
Okay. Why? Because it's attracting to the center. Correct.
No, it's not because it's
Nah.
attracted to the center.
Let her explain. You'll laugh even more. I promise you.
Right? It's
Go ahead,
because
Brenda.
Go ahead.
it's because all of the material of Earth is attracted to each other material part of the Earth. They're all attracted to each other all at once. And the most efficient
So why is
form
it?
that can
Why is it a
take-
globe?
Because
Why is it a?
it's
Why is
the
it a
most
sphere?
because that is the most efficient form it can take. That is the
Well,
most gravitationally it's gravitational equilibrium for when
I
everything is
find it
attracted to
funny
everything
how
else.
you're moving the goalpost. You're denying attraction to a center. That's
That's not what gravity is. Gravity
very
is
interesting.
Gravity is
Very
mass
interesting.
attracted. Gravity is mass attracting mass. It's not centers. It's mass.
Wait, so you're
Thomas,
denying?
Thomas,
Whoa,
would you say
that's
that-
crazy.
It has the
But
effect.
Thomas, hold on. Thomas, would you say that magnetism is attraction to the center?
Wait, who is that?
It's Molman, my cockslang. Is magnetism attraction to the center?
I'm not sure, but I don't feel like that's related to what I'm to gravity.
You're denying magnetism.
Yeah.
Okay, so your manipulation tactics will not work. Okay, so you're
Oh.
moving the goalpost and you're denying your own beliefs.
I'm not
Gravity is
moving a
attraction to a
goalpost,
center.
I
That's
just came
why.
in.
That's why planets and the sun and everything is a fucking sphere, because it's attracting to the center. And this is mainstream science. This is your mainstream belief. It's attraction to a center. So you denying that is very hilarious. Very hilarious. So I want to know any evidence of attraction to a center.
No, there is no attraction to the center. It's
Wow,
not just the
they're-
center.
these guys are done. They're done.
So it
They're
has.
done.
When you have a
Nice
large
job.
mass, right?
You guys are very confused individuals. Very confused.
No, we're
So
not.
funny. Yeah, you are.
No, we're not.
You guys
No,
are very good
No,
suppressors
Thomas,
and very good
no one
copers.
said. Thomas, no one said. No one's saying that the attraction
mainstream.
and that the
This
Earth's
is mainstream.
gravity is only
It's
to the
attracting
center.
to the center.
Is the
I don't know.
whole Earth has mass.
You guys are funny.
No, the whole Earth has mass, so it's not just the center.
It's just funny how you guys are just denying your own beliefs in mainstream
No, we're
science.
not. We're not.
Quote
The
unquote.
whole Earth has
Yeah,
mass.
you're denying attraction to a center. You
You're
guys
very
are
confused.
legitimately
You are
legitimately
confused.
delusional.
It's not
You
us.
are very,
I'm trying to
you're very
explain it to
confused.
you,
No,
and
it's
you're
funny.
just saying, I'm trying to
No, you're
explain it
just
to you, and
denying.
you're
You
saying
guys are
it's
good at
funny.
denying.
You're
That's all
denying.
you
It's
guys are
funny.
good at is denying.
Hey,
Could
You
you
could
Thomas.
listen to the
could you
explanation.
let somebody explain it?
No, because you guys are
Yeah,
just
he
No,
liars.
doesn't.
no.
He's
Okay.
You're
You're
panicked.
just liars.
He's panicked. He's
He's
panicked.
just going to
Nope,
overtalk
you're
everybody.
liars.
Hold on.
This is
Hold on.
mainstream. This is the mainstream
Oi,
belief. It's attraction to a
Thomas,
center, and you guys are now denying it because you cannot
Thomas,
prove it. You cannot prove it in observable reality. You guys are jokes.
Thomas, I think the issue they're having with you, mate, is that
Hold on.
your definition's not
Can
adequate.
I be heard? Can I be heard? You're over talking
Sorry,
me,
mate.
man. Yeah. Thomas, all right, you got to calm down. Stop calling people liars. Stop talking over the top of everyone, right? We're going to have a conversation, mate, right? They're the rules, all right? But don't be calling anyone lies or anything like that. Have a conversation, right? And act appropriately. Thank you very much. You're unmuted now.
Yeah, I think their issue with your definition, mate, is that you're saying to the center, and that's just not adequate enough an explanation.
In fact, if you could be at the center of the earth without getting crushed, you would float. You would not feel any gravity.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's just mass at the center of the Earth. The whole Earth has mass, so it's not just the center. It's a weird
Hold
thing.
on a second. Are you guys now denying that gravity is to the center of your sphere?
That's the way
Did I
it's
just hear you guys
calculated.
just deny this and trigger
Exactly.
our friend over here?
Exactly. They
That's the-
really are disconnected, like to a
No,
point
no.
that we can't even debate anymore. It's insane. It's insane. It's
They
crazy.
just can't let us answer.
Technically, they've never actually said that's how it is.
Yes,
No,
they
we
have.
won't say
I
that.
even have
Simple
memes
Google search.
to that
Simple
effect.
Google search. You guys are liars.
Yeah, but
Thomas,
don't do that because you're gonna
All
look the
right.
bad guy. Don't do
Thomas,
that.
I've warned you once, all right? No more with the lying comments,
This
all
is
right?
why this gets nowhere because
Hold on,
if you're
Thomas.
not calling these people out on
Stop
being
for a
liars.
second. Thomas, we had this conversation in another server. I already told you about calling people liars, right? So maybe there's people that just don't understand what you understand. They're at a different place in their life. Calling them liars and, evil or any of these different types of things doesn't get us anywhere. What you
Fair
need
enough.
to
They're
do
delusional.
is no. That doesn't work either. Just stop going after their person and go after the facts. And if you
Yeah,
can
because
debate
the
the
other thing
facts,
too, mate, is that you might be wrong.
The fact is they're denying their own beliefs. That is
no,
the
the
fact.
facts.
It's a
yeah,
simple.
the other
This is mainstream
no,
belief. Attraction to a center. You guys are now denying that. That is very strange. That you're denying.
you don't no, you
This is a
don't understand
mainstream
their
belief.
claim, mate. You don't understand their
Simple
claim
Google search.
properly.
It's a simple Google search.
You're just arguing now,
Google
mate.
search.
You're just
You guys-
arguing.
Yeah,
You're
whatever.
just arguing.
What you're doing is not
Whatever.
arguing well. What you're doing is just getting emotional and going after the person rather than the actual argument.
There's no realism.
If you were able to actually argue with them, you would never need to talk about who they are, that they're wrong about this or blah, blah, blah. You would be able to speak about the facts, what they are
The
saying
fact-
about gravity, what they are saying about this, not who they are or how their minds are working. You would be able to talk about the facts, not them. So focus on the facts, not on the person. It's
Yeah,
that
you don't have to. You don't have to get
They're
personal
denying
if you're
attraction
actually
to a
right
center.
about your
They're
argument.
denying their own mainstream beliefs. Are you not comprehending this? They're denying their own mainstream beliefs of attraction to a center. This is a
mainstream
simple
belief?
Google search. This is a simple Google search, and you want to pretend like it's not. You guys are funny.
Take
Very
a deep
funny.
breath.
You
Take a
guys
deep
are
breath before I mute
disgusting
you.
individuals.
Take a deep breath before I mute you. If you want to actually discuss this, then actually bring forward this Google definition that you're talking about, and let's get into it. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it means.
All right, I'm going to take you off mute now, Thomas. All right, calm down. right, and have a conversation, but stop being so adversarial with both sides.
He just called us disgusting.
long.
Like
Yeah,
damn.
well,
Yeah, like I wrote in the chat earlier, it's a good thing that Thomas isn't a Glober. He wouldn't be here.
Is this how guys are on your side of the argument act, man? So
what
these
are
are
you
your
talking
people,
about?
man.
What? Hold on. What was that comment all about, my man? Seriously, what was that comment all about? An
No, just
underhanded,
something.
sly, backhanded comment was totally out of line and uncalled for. Shut it. All right.
Yeah,
And enough.
dude, we all jumped on him. All of us. What's wrong
Yep.
with you?
That's good.
I think Mole Man was just teasing. Come on.
Oh, he
Doesn't matter.
It's
wasn't.
just what it's just what he wrote in the chat earlier. It's okay.
What did he write?
We can't talk about it. No, we can't talk about it. We get muted. You can't talk about the moderation.
What?
So if he's still here and he wants to actually talk about this, then he can present us and link us to this Google definition that you're critical of, and let's have a look at it.
I totally agree with that.
Well, I just finished watching the Umbrella Academy tonight. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
What's that about, Brenda? Just out of
What?
curiosity.
Simple Google search. Why is
What
gravity
What is that
attracted to the
about?
center
Hold
of the
on,
Earth?
Thomas.
Simple
Thomas,
Google search. Why is gravity attracted?
Thomas, seriously.
Oh,
Thomas,
silly.
seriously. Give
Again.
Brenda 5 seconds to answer my question. All right.
What was
Now,
it again?
I said, out of curiosity, Brenda, what is that about? Umbrella.
It's about a dysfunctional group of people who have superpowers and how fucked up that they make everything.
Oh, I see.
I'm gonna have to
You
look
wouldn't
that
like
up.
it,
Are you
man.
talking about the
That's
You
a
boys?
wouldn't
good.
like it.
It's a good movie.
It's a stupid show, man. So you wouldn't like it. It's
Boys?
like Harry Potter with superpowers, you know.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
are you talking about the boys?
The Boys is
No,
great
The
too.
Boys is
That's
good.
an amazing
Yeah,
show.
The
Okay.
Boys is
One's,
amazing.
That one's even
Yeah,
more.
you should watch.
What one
stuff.
did you say,
You should.
Brenda?
The Umbrella Academy.
Oh, I like that
Cool.
one too.
Yes,
I like
yes,
that. I
Yeah.
did
yes.
like that one. The new season is coming out the end of July, but The Boys has nothing on the Umbrella Academy. The Boys is like amazing.
No, you mean
Uh-huh.
the other way around. Umbrella Company has
No.
nothing on The Boys, right?
No, the Umbrella Academy has nothing on The Boys. The Boys
Yeah,
is
yeah, I agree with
amazing.
you. The
It's
Boys
amazing.
is, and so you should watch The Boys, but don't
It's
watch it
so
with your
great.
kids. It's
They
pretty
go through-
violent, but
Yeah, they
it's
go
an
through a
amazing
lot
show.
of. The Boys goes through gallons of fake blood every episode.
It's amazing. It is,
Is that what it's
so
called?
Yeah,
good. I
it's
love
pretty
it.
gross though.
It is
It's
so
pretty gross, man. So
amazing. It's so
Okay,
good. Trust
cool.
me.
I'll
It's
What did you
check
just
it
think?
out.
that.
What
I'll
did you
check
think
it
of
out.
Hey, what did you think of that little guy that could crawl up inside of somebody and
Oh
then
my
make him
god! And then
bigger?
exploded the penis. It
Oh
was
my god!
amazing.
Oh my god! That was
It's
crazy.
It gets crazy.
that was gross. That was
Hey
gross.
guys, are you ready?
It's the
You
best.
guys are sick. You guys are sick puppies. I swear.
Are you
I
ready?
definitely am because I love that
You
show.
should
dude.
watch it,
It
Dan.
is so
So you'll love it.
Oh, the
Why is
characters are
gravity
hilarious.
attracted to the center of the
characters
Earth?
are great.
Every atom pulls
Oh,
on
yeah.
every other atom. All
Let's
mass
get
creates
back to-
gravity and pulls things toward
Oh my
it.
god.
Here on Earth, we always feel a pull towards the center of the Earth. Like
but
this
see,
is a
that's
simple
your thing.
Google
You
search.
just
You
said
guys
it.
are
You just
denying
said
your
it
own
yourself.
beliefs.
It's not to the center.
It
It's
is.
mass.
It's a pull
no,
towards the
listen,
center of the Earth.
You said
Listen.
all mass attracts mass.
It's mass. It's mass attracted to other mass.
You guys lack comprehension.
Well, that's
No,
been
you
superseded
just
by
read it.
Einstein's
Yeah,
You
you guys
you
do.
just read it.
That's
All mass attracts
projection.
all mass.
Well, that's
That's
actually been
perfect
superseded.
Very
Scientifically
interesting.
true.
projection.
That's the original.
Move the
gravity.
goalpost. Go ahead.
Okay,
Move it.
well, hold on. Oh,
Funny.
hold on.
Have you guys been alive? Have you guys been alive? Have you been in school?
Hold on.
This is the mainstream fucking science that we've been taught.
Okay.
It's a
That's
Google search, and
Google.
you guys are
Calm down.
literally moving the goalpost. It's disgusting.
No. Now, Rams, I've got a question for you because you just said no, it's not quite that. It's just kind of mass attracting other mass. Well, Does the mass get attracted to just the edge of the other mass, or to the other edge, or to the underneath of that mass, or to the top of that mass? Or is it getting attracted directionally towards the center of it?
Yeah, that's right. It would be the center, obviously. Yeah.
All right then. So if it is getting attracted directionally towards the center, it is getting attracted to the center of that mass directionally. So it's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So any observable
yeah,
evidence of
yeah,
that?
in
Any evidence
that
of that?
context,
Observable
yeah.
evidence. That's my question. Any observable evidence of that?
Yes, yes.
Or are you going to assert it's a globe,
Cavendish.
and that's why when you see things fall down, when in reality mass does not attract mass, because a helium balloon easily debunks that. So I just want to know how mass attracts mass can prove attraction to a center. Prove that in observable reality. Don't just assert. Don't just assert the globe.
Cavendish.
You guys are done. You guys are done.
Okay, I guess so.
You're done.
Cavendish.
It's over.
I already told
You guys are just in denial, and that's fine.
It's
Truly, you are blind individuals who are low conscious.
Look,
boring.
there's no
It's
need
all
to
good.
go to the personal analysis of the character and shit like that, dude. Just stick to your arguments. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, then hopefully you'll have the integrity to be honest about finding out whether you're wrong.
Anyway, Thomas, I have put you on mute. This is the third time I'll put you on mute. It's going to be for 5 minutes, mate, at least. Someone may have to remind me to take you off mute, but you need to chill down, mate. Go get a cup of peppermint tea or something and cool down. Come back and have a conversation. You're more than welcome.
Maybe a bit of chamomile. That's very relaxing.
Exactly. You're biting our heads off. We're on your side, buddy.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell him. He is right, though. In their model,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, in their model, it's to the center of a sphere.
No, exactly, SE, which is what I just pointed out to Rams there.
Well, the sphere is what you end up with when lots of these little bits come together over a long time, and you end up with this big spherical thing. Yeah, but the actual force is to the mass by their definition. It's it's the actual.
The first part right when you said that in their model, all the little bits form together to make a sphere, right?
Because of their attraction to one another. That's the more accurate.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. Now, what happens when it does form a sphere, though?
Well, that's afterwards. Though he's saying that the force of gravity is to the center. And
it is in their model once the sphere is formed, Rams. Once the sphere is formed.
Yeah, he's right. He's right, but only in a very specific context, Like that's the problem with
it is like saying that a magnet attracts just to the center. But it's not true. Just magnets attract.
Because gravity can attract not to the center of something, but there can be another situation where it has an effect somehow.
Yeah. What is the center of the Earth? What that he means? Like if there's different amount of mass on the north than on south, is it still the center? Like I don't know what the center in this context means.
Yeah.
Don't ask questions about your model. This is what they do.
No, I'm
Rams.
not. I'm asking questions about his claims about my model.
In your model, it claims that everything on the sphere is pointed towards the center. You've said it many times yourself. I heard all of you say that through years now. Are you denying this now?
I haven't said that, and depends on what you mean with the center. The center of mass, sure, but not to the center of the Earth. Like
okay,
the physical
here,
Earth.
let me ask you a question then. If you take pendulums, if you take a string, right?
Yeah.
And you put a weight on it.
Sure.
Right? What do we call that? What do we call
I
that?
can call it a plumb bob. I would call it a plumb bob.
Plumb bob. Okay. If we put those plumb bobs, I just wanted to be clear now what we're talking about. A string
Also,
with a weight
how
on it.
often is the center of the Earth going to be a different location to the center of mass?
That's right. Ask him that question, Rams. If we put them along the Earth, where are they all going to point to? Ask him that.
Yeah, to the center of mass.
Bingo.
That's
the
direction of the acceleration.
And where's that center of mass?
The center of mass can be not in the center of the geoid.
In fact, it isn't.
Oh, well, we got all kinds of different things.
That's the misunderstanding. Yeah, that's the misunderstanding that some flat earthers have with the model.
Do you really think
I can have a?
I can have the Earth is homogeneous, SE? Perfectly evenly distributed mass. You think that's the way it is? Because I can tell you,
are you telling me now that plumb bobs do not all point to the center of your sphere?
Of the
center of mass
of the sphere,
changing that statement.
Of the mass of the sphere, SE. That's not necessarily.
And where is that mass pointed to? Where do all those plumb bobs point to? Blue?
The center of mass, SE.
And where is the center of mass on your sphere model, Blue?
It's not at the geometric center of the sphere, SE.
Okay. All right.
And I like the snarky laugh. It's
I love
ridiculous.
this, man. This is too good.
You think the Earth is flat?
I've got a question. I've got a question, Blue. Right?
Yeah.
If I were to get a quadrillion plumb bobs, all right, and I was to place them all around the Earth, everywhere, right? So they're all basically a meter apart. Okay, a quadrillion of them, maybe a quintillion of them, as many as you can possibly physically imagine. And I was to follow the direction of all those plumb bobs, right? Would they all meet at exactly the same place in the center?
Yeah, they would be in the same place, but whether that would be in the center or not would depend on how the mass is distributed around the actual, globe or ball or whatever.
That's right.
Okay, then so
and locally, bandsaw, locally, you can get some variations in the direction of that gravity vector because of the uneven distribution of mass directly under the point you're at. They
like
won't
next
all
to a mountain,
necessarily-
for example.
That's a possibility over the top of.
You hear the crazy.
Are you going to do?
they have to
How many
say,
times?
Bandsaw?
I've had enough of that laughing in my face at SC. Go fuck yourself. Good night.
I had a follow-up question, but it doesn't matter.
Did I trigger Blue?
Thing. You think the Earth is flat? Fucking flat Earth.
Dude, come on.
Fucking shit.
Right. Okay.
See, they can defend their model and they get triggered.
So on the geoid, hold on, geoid, Earth. Where's the center?
I think the idea,
Center,
Ben,
the
is
geometric
that
center.
like if you've got an object like a ball, right, that has more weight on one side of the ball than on the other, then the center of mass is going to be closer to where the heavier part is of the ball, rather than right in the middle. That's the differentiation.
Rams, what do they
you know
say
what
is
I
in the
mean?
center of their sphere? Sorry to interrupt you, but I have to do this, man. What do they say is in the center of their sphere in their model?
Molten stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
It's like jelly. It's like a jello now, I think. I think the latest one is.
Wouldn't you say like a
molten lead or
metal iron?
something, right? Molten
metal
lead
iron
core
core,
or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't you say like that would be like the heaviest part of the mass?
I don't know. The heaviest part of the mass might actually be halfway between the center and the surface.
Yeah, but according to their model, it's the center, bro. That's their model.
I don't know if that's the case. It's
That is the
it's the
case,
center
yeah.
of mass, but yeah, and that's usually going to be right in the center. But if the mass is distributed unevenly around the surface, like one side of the ball is a lot heavier than the other, then the center of mass is going to be closer to the heavier side than right in the center. You know what I mean?
Sure, but then it would be wobbling all over the place, no? As it rotates. Think
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
Think about their
Yeah.
fantasy now, right?
Here we go. I got a question, SC. If I get my plumb bob, right, and I plumb it, hang it, now if I get a spring, right, 2 springs and put it either side of that, so they're both exactly the same, okay, it's still going to point straight down. But if I get another spring, right, and compress it, so it's now a picogram heavier, right, it's going to pull the plumb bob a picogram to the left.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Are you in any doubt of that?
Mathematically, it's probably true. I don't know. Blue. I mean, SC. I don't know.
I don't know. The stuff these guys are saying these days is like, wow.
Like, you can't. I don't deny the mathematics at all, SC. I don't deny it. Like they add up, they work out, and do whatever they do. But like when you make a claim that a spring is going to be a picogram heavier, it's like, okay, then cool. That's a cool claim to make. Or my fob watch is going to weigh more when I wind it up. Fantastic, I get it. Like, make the claim, but okay, then bring something to the party. Don't just have a mathematical equation. It's just like, this is a fascinating thing. Like,
It's keeping me up. Usually I'm asleep at this time, but this is like blowing my mind, all this stuff.
yeah.
Like they're denying their own model. And then they're telling us springs weigh this much more. Like, it's ridiculous. Like,
I mean, it would make sense though in some aspects, if that is the case, due to the molecules being more tight, closer.
Oh, Don.
Because it's bonded more closer.
Can I now ask a question?
Oh, yeah. I was going to jump.
Yeah, when you go, a quick question. When you go higher into the atmosphere, you said that the charge in the molecules goes up, but the density goes down. How does that work with your hypothesis?
Well, I'm just saying it's not just relative density. It's not just that alone. Electrostatics definitely 100% plays a part. That's why I want to do my test.
Sure, but if you're saying that the more tightly packed the molecules are, the higher the charge is, but we can see only the opposite in nature. How can you say that it's because of the charge in the molecule?
Well, here's the thing: you do weigh an ounce less on top of Mount Everest.
I'm not talking about weight. I'm talking about the charge in the particles and the density.
It's a good question.
And the relationship between the two. Yeah, because the higher you go, the less dense the air is. But you're saying that the charge goes up. It should go down, right?
No, it goes up.
Yep.
It definitely goes up.
Yeah, it should go down. But that's also with the with the heat and pressure, because the hotter the air is, it should be no, not the pressure. The higher the pressure, the higher the temperature. We see that in the atmosphere, but then the higher you get, it actually gets warmer again. So also no correlation.
Do you want to check out Herman Paulson's work? He's got his whole diagrams, PDF, everything you need to look at, all of it, and you can look all through it. It's a lot to read if you like reading.
Sure, but I don't think there is an answer to the question. So I don't know that there
I
is
don't
an
know,
answer.
but that's a good question actually, and I want to look at that a little more in detail.
Sure.
It feels like the Twilight Zone tonight or something.
Maybe that's due to CERN getting ready to launch their Hadron Collider.
Yeah.
What are they looking at now?
Say what again, Mo Man?
What are they looking at in CERN now?
I didn't read the whole article. I only read a couple. I glanced at it a little bit. I'm not for sure. Shines a Rose. I think they have it. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. It's like some 10-year anniversary or something like that.
They should have a lot of the counter space, I bet.
What, you found it?
No, I just said that they're gonna fish out a devil from the counter space.
Hey man, there's some weird stuff going on there, man. Okay, we got.
Of course they are.
There are some seriously wacky conspiracy theory people about that
They
shit.
watch they watch Stranger
They're
Things.
opening
and
a
things,
gate
the
to hell and shit.
Hey man, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay.
But Stranger Things is a good series. Maybe the best that I've ever seen.
I can't find a link. I know Shines has it. Dang it.
It's okay. They're doing something.
Yeah, that CERN, the CERN, getting ready to do
Oh
their Hadron.
yeah, I have that. Give me a second.
Yep.
Cheers.
Hello.
Hello.
You're going into space?
No, I don't. It's a 10-year anniversary. They're gonna start it up again or something like that. I think July. What?
Yeah, it's funny. Rose just came in here right now, and she was the one who told me today about this. So I just posted the link. She was like, on July 5th, they're gonna start CERN up with like massive scale CERN on the 5th. So yeah, there's a link.
They haven't done what they're about to do since 2016 to like the amount that they're doing it.
Yeah, the
Let me
amount
guess,
of
they're gonna
energy
find
that they
God's
can
brother.
use.
What do you guys think they're doing at CERN? I mean, you guys that don't believe in.
Draining the public of a lot of money.
Aren't they trying to
That's
like
what they're doing.
reproduce the Big Bang or something like that?
Yeah, but what do you think they're really doing? Because you don't believe in the Big Bang and you don't believe in quantum mechanics.
I
What do
believe
you
that-
really think they're doing?
I really believe they're trying to collide particles. They're actually trying to do some.
Oh.
But I think
That's
they're
exactly
trying to
what they do. But why do you think they're doing it?
try to get to the fourth dimension, a different dimension.
I thought you guys don't believe in particles.
Into a different dimension.
Heck yeah, dude! I did study EE, dude. Of course, I gotta know that stuff.
Okay.
That's some science fiction shit, man.
No,
These guys are Star Trekkies. Don't you know that? That's where they live.
I think they're trying to open up a veil, though. A veil, you know what I mean?
He's on your side, I see.
You guys are talking about Stranger Things. It actually does look so much like Stranger Things. It's funny.
What about you, Shine? Do you believe that's what's happening at CERN, Stranger Things and portals to alternate dimension?
I'm sorry, I was dealing with DM. What'd you ask me?
If
Her
you believe that
father-in-law
is what's
worked on it.
Oh, is that someone else? That's not Shine?
That's Rose, my best friend in IRL.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah.
You guys
Meet
sound
Rose.
the same.
I
So.
don't think you've ever met her before, but she's amazing. She's not a flat earther
Oh.
either. She's still trying to find her way, as I like to say it. Right, Rose?
Great way to say it.
I hope Shine's not pushing you towards one side though. Like she's letting you do
No, she's
this
just a little wealth of information.
from both sides, right?
I am always fair.
Yeah, I mean, but I just want to know, like, what is the general flat Earth consensus or idea as to what's happening at CERN and all of these different, particle collider facilities? Do you guys think they're actually doing what they say they're doing, or since you guys don't believe in big bangs and electrons and neutrons and protons, what do you really think they?
Colliding particles, man.
But
I
is that
agree
what
with
most
whoever
flat
says
Earthers
it's a giant
subscribe
waste
to?
of money. Whoever said
It is
that.
a waste of money,
on.
sure. But I think they're trying to open up a veil. I think they're trying to they're going to open Pandora's box. It's not going to be pretty once they figure it out. Something's going to happen that's not going to be good if they keep at it.
They're opening a black hole to a safety deposit box with money. That's all they're doing.
Maybe.
Same thing they
But
did
what
with.
do you really think is happening there, Essie? Do you think it's just nonsense going on there? Like they're just sitting there playing video games? Like, what do you really think they do when they're there?
No. They're actually trying to do what they say they're doing. But who knows? The final results, all I can tell you is what I see from the final results. And that is some squiggly lines, which they claim particles collide in some sort of bubble chamber. And the squiggly line goes to the left, and this squiggly line goes to the right, and it's spinning this way, and that one is spinning that way. So this means that, and this means this. How do I do so far?
Yeah, you're like the rest of it. You don't really understand it.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure Shine's
Wouldn't you explain it to us,
father-in-law
genius?
actually worked
Wouldn't
on
you
this.
explain it
I
to
know.
us?
I said you're like the rest of us, me included. We really don't understand it, me included.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's okay.
They do have some weird rituals around there, though. Very weird.
No, but if you look into it, that's exactly what they do. They smash things together.
Yeah.
And they look at them in a diagram, and they see this line going that way, this line going this way.
I don't even know if they do that, Essie. I mean, I know that they produce charts and diagrams and data, but is that how they're looking at it? Is that how they're collecting the results? Is there something deeper sitting behind those graphs and charts? Or is that something they show us because it's simple enough without going into the detail to get the gist? I mean, I came in because Dom put up the trope that Einstein has superseded Newton again, which is just rubbish. Why'd you do that, Dom?
Well, because he did.
He didn't.
You got
I
a
keep
citation for that?
posting. I've posted Leonard Susskind's
I have to watch that
Introduction to General Relativity, where he talks about the incorporation of Newtonian mechanics as the foundation for Einstein, and Einstein moves beyond that but doesn't supersede it. The other challenge, as I said, is we use Newton on Earth every fucking day for things like engineering, construction, and a myriad of other things. I'm happy if you can correct me where we're using general relativity for things like stress analysis.
All right, I have to watch the video first.
Thank you. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to go back on mute now because it's too early in the morning and I'm feisty.
All right, hang on. What? Dang, Foolish left? Oh, that's tough.
No, I'm still here, Dom.
Oh, I didn't
As I
see
said,
you.
I'm
Okay.
feeling feisty, so I went back on mute because
Yeah.
I don't always interact best when I first wake up.
You could get you a cup of tea.
I have had a cup of tea, but I'm not a fag yet, so still a little
Chamomile
thirsty.
tea. Chamomile tea.
Hey, here's the question, dude.
Did you actually?
Hang
Well,
on,
just
just real-
quickly. Yeah, go Don. All right, man. Jump in.
Yeah.
Jump in.
Okay. It says the mass cancel each other out. That's quite interesting how he states that. Did you notice that, Foolish?
Yeah. I mean, I'd watched the first sort of 20 minutes of that video because he goes into the actual components of Newton that are incorporated into general relativity and how general relativity, how Einstein extended it.
Einstein's not doesn't claim mass attracts mass. In fact, in relativity, the acceleration is not even mass toward mass. Basically, it's mass away from mass. Okay, so when you try and say it's mass, let me finish.
Sorry,
when you try and say it's mass attracting mass, here's where you're wrong because they call the gravity an acceleration. So when you're in a car and you take off, you accelerate forward, you get pinned to the back of your seat. Okay, so that's why they say it's like an upwards acceleration because we're pinned to the earth. Okay, so it's not mass
No,
attracting
they don't.
mass. You're wrong. Just saying.
So I kind of agree, but the difference is Newton tried to describe what he saw. Einstein tried to describe why. Newton never ascribed what gravity was in any of his writings. In fact, he said, "Don't pin it on me, pin it on fucking God, because I've got no fucking idea." Was the basic.
It's just it's just an equation.
No, it's an
Nothing more
observation. It's an observation that
Right,
we've
it's an
represented
observation,
in an
so we
equation.
can-
And then we
so
can
we-
use that
we can
equation to
claim
be
it's
really
anything.
predictive. So we can be really predictive with Newton, the same as we can with Einstein. It's just when we're on Earth, working out the mass and energy imparted by an impact, it's a darn sight easier to do it with Newton than it is to do it with Einstein, because we don't need it at a local level. We only need general relativity for really big shit or really fast shit. And I'm afraid your Camaro will not cut that, sir.
No, we can claim it's anything. Look, it's empirical. It's if you want to go out and measure something falling at 9.8 meters per second, fine. Due to whatever you say, due to gravity. Does that make it all gravity? You know,
That's a label, isn't it?
Your model can't claim the observation of things falling. The question is it falling down or toward the center of mass? But I wanted to ask a question. Is that Rose? Is that Rose Jason's woman in here?
No, it's my best friend.
Okay. Rose 77. Got you. Well, I'm Brian. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
He's taken, Brian.
Well, with Newton,
Anywho,
he wasn't trying to ascribe a cause for what he was seeing, whereas Einstein, was trying to propose a cause.
Exactly.
It's funny how though it's weird when the mass cancel each other out. What the heck is going on there, Foolish?
Yeah, they act like it's mass attracting mass, and with Einstein, it's not. Flat out, it's not.
Yeah, it's not with Einstein.
In Einsteinian, isn't it the fact that energy and mass as concepts are interchangeable within relativity? I'm not a fucking physicist. I'd like watching a few videos on it. But again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm some sort of freaking expert in general relativity or that level of physics. Because
I know, but look, we try to hold you down to definitions. Like we try to define things from at the root.
Yeah, we like to label stuff,
figure
right?
things out, and apply some common sense, some consequences to claims. And when you call something not a force, hold on. When you call something not a force, and you define it as not a force, but then define everything else, as a force. These things aren't interchangeable. You can't just use them for however you need them, and that's what y'all are doing. And we're trying to hold you accountable to your claims. And y'all don't like it. Weasel around it like you're doing
just
now.
because we have something that acts like a force, an apparent force, we see lots of different types of apparent forces in the world. So what? You know, as you say, we make an observation, and I like going back to the real basics, Brad. I'm really with you on that because that's the shit I can understand. Which is when I observe something, it will fall consistently at 9.80 meters per second minus drag.
No, it won't, man. No, it won't. It's dude. That's the whole point. Is it depends on the medium.
That.
It's medium dependent. When I
Yes,
walk
minus
outside,
drag.
nothing's moving, man.
Do you understand what minus
Nothing's
drag
moving.
means? Do you understand
Why
what
you
minus
gotta interrupt
drag
every
means?
time I go to talk, dude? All right, when I
Because,
go to
well,
respond,
you cut in
you
halfway
start
through what I
shitting all
said,
over me.
Tom. Brian. I
Well,
was
tell me when I
halfway
can
through saying
respond,
something
please.
and you jumped in. So
And you said,
finish your
so
point.
what? I go to answer and you start shitting on me.
Sorry, Brian, go on.
Anyway, nothing's falling. I just walked outside. It's early in the morning. Nothing's falling, man. Everything's just sitting there. Okay? My point is, it takes energy to make something fall. It takes energy. You got to, whether it's a plant growing up in the air and all the energy from the sun, whether
No
it's
one
us picking
disagrees
it
with that.
up.
No one
Yeah,
disagrees
well,
with that.
that's my point. My point is, the force is getting it out of equilibrium. That's the whole entire force. There's no downward
That
force.
makes no
So
sense. That
hold
makes
on,
no
man.
sense.
So when you make this claim that there's a force holding the atmosphere down, or some shit like that from against a vacuum, near perfect vacuum, you know, on all these spheres out in fucking La La Land. I mean, I'm just saying, it's you need a powerful force to do that, and your gravity is not even a force at all. I mean, you got to be held accountable to make claims like that, in my opinion.
All right, so you said a lot. So no, you can go first, Bruce, because it is you that he was responding.
So I mean, I can use your description of density disequilibrium to show that atmosphere will stick to the Earth. So, you know, the basic theory is, you know, more dense stuff sinks down to the bottom, less dense stuff above, and it will find its position of equilibrium. So the atmosphere will hold around the Earth because the stuff above it is less dense.
Not just density, man. I didn't say nothing about density.
Definitely not just density. You already know where I'm going to go with it.
So yeah, Brian, I totally agree with you. You know, it's all about energy. You know, and that's what forces describe the exchange of energy between objects of matter. You know, because something does need energy in order to move. You need to be energized, right? But the whole idea is that in our paradigm, or from our point of view, there's no difference between mass and energy. You know, mass is just a property of energy. So mass itself, you know, being a property of energy is able to make things move. Mass is able to exert energy on other things.
Yeah, but
to make those other things move when they come in close proximity within one another. Even at a distance. But at a distance, you know, that ability is much weaker. But in close proximity, you know, it is evident and it is strong.
Yeah, that's like you're explaining electrostatics, electromagnetism. Back to that again.
Yes, electromagnetism is one of the ways mass can exert energy on other forms of mass. Gravity is another one. The nuclear force is also another type. It's not just electrostatics.
But we can demonstrate So I can manipulate
All
electrostatics.
electricity. There's no nuclear
all
force.
of it.
It's
All
all
of it, dude.
electricity.
All of it. See, I could
All
demonstrate
of
with
it, man.
Listen, I could demonstrate with electricity to manipulate an object. For you to prove gravity, quote unquote, you have to manipulate the object.
And we've manipulated objects to prove gravity. We've done the same for the nuclear forces, strong and weak. So I don't see what's the issue.
This whole thing of the whole energy equaling mass and c squared, well, this has blown my mind because, you know, apparently, you know, if you get a metal argument, say, which I've just Googled, right, and cold metal will weigh less than hot metal, right?
Yes.
I didn't know this, Nate.
Yeah, I think
Right
so.
now, but once again, we're talking in the realms of picograms, like one, according to Google, like it's very, very small. Now, I've just been informed just now that someone has actually weighed this difference. According to Google, like I said, we're talking picograms again. When Blue was in here earlier, like just to weigh a picogram, practically in anything is much impossible. It can't be done. Hold on, where are we?
Somebody earlier said that something weighs more on top of Mount Everest, but if you check
Yeah.
it, that shit's actually opposite. They'll tell you all kinds of shit.
I said that. I kind of got it wrong. I said
But the
backwards.
fact of the matter is the higher you go up, the heavier shit gets. And
Right.
I show you a couple examples, but I want to do it myself so I can back that up, man. I've got the balloon, and I've got,
But I don't think
obviously,
Bansal was done there.
But anyway, I've heard that from two different people, and who showed it.
Were you done,
And
Bansal?
and it's
Yeah,
and that's
I'm
not,
done.
so if it's mass attracting mass.
Okay.
I'll make it quick. If it's mass attracting mass, things shouldn't get heavier as they go up. They should get lighter, but that's not what we see. So that just shows you
That is
everything
what we
behaves.
see.
Just follows an equilibrium, man.
Yeah, you weigh an ounce
It's
more
not
on
just
top of Mount
the
Everest.
mass, the energy, man. There's more to it, man. But go ahead.
Do you know it's interesting, Bansal, that you said that because superconductors or cold objects are more highly diamagnetic than warm, which that's just pretty interesting.
Hold on, what Brian said is wrong. You weigh less when you go higher.
You weigh less the higher you go because gravity works.
That's what we're told, but that's not what we show. That's
That
not
is
what's
what's
shown.
shown. That's what's
No,
shown.
it's not.
It's been
I'm not
demonstrated
talking about movement.
many a
I'm not
times.
talking about moving in
So
an
many
airplane,
times.
dude. I'm talking about stationary.
Yes, even
Post the
stationary.
evidence.
It's been
Post
demonstrated
evidence.
so many times, man.
You know
For you
what?
to sit here and
Johnny
say that
Pop-
isn't the case, it doesn't even have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. That's just you.
Also, are
now
you? But hold
saying
on.
that experimentally verified data is wrong. That's what you were saying. It's not even about the shape
Well,
of the Earth.
I mean,
You're
Colin
just
LaPlate's
saying
co-host,
that people at
Roxy-
higher elevations, and we have people living at higher elevations all of the time. You were saying the fact they weigh less than people, closer to sea level is wrong.
when you get up,
That's
well, he
crazy,
did it.
bro.
Well, he
hold
did
on,
an experiment,
hold on.
and they
What's
were weighing shit, and it showed shit was weighing more, man. It's been a minute.
Who
since
did
I've
the
seen it.
experiment?
Like I said, I want to do it. I want to do it myself, but he
No, but
presented
post
this
the
at,
evidence for this claim.
for fuck's sake, dude. Do you mind? Anyway, I'm trying to
You
tell you
said
the
that you
evidence,
won't
and if
post
I want to do it myself. I want to do it myself, but he presented this information at one of the flat Earth presentations, or the what you call them, like 2017, I think it was.
Hold on.
Denver.
Where did he did this?
At what is it called, man? The flat Earth.
No, the experiment. Where did he do that?
The conference, one of the conferences, man. He was doing an
No, but where did he-
experiment for something else, man, for somebody else. It had
Yep.
nothing to do with flat Earth. But he took
Yeah,
the
but where
data and he was showing the data. They were weighing shit up there for balloon shit or something. I forgot what it was, but anyway, all their data showed that things weighed more up higher.
Where?
And he brought that
Jesus.
evidence. And I got it, but I haven't done it myself. Listen, I haven't done it myself. So that's contrasting information. So that's why I said I just got a balloon. And I want to do it
Brian-
myself to see once and for all what's really going on.
Let me jump in just real quick. I did
Oh,
read once
fuck.
upon a time. Wait, let me jump in. I did read at once upon a time that you do weigh an ounce more. Now, when I go back to look it up, it's reversed. It's different. It says you weigh less. That's strange.
Right, but they can say whatever. The question is, what
I
really
read
happened?
it. I did read it before.
There is an
Right, I
explanation
believe it,
why
man.
you. There's an explanation for why you read it before. I've been trying to say it for 5 minutes now.
No,
If you're
listen,
on
they
a
Well,
change
I
a lot
trust
of things.
somebody who
Oh.
double checked information and found it to be
Yes,
wrong.
yes,
So
I
if
won't
we're
even
told
say
something
that.
and we go to verify it and it's wrong,
Can't even get
and
one
we try
word
to get it
across.
out there and you just deny it, at least consider it, man.
No, you hold on, Brian. You said that you put it out. You haven't put anything out. You just said
I
you weigh
started
less.
off by saying I want to do it myself to verify it because I heard
Yeah, but then Brian.
information, okay?
Sure. So then you've not put anything out yet.
So what have you done?
What have I done? Ask questions. That's what I've
That's
done.
what I'm doing. Okay, but I'm really
Yeah.
I'm asking questions and prepared to try to get answers. You're just naysaying and
Yeah.
shit, man, and not even
No,
considering
I haven't
possibilities.
naysayed
Man.
anything.
You're shitting
I
on the
haven't
conversation.
naysayed.
What you're doing, man?
I haven't said nay on anything, and I said that it is possible that you weigh more when you get on higher altitude if you're on a mountain because you have more mass
Bro.
directly below you because of the fucking
You asked
mountain.
me a question, then you mumbled through everything I said. Like,
No.
dude, I'm just trying to tell you where I heard it from. I told you that I haven't done it. Okay, I led with that, and you still just sitting there mumbling, naysaying through my explanation of where I heard it even, and how I
I
haven't
know.
done it myself, and what I'm prepared to do to try to find out. Instead of support, like, yeah, here, well, you know what? Take the balloon and do this. This is an idea. Instead of that, you're just no, this, that. You're just shitting on the whole conversation, man. I don't know why.
Oh, I'm not. I was asking questions. You answered the questions, and now I gave you an explanation why it can be that you can weigh more in a higher altitude. I mean, that's like Jim Baroni also posted. If the air is less dense, then there's less buoyancy, so you would weigh more. It's just simple.
So gravity tells us we're going to keep weighing less and less the higher we go. Okay, our theories say that we're going to weigh more. Okay, so the question is, so it is at least interesting. It's at least interesting if the latter is true, right?
Yeah, but the gravity say that you weigh less, but you haven't taken into account all the variables again. How did you take into account buoyancy?
So gravity can't escape all the other variables that really control it, can it?
No. So your claim now is that when we have gravity, we don't have buoyancy. That's your new claim.
So you got gravity, but when you go underwater, man, things are going to go the opposite way sometimes because of this, and things are, if we apply voltage, this balloon's going to get heavier because of this and that. So it's like the things we can demonstrate, they're just variables, but here, this thing of gravity, nobody knows what causes or anything. That's the real cause. We don't know what causes it, but that's the real cause.
It's an absolute fact that things weigh more the higher up.
No, depends. Depends. That's not just the only variable.
Same object, you take it higher up, it's going to weigh more. Because
not
less pressure.
necessarily.
How is that
less
an
drag.
absolute fact?
No, but if you control
logical
percentage,
necessity.
yes. Now your variable is the pressure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Be
I mean,
careful
no one's
trying to
disputing
talk,
that.
man. You got to talk a little louder, man, if we're going to hear you, because he's going to mumble through everything you say. Percentage.
I mean, let's just let Brian talk for 24 hours. I mean, let's not talk at all.
Are you ready to mumble to me?
Go ahead.
Tell me when to go, and I'll start talking. You start mumbling.
Go.
Yeah, the more drag that you have, the less it'll weigh. It's a simple fact. It'll affect the downward force of the object. So the less pressure as you go up, the more it will weigh.
Yeah, but that's if something's falling.
If I'm
weight is just the force of down working on an object.
Yeah.
No, it's not. If you're going to give it.
Yeah,
not a force,
so
man.
if I have something on a scale at sea level and I have something on a scale at Mount Everest, the fuck am I worried about drag for?
Your definition in your physics is force and acceleration, right?
Hold on, let me address this. So on the scale, like ground level or on Mount Everest, it's still going to be it's just being physically impeded by the scale, but it's still falling down in both scenarios. It's constantly falling
I understand. I understand, but I ain't worried about the drag force in this situation.
Well, you should be.
Well, quit calling it a downward force. In your physics, a force is an acceleration.
And that's what
in your world, it's an upward acceleration, not a downward force. It's an upward
What do you think drag is?
That's
what physical
that's
impedance.
what Molman. Yeah.
So all
that's
you're doing
what
is basically increasing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what Molman is speaking to, that it depends which variable you are speaking towards, If you want to weigh something falling on Earth's surface compared to something falling higher up, maybe drag and atmospheric pressures is the variable you look at, But if you take away that variable and you just look at something on a scale here and something on a scale up there, just
So
the
it's not
force of
just wind
down
resistance.
alone, the force of down alone is weaker on the top of Mount Everest than it is at sea level.
So it's
So
not
that's
just
what we
wind
mean
resistance
when we
then.
say
It's not
it will
just wind
weigh like.
resistance. So even if we're stationary,
Hold up,
that
that's only
happens,
if you're tearing
right?
the scale as you go up there. If you're recalibrating it, resetting it basically. But if you leave the scale as it was, it'll be heavier, because the pressure is acting on the scale.
But then that wouldn't be an accurate reading, would it? If I don't recalibrate.
Of course it would be.
How? But then why do I keep recalibrating it?
Because the question is whether it changes with pressure, and it does change with pressure. If you actually reset it on account of pressure, then you're not actually testing the variable that you're
Yeah, but
hypothesizing it
percentage.
is.
I told you, I'm giving you that. If the variable is pressure, which is what Molman was speaking to, then yes, you have a point. But when we
and I
say
agree
it
with that.
weighs more, we don't speak about the variable of pressure. All we want to talk about is the force of down. So if all you are looking at is a force of down, within your calculations, you factor in and cancel out pressure and all of these other forces. You're just worried about the force of down. The force of down is weaker on top of Mount Everest than it is at sea level.
Hold up.
Yeah, I mean
I
they
would
beat
agree
up
with you,
the
but the force of
shoreman,
down is not weight.
so it's okay.
The force of
It
down
is.
alone is not weight.
What?
It is.
It's
It
not.
is.
Weight is actually F equals mg minus the force of drag or any other physical impedance.
No, that's not true.
No, that's not true. Percentage.
Cite it, please.
No, yeah, show me. Where
So-
someone
Yeah.
said, "Wait, I got to worry about drag force and yada yada yada." No,
Yeah,
we
because, see, this is an
we
issue
cancel
with the-
that out. We cancel that out in the calculations because all we want to focus on is the force of down.
In the calculation, because you
Wait.
use this like agreed upon average for acceleration, but in reality, there's no perfect vacuum. The acceleration is dictated by the force of drag and the thing, the weight of the object, the drag to weight ratio.
But in our calculations, we eliminate drag. We eliminate atmospheric effects. We eliminate
Yeah,
all
but
of these.
you can't
things
perfectly do that.
So
That's
that
why
we
it's
just
inaccurate.
We can in math. You can do that. It's pretty easy.
I'm
But
saying it's
what
not
do you
true
mean?
to
What
life.
do you mean? What do you mean? It's inaccurate. You weigh
It's
yourself,
technically
and that's your
inaccurate.
weight.
It's accurate enough for our purposes, but technically it's wrong because you can't extricate the acceleration, the changing acceleration, from the drag.
What drag? I'm standing on a scale. Where's the drag?
It's acting on the scale. The scale is working at a specific pressure. If you take that
What?
same scale without resetting it to a different pressure, it'll have a different reading.
No, the pressure is on top of the scale and under the scale. It doesn't affect it. The same pressure all around the scale.
You don't think it affects the reading? So if you take it and put it in water, you
Yeah,
don't
it
think it's
doesn't.
going to affect it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't affect the scale at all. It
Really?
affects my weight. It affects the buoyancy of me, but it doesn't affect the scale.
Yeah, that's because it's affecting the scale.
No, it's
It is.
affecting me.
That's why
I'm buoyant.
if you did what Nate suggested, where you teared the scale after you put it in this new environment, and then you checked like the weight downwards, it would be the same.
No, hold
Oh,
on.
I didn't
hold on.
suggest that.
oh,
You
oh,
suggested that.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's take this. I have a scale in my house, and it shows 0 now. I take it to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. What do you think it'll show? Would it show 0?
No, it won't. It'll change because
What?
you're changing the pressure.
No, because the pressure is the same all around the scale. It's not just pushing on the
Try
top.
it.
It's
Try
pushing from all sides. Yeah, you can
All
try
right,
it.
take the scale, put it in your bathtub.
Yeah, that's
Is it
why.
waterproof?
No, that's why. What?
Yeah, is your scale waterproof? Can you fill up your
It's
bathtub, put it in
mechanic.
there, see what happens?
It's mechanical. You can have mechanical scales.
Okay, so do it in your bathtub.
I mean, what should it show?
It'll show that whatever you're weighing on it is going to be different.
Why?
Because the pressure that's acting on the scale, on the actual mechanical, spring of the scale, is affecting it.
Oh, but it's not from one direction. It's from all directions.
Have you ever heard of the concept of tricking the scale?
What?
Tricking the scale.
I don't know. Do you mean like standing on the side or something?
I mean, not so much, but you could just literally free, like, you know, if you had some liquid nitrogen, you could actually like freeze the scale such that it won't register the weight as much because it's slowing down the molecules. It's slowing, like reducing the pressure that's enacting on the scale itself, on the balance.
What? So if you freeze something, it weighs less?
If it's a scale, yes.
Are you freezing the objects or the scale?
The scale itself.
Okay, and it'll show
There's a
less
word
weight.
for it, like the big kind of pillar that's taking on the weight.
But that again,
it's
that's
called.
nothing to do with pressure.
It
We're
is.
talking about pressure. No, how is freezing something doing something with pressure?
Well, higher pressure means you have more excitation, like in the molecules. You have more vibration, more resonance, if you will. If you're freezing it, if you're actually slowing down the molecules, how much they're vibrating and stuff, it's reducing the pressure.
What pressure? The pressure of what?
You reduce the temperature. You know this from like PV equals nRT. You're reducing the pressure.
No, but hold on. Are you talking about freezing the scale or the air that the scale is in?
The scale itself.
Well, how do you then apply PV nRT to solids?
Hold up. If you freeze the air, then you're still like that's also gonna through convection is also gonna like make the scale itself a little bit colder as well.
No, but the scale is
That's
solid.
not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the scale is solid. Yeah, why are you talking about PV nRT on a solid
What does it matter if
substance?
it's solid or not? If I have
Because it's
a
ideal gas
convection
law.
oven, I'm heating up like it heats up the air, but still the inside of the oven, the metal inside of it is still getting hot too.
Yeah,
It's not all
but can you apply PV equals nRT to solids?
Yeah, you can. It's
Okay.
a gas law, but you can still the concept still applies to solids as well.
Okay, I don't know about that.
And that's why you have this concept that I just told you about tricking the scale. If you use liquid
Yeah,
nitrogen
but
on the balance of the scale, it'll actually show less weight.
Yeah, you guys have gone off into the weeds. Your underlying argument is that weight includes drag, and that's just not the case.
Yeah,
It absolutely is. Because
No.
acceleration in reality isn't like this one thing. That's only in a perfect
But hold
vacuum,
on,
which we
hold
don't
on.
have.
Percentage.
For our
Percentage,
convenience, we
then-
say it is.
But percentage, then I
Yeah.
have an idea. Why don't we just transport things in a vacuum so they weigh less?
What?
Yeah, you said
more
that
in the
the
what do you
pressure.
mean?
No, you said that the more pressure you have, the more things weigh. You just said it.
I didn't say that.
Well,
You did.
What
and
did
that
you
is
say?
your
We were in
did say that.
agreement
that is
the
your
pressure.
argument.
No, we were in agreement that in a lower pressure environment, the thing will register a higher weight.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because there's less buoyancy. Yeah.
Yeah, higher drag to weight ratio.
No. Buoyancy. It's not drag to
Buoyancy
weight
is
ratio.
it's the same thing because it's part of. I'm saying it's part of acceleration. Buoyancy is part of acceleration.
Part of acceleration. What do you mean with that?
When something's buoyant, it's accelerating upwards. When it has more buoyancy
No,
versus
not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. But the point is, if it has more buoyancy relative to what it used to be, then it's gonna have acceleration in the upwards vector more than it did before.
Because of the density difference between the object and the medium.
Exactly.
No drag.
Pressure, density difference, pressure difference, same thing.
Yeah, percentage.
No,
I
it
remember
isn't.
you having this argument with Gummy Bear, and he stumped you. Do you remember what the point was he made that stumped you?
What?
What?
Do you remember when you had this same argument with Gummy Bear?
Oh,
Yeah,
that was nice.
I remember talking about this
What?
in the past.
Yeah.
with Gummy,
Do you remember? Yeah, what the point was that Gummy had you on, that he stumped you on, that you that proved this idea was a bit flawed.
It didn't really prove it, but in terms of the math, he mentioned I think it was
Okay. Yeah.
what did he say? If something was zero,
Mhm.
if velocity was zero or something like that.
Yeah, I just don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Yeah, but you know this idea that doesn't.
No, it definitely applies.
No, no one, you know, when
What he was
wait,
what he
the
I don't
formula
remember
for
what it was
weight.
exactly, but
I've never
he
seen
basically
dragon.
set something to 0. I think maybe it had to do with terminal velocity or something. I'm not sure.
No, but I still. You said that the scales read differently depending on the outside air pressure or any pressure outside the scale.
Absolutely.
And I'm asking why.
Because it's acting on the scale.
Where?
Bro, just don't trust me. Just take your scale that you have, your mechanical scale, which will
No,
work in water, and test it on, test it in your tub versus in, somewhere else.
Yeah, but the scale will
The
still
scale
read
itself has
0.
weight.
Sure.
Exactly. So that weight that it has, like you could tear it out initially and it'll be 0, but that thing that is on the scale has weight and it's gonna behave differently in different mediums.
Ah, so not the pressure. You meaning that the surface of the scale has a reading.
The scale itself, yeah, it has parts to it which will react differently in different pressures, different environments. So if you take that scale and you put it somewhere else without carrying it in a different pressure environment, it will have a different reading. And this is why when they take the weights and show it in different areas, like I don't know, I think what was his name that did it? Wolfie or something like that. He took like a set of scales and tore it every time. You can't reset it every time. That defeats the purpose of showing that things have different accelerations, at different latitudes.
So you're saying that the whatever the measuring plate, for lack of a better word, on the scale is, that'll have different buoyancy depending on the medium that it's in.
I don't even think it's limited to the measuring plate. Like I forget what the word is. I think it starts with P. But like the actual pillars inside. And the word isn't pillars, obviously, but the things inside with the mechanical scale, like fuck, what's that word? But anyways, that itself, all of it.
It's only due to the density. It's all due to density and buoyancy.
It's due to the pressure or maybe you could even say like the level of resonance of the material itself.
I still don't see how it's the pressure.
What do you mean? Pressure imposes a force onto the actual body of the scale. It affects it. Don't take my word for it, man. Just test it yourself.
Yeah, okay. It could be that we're talking past each other.
Maybe. And look up the concept of tricking the scale. It's actually kind of weird. Initially, it seemed like it was interesting to me because you have this metal, right, a solid, and yet you can slow down the actual I don't know what you would call it, like the Brownian motion, whatever it is. You're slowing down the molecular kind of excitation, such that it's kind of like cryo freezing things, and it actually will make it weigh less. Whatever object, like the scale won't register the same weight. It'll weigh it less just because it's not, the forces aren't being transferred like it was, or I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah.
I think you could do it with like with a spring scale. If you change the temperature, you change the density of the spring, so it should act differently maybe.
What's the word for like a spring scale or like that support beam that takes on most of the weight?
I have no idea. Do you mean like a scale where you have equal weights on both sides, or just a spring scale?
I want to say piston, but it's not piston. Like it's something similar to that.
The balance thing between the two masses. Don't know the name.
No.
No, it's just the balance thing, the beam thing. I don't know the name. But that's actually interesting because did someone say something about heating up a metal and it weighing differently?
Did they? Because they'd be right.
I heard someone say it.
I mean, it's kind of It makes sense too. I mean, as you heat it up, you know, as it reaches its melting point or boiling point or whatever, you're basically making these molecules a lot more excited, and you're gonna make it, you know, more buoyant in that regard. It's gonna expand a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, less dense. So it'll weigh less when you heat it up.
Yep. I'm searching that word because it's bugging me. I want to say ballast or something.
Do you mean a spring scale or like the normal scale?
It might be ballast.
thing?
Huh?
Like a scale, I don't know. Percentage has a question about a part in a scale. What was it?
Yeah, it's like the main beam that carries most of the weight of the scale.
You're talking about a balance type scale or what?
Yeah, I think it's called a ballast. That's my guess.
Are you talking about a balance scale or a spring scale? The one with two masses or just
No,
one mass?
I'm pretty sure it's a balance scale. Apologies, it's kind of
Okay, well,
yeah,
that's
I'm pretty sure it's a ballast. Ballast. That's my guess. I don't know.
I doubt it. Maybe, but that would be. I don't know.
Look at scale diagrams. I'll figure it out.
It's beam on a balance scale.
Right, the balance beam is what it's called.
Yeah.
No, there's a fancier word for it.
We can use beam.
Beam's a pretty fancy word.
Yeah. Eat my
No, it's
beam.
not. Maybe if it's like you're talking about like, you know, delayed choice, like double slit, you know, a beam splitter or something like that. Aside from that, it's kind of like,
Worry about a fancy context.
Well, balance scales are the oldest form.
yeah, it's the old form, like the bigger type scales. I forget what the actual that part, that central part that carries the weight is.
I found it's just beam.
By the way, I'm not talking about like the Libra type scale, you know, where it's like 2 pounds on each end. I'm not talking about that type.
Oh, what scale are you then talking about?
I don't know.
Like the boxing MMA scale.
Not a spring scale, I guess. There's no beams in one.
No.
Just a loop for hanging and ring, pointer, scale, spring, and hook.
I think they use them in like the really like big scales that they used to like weigh cars and stuff back in the day.
When you Google old car scale, all you get is scale models of old cars.
Anyways, carry on. If I find it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, balance has the advantage of not ever needing to be calibrated.
Yep.
Where spring scales have to be calibrated.
I think that's kind of what I meant when I said that the scale doesn't change with pressure, because there's no reason for.
Well, differences in that thing we call gravity, which includes centrifugal effects of the rotation, don't have to be accounted for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Buoyancy, on the other hand, simple.
You don't have to take.
On
Should
the
you take that
volume
into
of it.
account?
Yeah, you would. You
On a spring
want to be
scale.
really accurate. Yeah, you'd want to take that into account, unless the object you're weighing is occupying the same volume as your reference is.
Yeah, that kind of shits
See what I
on
mean?
relative density.
Yeah.
Because it's just the amount of mass, the volume is kind of irrelevant.
But your reference mass is being affected by buoyancy, just as the object that you're measuring is being affected by buoyancy. So if the two volumes are not the same, you'll get some inaccuracy there.
Should it be okay because you still use the reference mass with the non-changing volume or mass?
No, only if, as I say, only if the two volumes are identical.
Yeah, obviously.
In that case, it wouldn't matter, but
yeah.
You can't have a little cadmium reference weight on one side and a block of styrofoam on the other. No.
I wonder what substance changes its density the most when it goes through a phase change, like from ice to or solid to liquid.
I don't know.
That would be an interesting, if we could find that there's something that really changed a lot, because like with water, ice and water, the same amount will have the same weight. Well, no, because the density changes, so the buoyancy changes too. But on a scale, would it be like on a balance scale? Like if you have water, ice on another side, and then the reference weight on the other, and you just melt it into water. That would change the density, but the mass would be the same.
Yeah, I think if the balance is sensitive enough, you'd be able to see it.
Yeah.
The volume change isn't remarkable, it's but it is.
And there's no mass change.
Right.
But due to evaporation, there would be some, because you can't really have it in a. Well, you can have it in a closed container, I guess.
Yeah.
So steel cube. But that would show that the density isn't the cause; it's the amount of mass.
Water's maximum density is at about 4 degrees centigrade, I think.
I think it's 4 with relative density.
That's one. Yeah. Which is why the bottom of a lake never freezes.
Yeah. And it's also interesting that, like some flat earthers use the term relative density, but they're using it in a different way that it actually is. It's just the reference for density of subjects to water.
Yeah. Well, when we do it with respect to water, we just call it specific gravity. You can make that comparison between any two substances. It doesn't matter as long as you know what you're comparing. For most liquids and solids, we use water as the reference.
Yep.
And for gases, we typically use dry air at standard temperature and pressure. Well, looks like everybody's gone to bed.
Pretty much. I'm beginning to make something to eat, and then I'll go to work.
Well, all right. I think I'll get out of here then.
Have a good one. Catch you later.
Yeah. Take care, man.
I now do the chemo thing that say, yep, there we go. All the flat earthers are done, and the globe wins again.
Yeah, I couldn't find it, so we're just gonna call it ballast and call it a day.
Fair enough. If you actually spend all the time looking for the
I
word.
was looking, man. I was actually looking.
Oh god.
There's
But meanwhile, I
surprisingly
just
few diagrams, like mechanical diagrams of scales.
I found from like the balance scales and spring scales, but nothing else.
It was just too many people.